a threat here to take the title?
Absolutely. So I've been in good form, but as coming back from a flight the other day, still got the flight in my legs, doing a comp yesterday, still got the competition in my legs as well. So a bit tired, but I'll see how I can go today, see how I can do in my heat.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sasha Zoya, a star of Australian and international athletics. We wish you well, mate. We'll see you out there on the track and be looking forward to seeing another great day of activity from an athlete who many believe, and I spoke to Paul Burgess, the former world junior champion last night, the sky is the limit quite literally for Sasha Zoya, and a chance to be one of the best either hurdlers or pole vaulters in the world, and maybe even the opportunity to diversify across to the decathlon if he so chooses. So Sasha Zoya, one to watch, certainly an excitement machine when it comes to any event where he participates on the track. 10.6 flat speed for the 100 as well. Great speed, great power, and great versatility. So we are getting very close to our first event of the day. We're about 14 minutes away, Bradley Scott, from our first event of the carnival for today's proceedings. The under 8 and under 10 boys 70 metre final will start at 9:20. And again, strong representation from our local little athletics clubs in the region.
Well, when you look at an event like this, personally, I think it's all about little athletes. Yes, we have these amazing athletes come down, but not only is it a great opportunity for these athletes to go out and show their stuff, but then they get to watch their heroes, the people they look up to, the role models in their life, to really understand what they need to do to take that next step. So we get to start with little athletes today. It's a great way to start the competition. We get to see what they put out in this track, and it's only going to get better from there, I think.
I've got one extra, guys. Who wants it?
Oh, I won't say no. I didn't have breakfast this morning, and that's absolutely sensational.
And for any of the little athletics runners that weren't here yesterday, if you're in an event today, I would head down to the far end of the track behind where all the starting lines are and everything like that, and you'll see a few tents in that back corner near where the old toilet block used to be. And that is where you need to go to check into your race to know what you need to do. So if you're a little athlete competing today, you don't know where to go, head down to the far end of the track opposite the finish line.
Yep. Going a bit further. Okay, hitting it now. So
incredible energy.
We've got those videos as well, but if you want to go back and play them, we've got the 70-meter finals with the results, graphic and stuff like that. So if you want to go back,
Well, so you can actually show you don't want to show like a bit of a highlight before
so you land at like
the final sort of thing.
6 in the morning.
So you're saying?
Yeah. Let us know when you want to do it, and we can play it.
That's cool.
Trouble is if they wake you up.
Yeah,
Have
yeah.
breakfast or what?
Just after
Beans and
sleep.
no.
There's only 5 hours, isn't there? Well, Brisbane, yeah.
My headset. Got my coffee that's lightning. I got so sunburnt yesterday, hey?
Did ya?
Yeah. I was like, got home, like, why is my neck hurt? I'm like, oh, can't.
Our cameraman may not be able to be.
Might not be our best friend.
I'll go and talk to him in a second.
Well, they'll be well photographed. They'll be well photographed in a minute.
Well, it's not exactly going to be.
No.
It's going to be one of them. And that's okay, unless they're kids in black and white. And then they're going to blend, from my perspective.
I think there's some words you need to be out there.
Okay, that's kind of.
Yeah, that's exactly the wrong place. Why would you need to shoot from there anyway? That's what you're supposed to try and shoot from.
They don't have to be that close, surely.
He doesn't want to be shooting across the line anyway, does he?
Well, if he goes that angle, he's going to hit the pole,
Yeah, exactly.
the stand.
I
You can't
think
do
he's
that.
moving anyway.
Don't shoot.
Barry takes priority.
Sorry?
Barry takes priority.
Yeah.
I just get,
Love everyone.
I get a shot of the camera going up. I'm only back to the camera anyway.
That's it? Right?
He's not living there anyway. No. I didn't think so. It's a dark place to try and shoot from.
Yeah.
He's not moving.
He is. Yeah, he's not. That's not his
He's
permit.
not living there. It's just.
Yeah, I might not have finished it, but
Oh, sorry.
we've got a little bit there.
Like, I think they'll.
Yeah,
No,
Rosie was cool.
no worries. It's nothing to do with you guys, is it? No, it's terrible. Get rid of it.
Is that Brad? Yep.
Oh, it says Matt on it, so.
Oh, okay.
I'll put it in here anyway.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the premiere day, day 2 of the 2019 WesTrac Bunbury Geographe gift. Thank you to our major sponsors, WesTrac, City of Bunbury and Pearson Tini and Sons. I'm Raf4. I'll be here with you throughout the day with Bradley Scott, and Bradley will be on the track, the Paralympic athlete, the local boy, bringing you all the highlights and all the insights from our athletes throughout the day. Our first event this morning will be the under 8 to under 10 Little Athletics boys 70 metres. We can see these young stars in the starters' hands as we speak. We're just waiting on a final start list for these events, and then we will call you out our field, and we'll do so throughout the day. So under 8 to under 10 70 metres boys and then girls. Then we'll go to the under 10 to under 15 800 metre events, and then we'll get started with some of our adult competitions. Guys, can I get a start list before every race, please? Can you print out enough copies for me to grab one?
And mine.
Yeah, legends. We can just print out one more.
So that should be Connor to Aiden, which you've got on that list.
Connor's on the inside.
Connor in lane 1,
So let's give you an introduction to our field. Kids, let's have a little bit of animation on the introductions. Please, from the Bunbury Athletics Club, give it up for Connor Schneiker. Next up, also from the Bunbury Little Athletics Club, Sebastian Murray. Next up, qualified in a time of 10.90, Logan Carr. One to watch comes with a qualifying time of 10.89, Tayan Fremantle. Next up, qualified in 10.92, Wyatt Bonner. The little dynamo. Look at him. He's set to go again. And last but not least, qualified in a time of 10.89, also from the Bunbury District's Little Athletics Club, in lane number 6, Aidan Steele. That's your field, ladies and gentlemen, in the boys' 70-metre Little Athletics Dash. They're in the starters' hands. Our first event of day 2. Often racing and a good start again from Wyatt Bonner, but he's chasing Aidan Steele, who's done a lot of great work early. Here comes Connor Schneiker late. Connor Schneiker pushing for the line. He's in a tight battle with Aidan Steele, who led from pillar to post. And the question will be, who got to the line first? We have confirmation that Aidan Steele has taken the victory, narrowly ahead of Connor Schneiker. Bradley Scott, how close was that one?
Aidan, where are you, mate? Congratulations. Great race. What a run. You did a big dive at the end there. What were you thinking? That's okay. When you're running a race like this, how good is it to be out here in front of a crowd like this today?
Good.
Well, Aidan, really good race, mate. Your last name's Steele, and that's for a reason, because you ran like Iron Man. It was a really good race. Congratulations once again, buddy. Well done, Aidan. Good work, buddy.
If you can just quickly grab Connor Schneiker as well, our back marker. He ran late and just
Connor,
narrowly
here, mate.
missed
Just
out on catching Aidan. What was his thoughts there, Brad?
What were you thinking, mate?
I don't know, I just didn't get there in time.
That's okay. You gave it your best shot, didn't you?
Yeah.
And when you're doing a race like this, when you're running with all your fellow athletes from Bunbury Little Athletics, Bunbury District's Little Athletics, how does that feel?
Yeah, good.
Just the same as a normal competition, or does this feel any different?
Same.
Well, mate, well done. Good work. And boys, great race. Great way to start the carnival. And do you have any other events coming up? Yes? No? Done? Well done, boys. Good work.
Thank you, Brad. Our winning time, 10.04. 10.04, so some great running from our winners there in the boys' 8 to 10 years 70-metre dash. We turn our attention back to the track, and next up will be the girls' 70-metre dash for Little Athletics also. We do have a little bit diverse representation in this field with Narrogin Little Athletics Club represented. Let's start on the inside, representing the Bunbury Little Athletics Club. A big round of applause for Karis Samoa. Just on your outside is Cooper Lily Evans, who qualified in a time of 10.91, our third fastest qualifier. Next, Layla McIver, who's also from the Bunbury Little Athletics Club. Good job, Layla. Michaela Reid is next, our fastest qualifier with her 10.73, one to watch. Then from the Narrogin Little Athletics Club, Jasmine Cronin. And last but not least, Addison Tanner, also from the Bunbury Athletics Club, will be our front marker. That's your field in the under 8 to under 10 female 70-metre final. In the starters' hands. A great start it was from Michaela Reid. I noticed her get out beautifully and she stormed to the front. So Michaela Reid, a great start. She's holding off a late finish from Addison Tanner and also Jasmine Cronin. But Michaela Reid in lane number 4 looked to be our winner. 10.02. So the girls shading the boys by 2 100ths. Bradley Scott, she got an absolute rocket start, did Michaela Reid. And let's grab her now to get her thoughts with Brad Scott on the inside.
Michaela, great race. You were here yesterday. You put in a great performance yesterday and you did the exact same today. Was it any different from yesterday? Did this race feel any different to one that you ran yesterday?
Yes.
And how did it feel? Did it feel good?
Yes.
Did you just think, I just want to run fast?
Yes.
Well, you did that. You did that very well. And girls, just quickly, did you have fun today?
Yes. 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 Yes.
Oh, resounding yeses all round. Girls, well done. And Michaela, great race there, mate.
I think ideally if you can clarify that.
With who? Who's our clarification person?
Yeah, if you can just, because I'm live on stream, so I don't want to be. Yeah, you can find out. Let us know. So who will be in charge of that? Make sure it's Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get straight underway with our presentations. First of all, for the boys' 70-metre dash. And Brad Scott will be down there to help present these awards to these young stars, many of whom he knows through his great work in the region. So first up, in the boys under 8 to under 10 70-metre dash, third place today went to Sebastian Murray in a time of 10.28. In second place in a time of 10.08, a great run from our back marker, Connor Schneiker. And in first place in a time of 10.04, Aidan Steele. In fourth, fifth and sixth, Wyatt Bonner, Logan Carr and Tayan Fremantle. There's our podium finishers. Aidan Steele, our winner, our front marker, narrowly ahead of our back marker, Connor Schneiker, and then Sebastian Murray in third. A trifecta for the Bunbury District's Little Athletics Club. First of many sashes, no doubt, for young Aidan Steele. A great run, very poised under pressure. Bradley Scott, your thoughts there? He is very calm and composed under pressure, wasn't he, the young man?
He was. It was one of those races where you could see it unfolding, and he just held his nerve and continued to go and did that nice big dip on the line, but unfortunately lost his balance, but still collected the top prize. Okay, well done to those boys. And thank you to Intersport Bunbury for their great sponsorship and support of all our little athletics events here today. Give the boys one more round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for their great work out there on course. And also a special mention to all their coaches and supporters at the Bunbury Little Athletics Club. Moving along to our female top three finishers from Narrogin in a time of 10.19. Jasmine Cronin. Second in a time of 10.17 from the Bunbury Little Athletics Club, Addison Tanner. And our winner, a great start, fastest time of all our under 8 to under 10 competitors from the Bunbury District's Little Athletics Club, Michaela Reid in a time of 10.02, is your winner of the girls 70-metre dash here at the 2019 WesTrac Bunbury Geographe gift. Special mention to our 4th, 5th and 6th place getters, also all from the Bunbury District's Little Athletics Club. Cooper Lily Evans, Kara Samoa and Layla MacGyver.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, next up on the track, we move straight across to the 800 metres for under 10 to under 15 competitors. So the 800 metres for under 10 to under 15s. Our first really big circular event of the meet, and we've got some big ones today. We have the mile event, of course, $5,000 on the post for both men and women here today. And we're looking forward to that one, featuring the lights of Ryan Gregson, the Australian record holder in the metric mile, and of course also Matt Ramsden, the Rockingham Rocket, only an hour away from here in Bunbury where we are today. The boy was born and bred. In the women's side, Dr. Bernadette Williams, a real star of the show in the women's middle distance running in Western Australia. She was also second place at the recent Sydney Track Classic. She had a bit of experience here last year where maybe she was a bit reactive to the gun and a little bit sort of reactive to her handicap and tried to do a little bit too much too early. She'll be more wise for that experience this year and be a real genuine threat to watch. But first of all, this underage little athletics, 800 metres. Let's start with your field. We have Johan Schultz from the Bunbury District's Little Athletics Club. Samuel Brennan wearing number 254 from the University of WA, making the big trip from Perth. Joe Quirk from the Ridgewood Little Athletics Club. Sean Tubbs-Forsey, he's been here last year. He's back again, the Rockingham Rocket. He is a former state champion in this distance with little athletics. Tyler Lindberg, Xavier Wickens, Ziggy Fremantle, Lucas Andrews, and Beau Fremantle. That's your field, ladies and gentlemen, in the boys under 10 to under 15, 800 metre little athletics final. And you can see the boys just being put in their final positions by our Athletics WA officials who do such a fantastic job here throughout the weekend. See Chris Trude over there, one of our officials, a former Australian representative in the event of the 400 metres, just keeping a watchful eye over proceedings. And we are off and racing in the boys 800 metres event, and way out in front, our front marker. So our early leader from the Bunbury Little Athletics Club has stolen a march, and he's got a full head of steam up. He's running like he stole something. Number 1423 is our early leader. And a little bit further back, we can see Xavier Wickens next through the line. A little bit further back to Sean Tubbs-Forsey, and also from the UWA Athletics Club, Sam Brennan starting to make up some ground. And our early leader, he went out a little bit too sharp, and he's paying the price down the back stretch. And our front marker starting to now show the toil of his efforts out in front. As further back, we can see Xavier Wickens closing fast. And the more experienced campaigners like Samuel Brennan from the UWA Athletics Club starting to time their run beautifully as well. Beau Fremantle, one to watch at the back as well. He's starting to make up ground at a rate of knots.
This is when the legs are starting to get really heavy in this race now.
So, Brad, call them in. It's a Bunbury Little Athletics Club finale, and these are some of your local stars. Call them in.
We got Fremantle coming through. Is he going to hold on? He's looking over his shoulder. Is there too much work to do? He's got the kick. And the under-15s athlete has taken the top prize. Fremantle in second. We've got Tyler Lindbergh from Bunbury Athletics in fourth place as well. And Johan Schultz from the back did a great race.
Let's get behind
And
our
we
final
go.
competitor,
Come on,
ladies and
all the way.
gentlemen.
Well done, Ziggy.
So what do we make of that, Bradley Scott? We had a real tight finish there. Our front marker perhaps just a little bit overawed by the occasion of having such a strong front mark. Went out a little bit quick, and in the end just didn't have quite the legs to hold off the fast finisher.
Well, when you have a race like an 800, it's always very difficult to work out how you are going to pace the race. And we had young Fremantle out the front. He did a great job early, held off his advantage, and then from there, it just became a little bit too long, and the lactic started pumping through the legs. The lungs started to burn. He did a great job still to finish second. But as you can see, all these athletes right now are feeling it because it is such a grueling event.
Okay, as we let the young man just attend to his injury, and he shakes hands with his fellow competitors. Well done to all those young men. Johan Schultz, Sam Brennan, Joe Quirk, Sean Tubbs-Forsey, Tyler Lindbergh, Xavier Wickens, Ziggy Fremantle, Lucas Andrews, and Beau Fremantle. Paul, if we can have you up at the commentary area, Paul. If we can get you up here just to assist us, Paul, with the results for these young athletes. Identification of the athletes in the Little Athletics competition. And next up, we will have our under 10 to under 15 girls 800 metre event. And it will feature a stack field from around the state. We have Jada Barnes from the Southern Districts Little Athletics Club, Annabelle Behan, who represents Bunbury, Anna Ferreira, her brother Tom, very active throughout the day, is representing Kingsway, Ava Cuff-Hodges from Coburn, Shani Chappell from Rockingham, unattached runner Cara Monterosa. We also have Ella Matthews from Coburn, Georgia Hendon from Bunbury Districts, and last but not least, Alexandra Griffin, who is from the Southern Districts Athletics Club. Great field of 9 young under 11 to under 15 females, and these young girls will be running over the 2-lap distance. Bradley, it really is a challenge, as you said, to time the event. And as we look down the back stretch, we can spot the boss, Joshua Ross, one to watch today, mate, the 10-11 man, and he is one of the fastest looking men on the track today, isn't he?
Yes, most certainly he is. Those would know that no athletics know Josh Ross's pedigree in terms of how he's come through, even pro running as well as track running. We've seen him win multiple stall gifts, and it's great to see him down here for the Bunbury Geographe gift.
Well, we're in the starters' hands for the next event, the women's 800 metre Little Athletics event about to get underway. We are in the starters' hands. And we are off and racing in this event. Next up on the track, which is our women's little athletics 800 metres. And we can see the Southern District's competitor charging from the rear is Jada Barnes. 8 competitors in the end, 1 late scratching from this little athletics event. We can see a full field of young girls representing clubs and little athletics groups across Western Australia. Great to see such a diverse representation of these aspiring young athletes. Great to have them as part of the 2019 WesTrac Bunbury Geographe gift. Of course, all our junior events today proudly supported by Intersport Bunbury, who do an incredible job, as we see Anna Ferreira from the Kingsway Athletics Club just surging to the head of the field, and chasing her from the Coburn Little Athletics Club is Ella Matthews. And we want to see Georgia Hendon from the Bunbury Little Athletics Club a little further back. Could also see Cara Monterosa just being rounded now by the Bunbury competitor Annabelle Behan, who looks very, very efficient and smooth. She's being chased also by Jada Barnes. So here we go. As we head back down the back stretch, we can see that the Ferreira family, who will be well represented throughout the weekend, coached, of course, by the great Susie Graves, whose son Luke Graves had such a magnificent track and field season this year. In his first year of open competition, he won the state gold medal in the steeplechase, 8:59. He ran a 14:27 5,000 for the silver and a 3:52 1,500 for the silver as well. He was also the 2018 Australian 3,000 metre champion in his final race as a junior. So turning our attention back to the track, Ferreira now facing some competition, and it's coming in the name of Ella Matthews from the Coburn Little Athletics Club. But Ferreira finding a little bit more. Bradley Scott, I'll let you call in Ferreira and also her pursuer, Ella Matthews from the Coburn Little Athletics Club.
Yes, Anna Ferreira doing a great job here. Found a little bit of a kick at the end. Georgia Hendon from the Bunbury District's Little Athletics is closing in on third as well. Done a great job from down near the back. But it is Anna Ferreira. Finish off nice and strong all the way through to the line. Absolutely great job. And Georgia finishing very strongly there with a fellow back marker in Alexandra Griffin. Really good job, girls.
Great job. Coburn athletes, very prominent. Ava Cuff Hodges as well. And then a little bit further back to Cara Monterosa. Such a close field. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our little athletics boys and girls. We'll see some of them back again later on today in the 100 metres for little athletics. And they did a fantastic job out there in our first really long circular events of the carnival. Over to you, Bradley Scott.
Anna, great race. How did that one feel?
Hard.
When you're running an event like an 800, and it is a handicapped event like this, you know there'll potentially be girls chasing you down. What's going through your mind?
Just get to the end as fast as I can.
And you did that. You did a great job. Tell us, for those that don't know what it's like running an 800, how does the body feel? Does it just hurt the whole way, or is it halfway? Is it towards the end?
Usually for me, it's just before the last 200. Then it starts hurting.
And is that what happened today?
Yeah.
Well, Anna, great job. You finished so strongly and well deserved, and enjoy a good recovery.
Thanks.
Thank you, Bradley Scott, and congratulations there to our winner, and we'll get her on the podium in just a few moments. That's Anna Ferreira from the Kingsway Little Athletics Club, one of the most prominent little athletics clubs, of course, in Western Australia. A great amount of community volunteers there at all these athletics clubs, helping to get these young stars involved in the great sport of athletics. Thank you to all the officials and all the supporters, especially from the Bunbury Little Athletics Club, led by Paul and the team, for their great work in bringing these junior events to the event today. We'll get those presentations underway in just a few moments, but coming up is the mixed 100 metres Masters Dash. We have that coming up very shortly, and that will feature our start list, which consists of Adrian McKenzie in lane 1, Glenn Ross in 2, Kenny Telfer in 3, Colin Smith, who was so prominent in 3rd in the 70 metres open event yesterday, in 4. Greg Bennett will run from 5, and Martin Campbell will run from 6. we must say a huge thank you to the Malatesta Road Paving and Hot Mix Group. They are the major sponsor of the Masters 100-metre final here today. That final will see us giving away $500 to the winner, $250 for second, $150 for third, $100 for fourth, and $50 for both fifth and sixth place finishes. Let's get our girls across to the podium. Our boys, we're just waiting on Xavier Wickens to get a little bit of medical attention. As we see, as we always see here in Bunbury, some football stars, the Panizza family well represented as always. And the football heritage runs deep here in Bunbury, as we saw in yesterday's football finals. Bradley Scott, great day yesterday, wasn't it, the pole vault? And of course also the football sprint. Nice additions to our schedule this year.
Yeah, Raf, the competition has been great so far. Yesterday, as you said, with new addition to the pole vault and the football race, it really engaged with the community much more. I think being such a football town, but also the fact that we were able to have a pole vault competition here in Bunbury to really showcase how high these athletes fly was absolutely amazing.
Well, it's one of the only real world-class programs we have in Western Australia. Obviously, the hockey that the WASTE program runs, the Australian hockey program, is largely based in Perth. The pole vault, probably the next best great program with such a precedent for success, the likes of Paul Burgess, Dmitry Markov, and of course our female pole vaulters who are world-class in their own right.
And you can't forget Steve Hooker.
We'll stake Steve Hooker from Victoria. Yep, we did all the good work here to train him up with the great coaching team here at WASTE. But before we get to those presentations, we're going to go straight to this 100 metres final for our Masters competitors over the 100. So starting off in lane 1, can we please give a warm welcome to Adrian McKenzie. Next up in lane 2, Glenn Ross. In lane 3 will be Ken Telfer. He'll be running off 7.5 metres. Colin Smith, who was third yesterday in the open 70 metres in the yellow sash, will run off 8 metres. Greg Brennan will also run off 8 metres after qualifying in 11.98 yesterday. And last but not least, a big round of applause for the black sash of Martin Campbell, who will also run from 8 metres in lane 6. That's your field, ladies and gentlemen, for, as we mentioned, the Malatesta Road Paving and Hot Mix Masters male and female 100 metres. So watch for Smith early, and then Ross and McKenzie, our back marker, late. And he's got away beautifully, has Colin Smith. He's clear of the field at halfway. But here comes McKenzie, and here comes Ross. It's going to be Colin Smith from Glenn Ross. And then in the middle, a flashing finish from Kenny Telfer, and Adrian McKenzie will let the officials break that one up. But Colin Smith, how's that? Bradley Scott, he did it yesterday in the 70. He had a blistering start. And today he held his nerve to take the victory, and one for the annals from Colin Smith.
That was a great effort. We had Glenn Ross, who we know from last year had such a great carnival, coming home so fast and just wasn't able to get there in the end. Mate, so take us through that. You were already here yesterday. You did so well on the 70, but that little bit extra distance, did it help those legs?
No, they didn't. I'm stuffed. Yesterday was too much, so I don't know how I'm going to do a 400 later on.
But now you've taken the chockies in the 100, mate. Does the 400 even matter anymore because you've got the win?
Yeah, well, maybe I've used it as practice for to run in 3 weeks in Poland for the World Masters indoors, so...
Oh, mate, it's a great prequel to that. What does it mean to be able to come out here and showcase your skills in front of a crowd like this down in the southwest town of Bunbury?
From an Albany boy, yeah, I've been pretty good, so I'm stuffed.
Well, mate, enjoy the recovery and well done and good luck in the 400.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll just take a brief respite while we get these athletes ready, and we might take a quick opportunity to ensure that all of our under 800 metre competitors and the Masters 100 metre competitors stay very close to the finish. We'll go through all 4 presentations immediately following this mixed 100 metre dash for the under 20s. So please, all podium finishers in the 800 metre events for little athletics and also the 100 metres there for the Masters, please stay very close to the finish area. Our presentations will go immediately after the completion of this event, and we will flow through all 4 of those one after the other. Okay, folks, Bunbury Toyota. I'm sure a lot of local residents over the years have got themselves a car from Bunbury Toyota, and that local community that supports Bunbury Toyota gets it in return from the team at Bunbury Toyota through sponsorship of events like this. In the end, our winning time, 11.73 for Colin Smith. Glenn Ross, 11.82. Kenny Telford did get the shade of 11.84 over the top of Greg Bennett and also Martin Campbell and Adrian McKenzie last of all, but the whole field separated by 0.18 of a second. As we see these young guns in the finishers, in the starters' hands down at the far end of the track, we are going to give you your field straight away for this under 20 mixed 100 metre dash. We'll start off with our front marker in lane 6. Can we have a big round of applause in the green sash to Tiana Merritt. Next up is Sian O'Sullivan. Next up, Fraser Brown. Number 223, Thomas Parker. Number 141, one of the stars of the show yesterday. Give it up for Cooper Anderton. And last but not least, our back marker and the winner last year looking to defend his title. A big round of applause for Joshua Jones. Here we go, folks. You are with Rafbor. I'm here with Bradley Scott at the 2019 WesTrac Bunbury Geographe gift for the Toyota Bunbury under 20 100. So Tiana Merritt with a 14.5 litre lead, and she's given away a little bit of it early to Sian O'Sullivan. And as they come late, he's working hard, but Cooper Anderton holding off Josh Jones. As they come to the line, the black sash of Tiana Merritt. The front markers are having a field day early at the 2019 WesTrac Bunbury Geographe gift. Very tight late, but Sian O'Sullivan, Cooper Anderton and Josh Jones. I think that prevailing tailwind is just favouring our front markers a little. If that wind turns around, I think we'll see our back markers show a bit more later in the day. But for the moment, all credit to our winner in the black sash, Tiana Merritt, and we'll get Bradley Scott to grab her in a moment when she has processed that result. And she was so dominant yesterday, wasn't she, Bradley? She's done it again.
Has she lost a race yet?
I don't think she has. She's got 4 from 4 from my reckoning. And Tiana Merritt, there's something magic in the water for her this weekend. And she's taken her first victory there. And Brad Scott, our special commentator, is in there with her now.
Tiana, again, you just can't lose. How do you keep this winning form going?
I lost to 70 yesterday.
Well, the way I've seen it is you're winning everything you're in. You showed that again today in the 100. How do you get those legs moving so fast?
Lots of training.
Take us through, what sort of training do you do?
Mostly speed endurance for 400s. And I think it helps in the shorter ones as well.
Well, the 70, the 100, you're doing the 400 as well. And what can we expect in the 400 today?
Hopefully good results.
I have no doubt watching your form over this carnival so far. Well, Tiana, congratulations again and enjoy it, and then get ready for the 400.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that tailwind favouring our front markers early on day 2 of the 2019 WesTrac Bunbury Geographe gift. Let's get through to our presentations. We're going to start with the girls 800 metres. The girls 800 metres, little athletics. Let's get all those girls to the podium. And starting off in 3rd place, a big round of applause for Georgia Hendon, representing the Bunbury District's Little Athletics Club in a time of 2:34.12. In 2nd place from the Coburn Little Athletics Club in a time of 2:31.25, Ava Cuff Hodges. And she stole a march in the middle stages and then rallied late to hold off the flurrying finish of Cuff Hodges. A big round of applause from the Kingsway Athletics Club for Anna Ferreira, our winner of the under 11 to under 15 girls 800 metres here. Thank you, of course, to Intersport Bunbury, our major sponsor of all the junior events. They do a lot of great work. They had the activewear exhibition yesterday. They sponsor a lot of athletes here in Bunbury, and they have got the Intersport Bunbury stall on the opposite side of the track, adjacent to the ice cream machine. So head over there and check out what they have to offer. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our podium finishers in the Little Athletics Girls 800 metres. Some stars of the future, some future Lindsay Trudes on the track. As we turn our attention now to the boys, and our winner just had a little bit of medical attention. We hope he's now recovered from the hard work of his endeavours to get the victory. So let's start with 3rd place from the University of Western Australia in a time of 10:11.91. Can we please give it up for Samuel Brennan? Here he comes, still running. Good boy, Sammy. In 2nd place from the Bunbury Little Athletics Club, Beau Fremantle. Boys, let's get those wheels spinning, please. We have a meet to run. Thank you, Sam. Get up on that podium, son. 3rd place. And our winner from the Bunbury Districts Athletics Club in a time of 10:07.78. Please give it up for Xavier Wickens. 2.07. That's all right. Keep going. I said 2, didn't I? I wasn't listening either. Keep going. You've got to realise we're live. You just keep going.
Just keep going.
Yeah.
And you can pretend. I'm sure I said that.
I'm pretty sure I said 2 anyway. Well done to Xavier, Beau and Samuel. And we move along now to the Masters 100 metre dash. And a very tight finish in this category here today. In the final, in this race, the 6 finishers were separated by 18/100ths of a second in a very, very tight finish. 3rd place in the end in a time of 11.84. Big round of applause for Ken Telfer. In 2nd place, a man who's been so prolific here at the gift both last year and around Australia. A time of 11.82 for last year's winner. He took 2nd this year, Glenn Ross. And last but not least, he was 3rd yesterday in the 70 metres open, and today he had a blistering start in the Masters 100. And that was enough for him to get the lead he needed to take the victory in a time of 11.72. Your winner of the Masters 100 metres is Colin Smith. A few jokes, Colin, that now that you've won and with that front mark position, you're finally taller than everyone. You reckon, in 3rd place reckons he still got him too there. He's not happy. He still thinks, Ken, next year, we'll have to have you back to go again next year, Kenny, get on that top step. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Some great talent and some great performance from our Masters men's 100 metres.
And we can't forget our sponsor for that event, the 100 metres Masters race, Malatesta.
Yes, all your road paving and hot mix needs, please reach out to the local sponsors, Malatesta Road Paving. Similarly, when it's time for your next car, it's time to look at Bunbury Toyota. Okay, in the mixed under 20 dash over 100 metres, in third place in a time of 11.20, Cooper Anderton. Oh, pardon, I apologise. We've had an adjustment to the results. The same finishing time, third place in the photo finish, I apologise, Cooper, has been awarded to Sean O'Sullivan in the same time of 11.20, less than 1/100th of a second separating third place. And in the end, Sean O'Sullivan got the nod from our photo finish by the narrowest of margins. In second place in a time of 11.17 was Fraser Brown. And your winner, 4 from 4 through heats and finals over the last 2 days in an absolute demonstration of her class. She takes out the Bunbury Toyota under 20 100 metre final. Round of applause, Tiana Merritt. A reminder, all our athletes, please, immediately after your race, we want you to collect all your prize money immediately after the race. Colin, come in and collect your bounty. Okay, come in and collect your bounty. Mate, you've already got 100 girls hanging around you now, mate. That's what happens when you're a winner. Look at him. Already weaving his magic. He hasn't even got the checkbook out yet. But everyone, if you've got prize money, please go and get the funds immediately from the Runners Club directly behind us. We do want to keep the administration functions moving at the back end of proceedings as well. As we turn our attention back to the track, the show continues here. And next up on the track, we have heat number 1 of the showcase feature event, the big prize money event of the carnival. Last year, Evan Jarvis was our winner. This year, some new threats across our 10 preliminary heats. Let's start with heat number 1. In lane number 5 will be Adam Moore. Lane number 2, Bernard Bollum. Welcome back, Bernard. Lane number 3 is Dylan Panizza. Lane number 4, Jarrett Smith. And lane number 1, straight back to the starter's position, as he seems to do all weekend here, Joshua Jones rounds out the field. They're your 5 starters in heat number 1 of what will be 10 preliminaries. Now, first and second in each heat will go through to the final, so very important for positions, semi-final, and only the next 4 fastest times from 10 heats. So automatic essential for these athletes to guarantee a place. And away quickly, and here comes Panizza, the local boy. He's out in front in the middle lane, and he's being pursued by Adam Moore and Joshua Jones. But for the moment, it's Daryl Panizza, the local boy Panizza. I think Jones was the next automatic qualifier, but Moore may have questions regarding that. We'll wait to see what our officials say. There is no doubting, though. Dylan Panizza, the local boy. Bradley Scott, over to you.
He's been sick for the last few days, didn't compete yesterday because he was sick, still emceed the pole vault event, but was able to put on a performance like that. Shows he's still in great shape. A man who's been such a big part of this event, who's now shown us already in the first heat what he's able to achieve. We'll grab him in a second to have a quick chat.
So who is the second place guy? What colour? Green. So Moore, Adam Moore. Okay, so confirmation has come through. Dylan Panizza and Adam Moore Our automatic qualifiers will await news for Joshua Jones, Jarrett Smith and Bernard Bollum if they're able to come through as a non-automatic. Over to you, Bradley Scott.
Dylan, mate, you've been crook. Tell us what's been happening over the last few days.
Oh, I couldn't even tell you. It's just running around making sure everything's going all right, but everything's come together fantastically. So, yeah, just happy to be running now.
You've been such a big part of this gift, mate, making sure everything's going on. And again, for that pole vault meet last night, you were the MC. It was absolutely amazing. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I reckon the energy and everything that event produced last night helped you out today.
Oh, I did. I tell you, I didn't feel sick when I was doing it. It was, yeah, definitely feeding off everyone's energy, but no, I was pretty sore when I woke up today.
But now, mate, you've done the 120. You've showed us what you've got. You blitzed it from the start and you just held it all the way through. Can we expect any more leading up through the rest of the carnival?
I reckon I'll be in town smashing coffees between now and my semi and see what we've got.
Well, mate, recover well. Well done again, and thanks again for everything, Dylan.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. Yeah.
Thank you to Brad, and congratulations, Dylan. And we've had a scratching in the next heat for Greg Brennan. So in your next heat, we can see, first of all, lane number 4, Thomas Parker in the yellow sash. Next up, one to watch, great pure young sprinter, Christopher Giordis runs in blue. In white is Taylor Sharp, and our back marker is Kian Paget, who will run in the red sash. So that's our field in the next event of the men's 120 metres, the second of 10 heats about to get underway. And they got away beautifully, but perhaps best of all was Christopher Giordis in the blue, but he's being challenged now by Taylor Sharp, and it is a race in two at halfway. Coming late is our back marker, Kian Paget, and in the end it's white from red and blue. And that means that Taylor Sharp and Kian Paget will be automatic qualifiers, and Christopher Giordis will be sweating on the results of the next 10 heats. Very tight, but our back markers just starting to showcase their speed over those closing metres in the first two heats.
Taylor Sharp's just run a 150-metre race, so we've just got to wait for him to get back over here. Great effort by Taylor there. What a brilliant run, mate. While you're still walking over here, did you feel like you had that the whole way through?
Oh, yeah, it felt all right, I guess. Came through a bit at the end, but they were closing up on me, so had to push through a bit at the end.
And when you're pushing through at the end like that, you know that there are people coming through. Do you just hold your composure, or is it one of those things where you just hope that they do not catch you?
Oh, you hold your composure a bit and back your speed a bit.
Because a lot of athletes you'll see tighten up on those stages. How hard is it to stay relaxed?
It's pretty hard. A lot of race experience to keep it composed at the end.
And with your race experience, do you think that's going to help you out for the rest of this, going through to the semis and then hopefully through to the final?
Hopefully we'll go back and relax and prepare for the semis.
Good man, I'll do exactly that, and we'll see you later.
Cheers.
Congratulations there, Taylor Sharp and Kian Paget. Up, we have the man that we can't get enough of, Sasha, the Z-man, Zoya. And what can we say about this man, Bradley Scott?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't he recently over in France, and did he not only equal the world record for the 60-metre hurdles for his age group, but also broke the French record in the pole vault?
Yep, he also broke the French record in the hurdle, so he's a star of the show. Is Sasha Zoya. Last night he jumped 5:30 here. He also, of course, is a 10.6 100-metre runner, a former winner of both the 70 and the gift at the Bay Sheffield gift. He's the highlight reel, is Sasha Zoya, and he rarely disappoints. Let's turn our attention to the rest of the field, however, and let's first introduce in lane number 6, Adam Hall, who runs in the black of our front marker. Evan Boone is in the green. Jacob Knock, who was so strong yesterday, he was one who really showed some strength, so good positioning for him. He wears the yellow. In the blue, Andrew Boyle. Last year, this man so quick out the blocks. Bryce Teo, he didn't quite have the strength on this track in the late stages last year. He may have addressed that at home in the build-up to this year's event, but certainly a blistering start will keep everybody on their toes. And then the man we discussed is our back marker, the one and only Sasha Zoya, 16 years of age, a young man with a very, very bright future. That's your field in heat number 3 of 10 here at the WesTrac Bunbury Geographe Gift. And of course, we are talking about the men's 120 metres, the highlight event of the carnival. And a great start again from Bryce Teo, but also Andrew Boyle. And our front markers, the best of them is Jacob Knock. But here comes Sasha Zoya. And the bullet comes through Sasha Zoya. There you see what all the hype is about, ladies and gentlemen. Bryce Teo was next. We talked to Paul Burgess last night. I said, how good can the kid be? He goes, well, I've trained with world record holders, and I reckon there's a chance he's that good. Let's hear from him when you have a moment. Of course, Sasha Zoya in the red sash, showcasing his rare athletic ability. Zimbabwean father, French mother, a unique combination of genetic performance in Sasha Zoya. You're with him now, Bradley Scott.
Well, Sasha, you competed in the pole vault last night. I was speaking to you after that event. You said, look, I'm tired. I don't know how I'm going to go tomorrow. You're off scratch today. And it was really that last 30 metres when it came into your own.
Yeah, so running off stretch, 120 metres, doing the full race. Coming already from doing an indoor season where you're stopping after 60 metres, so putting that extra distance is hard. It's hard right now, but yeah, with being tired from yesterday and from the fly, you know, doing as best as I can, and hopefully I can have a good hit out in the semi-final.
If that's the best you can do, mate, I can't wait to see what's going to happen in the semis. How are the hammies feeling after running, what is that, about 4 or 5 pole vault run-ups?
Yeah, not just the hammies, just the whole body, including the mind. Just everything's weakening up, so gonna go in the tent, get a massage from the coach, rest up a little bit before the semis.
And lastly, you were here last year. Unfortunately, you were injured. You weren't able to partake. How does it feel being back down here into Bunbury for the second Bunbury Geographe Gift?
Oh, it's awesome. You know, last year I was on the other side talking about the athletes with Raph Bull, who's commentating right now. Now it's good to be running it, getting talked about. So that's a bit of a change for this one. But yeah, Bunbury Geographe Gifts is always amazing. The crowd's looking good. It's looking big. So if the crowd's good, the crowd's happy, makes the athletes happy, and it makes them run faster.
And yesterday at the pole vault, your socks were the star of the show. Where are the socks today?
Yeah, look, hygiene's a big thing. So can't wear 2 same socks in the same day. They're a bit dirty, a bit sweaty. So no socks today, unfortunately. But stay tuned because I'll be having some funky socks in the near future.
Thank you very much, Sash.
Cheers, cheers.
Alrighty, the Sasha Zoya show underway. Of course, if you need a massage, all our athletes have free physiotherapy service. That's free physio service for athletes from the outstanding team, Sean and the team at Kumbana Physio. Of course, our VIP guests getting Willowbridge wines, Bunbury Farmers Market produce, and obviously the growers around Bunbury, the world-class growers that they are putting on some fantastic produce for Your Turn Events, who are our major major sponsor caterers for this event. Bryce Teo showed some good form. I think Bryce was our second qualifier there from that heat. He's automatic through to the semis as well. Let's turn our attention now to heat number 4. Our front marker in black will be Matthew Consolis. Benedict Bolam will be our next. We then have Kevin Britton, Zing Fan, Joshua Wigmore, and our back marker, an Australian representative, ladies and gentlemen, at the World Junior Championships, a winner of the Bay Sheffield relaxed speed at its best, Harrison Hunt, second yesterday in the 70. Let's see what he can do today over the 120. Bradley Scott, he was very impressive and we've just got 2 minutes because we're running on a 5-minute schedule. He was very impressive. He's just got shaded by his stablemate, but certainly one to watch over the 120 given his precedent of winning at the Bay Sheffield.
Well, we could see yesterday the form that he's in. We know he's fast. The good thing about 120 for most of these athletes that did so well over the 70 is you do have that extra 50 metres to put it on show and to really continue that momentum. So it'll be great to see how he holds on to form. He has to definitely be the one to watch, I think, in this race.
Thank you, Bradley Scott. On RAF 4, you are here at the 2019 WesTrac Bunbury Geographe Gift. Heat number 4 about to get underway. 2 automatic qualifiers for each heat through to the semi-finals, and then the next 4 fastest across the heats from the non-automatics. Of our front markers, Matthew Consolis got away best. He's still in the lead at halfway. He's being challenged by Kevin Britton. And it's Kevin Britton who looks to me to be streeting clear of the fields. Coming late is Harrison Hunt, as we expected. Britton from Hunt. Consolis was next. Then the blue sash. Further back, we had Fan, Wigmore, and Bollum. But Britton, very impressive. He was very strong in the middle stages and held the late surge of Harrison Hunt at bay. Bradley Scott, what do we make of that?
Well, it was a great finish to that race. Obviously, Harrison Hunt is coming through. But to be honest, I think both Kevin Britton and Harrison Hunt probably had a little bit left in the tank in that one, saving it for the semis. Kevin, mate, how are you feeling?
Yeah, good. It's good to get that out of the way. You never know in the heats how you're actually going, so it's good to blow the cobwebs out a bit as well.
And with the 120, is that your preferred event?
I'm generally, the longer the event, the worse I get. So I'm actually better at the 70 than the 120. So this tailwind's actually good. Hopefully it holds the back markers off later in the day.
And where are you based, Kevin? Tell us a little bit about your training, where you're from, and how you got your way down here.
I'm originally from Geelong, so I live in Melbourne now. So lucky I had some family and I was able to come see him yesterday. That's sort of why I'm here today, having a run as well.
So how did you hear about the event?
I just found out about it last year. Saw it at the end of April. Finished running by then, so I said I'd definitely got to go over, have a look.
And obviously you said you have family here. How does it feel to be down here, not only to see your family, but just to be in the southwest of WA?
Good. I haven't been to WA for over 20 years, so now I've got an excuse to come each year.
Well, Kevin, mate, good luck. Good luck in the semis, and keep up the good work, eh?
Oh, thanks, mate. Cheers.
A few comments over here. Kevin, you don't even look 20, mate. The young, youthful exuberance and the skin, mate, holding you in good stead. So congratulations there to our winner. He will go through to the semi-finals alongside Harrison Hunt. Next up, we have a great field once again for heat number 5. The stars just keep on coming, and some of these names, big names in the history of Australian gift running, not just here in Bunbury, but on the national scene. So late scratchings have come through Bradley Scott, and they are Ken Telfer and Tim Escherbach, are both scratched from the field. So our front marker, that being the case, will be Jesse Cordoma, and Jesse will be running in green. Ryan Camille, who was so impressive last year, Ryan Camille, if you can remember that, Bradley Scott will run in yellow. Next, we'll have Adrian Pelzer, who was very impressive yesterday. And last but not least, Australian champion on the track, a multiple winner of the Stall Gift. Please give it up, ladies and gentlemen, his first time in Bunbury for Josh the Boss Ross. We are in the starter's hands. Watch for the powerful and imposing figure of Joshua Ross in red. When he gets up to full steam, looks like a rugby winger. He is a big, powerful unit. And looking forward to seeing him with that tailwind get to full flight. Bradley Scott.
He's one of those athletes that you've got to be here to witness because he's just a powerhouse. We've seen him on the athletic scene for almost 2 decades now that I think about it. Josh has been one of those athletes I've always looked up to, and I am so excited to see what this race, how it unfolds.
Cordoma, Camille and Pels will be having nightmares about Josh Ross, who'll come at him late. Out in front, though, it's Cordoma who looks the best early, and here comes Joshua Ross late to try to get around Camille. And he's going to have his work cut out to do so. It was Cordoma, Camille, and Ross of mine. A little bit further back to Adrian Pelzer. And Camille held his form, held his composure under pressure. And Cordoma was never really tested, it must be said. He was very impressive. Our winner there, Jesse Cordoma. And in a few moments, we'll get Bradley Scott to have a chat with him. And also perhaps Josh Ross as well to get his thoughts as well, Bradley.
Oh, obviously, Josh, it'll be great to have you over here in a second too, mate, once you get that bib off. But Jesse, take us through that one, mate. Obviously, knowing you've got someone like Josh Ross's calibre coming from behind, what's going through your mind?
I guess I'm sort of used to it from training because Harrison Hunt is my training partner, so used to him catching me. But you just got to keep your composure and then just keep pushing to the line, yeah.
Well, you did exactly that. How much more do you have in the tank for the semi-final and then hopefully the final?
I'm not sure. I guess I'll just try my best, yeah. Maybe a little bit more, but it's going to be hard to tell with this the direction of this wind, you know. If it turns into a headwind, it might be a bit more of a struggle for me.
Well, that's where the power and I guess that strength really comes out in the runners. From what we've seen then, obviously you have that too, and your stable's doing pretty well here so far. How good would it be to get a 1, 2, 3 potentially in the final?
That would be the dream. That would be fantastic. Yeah, obviously John Evans had a great 70-metre win yesterday, so super stoked for him. And yeah, let's continue the streak.
Well, Jesse, mate, congratulations and well done.
Thank you.
And Josh, if we could grab you for a second, please, mate. You've done an absolutely brilliant job over so long in athletics here in Australia. How does it feel coming down here to Bunbury to take part in the Bunbury Geographe gift?
Feels amazing. I'm based in Perth now, so you know I'm loving this state and loving training here and being based here. And great carnival, great spot where the beach is, and loving my athletics and loving competing.
And that's been evident over so long. How do you stay so fit? How do you stay so strong?
It's a mixture of success and passion. The more you succeed, the more passionate you get about your sport. So passion is what keeps you in the game, like anything in life.
And how much more are we going to see from Josh Ross during this carnival?
A lot more. That's Jesse's third win on me, so I've got to get one back on him.
Oh, Josh, thank you so much for being a part of this carnival, mate, and good luck for it. Hopefully you maybe in the back markers too.
Appreciate that, thank you.
Congratulations there to both those competitors. Of course, it must augur well for the stable for our winner, having his coach being a former winner of the stall gift, and so much pedigree in that stable here this weekend. Great addition to our lineup this year. As we mentioned, the likes of Harrison Hunt all training in one group and doing the sort of work specifically to deal with the tension of a handicap event, having runners coming from in front and behind and working to their marks throughout their preparation for the event. Next up, though, heat number 6, and we've got a 6-athlete field for this one. In lane number 6, some muscle. Last year, we saw him just loving the lactate, didn't we? In lane number 6, Michael Tomic. Give us a wave, Mike. He's back. Welcome back, mate. In lane number 5, Benoit Arqui, a young gun from the Front Runner Athletics Club. Kurt Evans runs from 4. Michael Cochran is in the blue strip in lane 3. Nixon Hamlet in white, and our back marker Calvin Borowski will run in red. That's your field for heat number 6 of the WesTrac Bunbury Geographe gift. $14,000 up for grabs for our winners today in the men's and women's gift. Huge money, lots at stake. Starters' hands. Often racing, and a very powerful start from Michael Tomic, closest to us. He's stolen a march, and he's being pursued by the blue of Michael Cochran. And then late, here comes Calvin Borowski. And it will be Calvin Borowski, I think, who will take victory, followed by the blue sash of Michael Cochran. And our early leader, Michael Tomic, will be swept on the non-automatic qualifiers. So our winner there, the back marker, is that wind starting to change around a bit, Bradley, or just the heat's just favouring our back markers here?
Yeah, Calvin, mate, you're the back marker. You've got to chase everyone down in the race. How do you end up doing that to be able to pull them back when you've got conditions like this? It's a softer track. It's hard work, yeah?
Yeah, it's definitely hard work. I didn't get the greatest start, but second half I just focused on my form and came home as strong as I could.
And you're off 3.5 metres, so you're most likely going to be close to the back markers every race. Have you just been training, just practicing, trying to chase people down?
Not particularly. Just doing normal training. Couple flying runs and that. Get the speed through the legs. That's about it.
And you're talking about the speed through the legs. Have you got the speed in the legs to continue this form?
Hope so. Yeah, we'll see.
Well, mate, well done. Great effort, and we'll love to see you how you go in the semi-final.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Bradley, and well done there to our back marker, Calvin Borowski, who came late, stole a march, took the victory. Next up, folks, heat number 7, not far away, some late scratchings. Thomas Hodgkin and James Kelly both out of the next heat, making it a race in 4, 2 automatic qualifying spots in every heat, as well as also the next 4 fastest, making it through to the semis across all of our races in the 10 of heats that we'll have here today. Our sponsors, we can't do it without them. Pearson Tini and Sons, WesTrac, the major ones alongside the City of Bunbury and the Government of Western Australia getting behind this event. The City of Bunbury, however, and our committee do a fantastic job. We're in the starters' hands now. The field will be Lachlan Galvez, Mackenzie Lidlow, Seaton Pusey, and Liam Gander. Of our back markers, I like the start there of Mackenzie Lidlow in the yellow, and he's got up and running. He's a tall, imposing figure. And the flash late from Liam Gander. Doesn't he look impressive? Our back marker, Seaton Pusey, good as well. But our back marker there, Liam Gander, looks like he's bringing some form to the race. He was very impressive through the middle to late stages of that contest. Bradley Scott, very compact, very powerful, looked to be well suited to our track conditions here at the Gift this year, didn't he?
He did, most definitely, and the back markers seem to be having a good run so far here. Obviously, we haven't seen back markers win every race, but it's always hard for the red sashes to get through. And he did that exact job there, Liam. You got the power, you got the speed. How does it feel taking out the first heat?
It feels good, mate. Trying to make up for some lost ground last year, not making the final and stuff, so it was a big, I was determined to come out and run faster today.
And you're saying you're determined. What did you do in terms of training, everything else, to try to make this happen today?
Over the whole last year, preparing for this race, diet, sleep pattern, everything, it's just all coming together.
So the Bunbury Geographe gift, is that important to you to plan out a whole year around this race?
Yes, very. There's, you know, you try not to get injured and stuff, and, you know, that can be hard when you're training so intensely. And, yeah, it's working out pretty well, mate.
Most definitely, Liam. And what do you do now between now and the semi-final?
Just relax, bleed the legs out a bit, stay hydrated.
Well, mate, go and enjoy that, and we can't wait to see you race in the semi.
Yeah, neither can I.
Very well done. I was very impressed with Liam Gander. First look at him, and I think he'll be one to watch throughout this ever-evolving carnival of events. And it's going to be a classic field. Registrations this year, ladies and gentlemen, up 55% in our second year of competition at the Bunbury Geographe Gift. A sign of how this event now sits on the national calendar. The goal, of course, of our organisers here is to bring this event up in line with the Bay Sheffield Gift, and ultimately in the long term up towards level peggings with the Stall Gift as one of Australia's preeminent handicap running events. Next up is heat number 8. It features last year's winner. Let's introduce the field to you. In lane number 6, wearing number 209, Curtis Madeljan. In lane number 5, Dylan Hasluck runs in green. In yellow, James McCooey. In blue, we have Dean Scarf. Scratching is Liam Jason, LJ, and he's saving his energy for the mile. And let's give it up for last year's winner, ladies and gentlemen, the man from the Curtin Athletics Club who took home the chocolates last year, one of the nice guys of the track, Evan Jarvis. In the starter's hands. Oh, and they're back, and someone's going to be going back a bit of distance. Always unnerving for the athletes, and the penalty that they receive for the 120 will be 1 metre. So it'll be unfortunate for one of our competitors, Bradley Scott.
Did you catch who that was, Raf?
We're waiting on confirmation, and our officials have put it with our front marker. It is the young man, Curtis Madeljan. Come back a metre, the young man, and he's back closer to Hasluck, McCooey and Scarf. And maybe the young fella just a little bit eager there, just a little bit excited, and quite, well he might. It's a big occasion, and there's a lot at stake. He'll reflect on that and get back into the blocks for the rest of the field for heat number 8. So Madeljan, Hasluck, McCooey, Scarf, and then Jarvis, last year's winner, who's been put back 4 metres. 4 metres isn't enough to hold this man back. Here comes Jarvis, and alongside Jarvis is the blue sash of James McCooey and Dean Scarf. It looked to be Scarf in blue who got the second place. We'll await the official decision. Red, blue it is. So there we go, Evan Jarvis. Well, if anything, maybe in the last 20 to 30 metres, he looked like he either switched off or some of the field came at him again late. His early to middle stage is very impressive, and we'll get his thoughts, which are obviously going to come to you very shortly, Bradley Scott. Maybe quite elastic, but maybe we've seen a little bit more power in the closing stages in some of our other heats. How did he feel?
Evan, mate, you brought your form from last year back again, taking out your first heat. Did it feel any different to last year?
Feel a bit fresher, so that's good.
That's always going to help. And you were off about 8.25 last year, so you're off 4.75 this year. So you've gone back almost 4 metres. Did that play into the mind at all?
Not really. I love the challenge of it, of moving back and having to improve. So I'm actually quite excited about it.
And as we all know, you won it last year. What would it mean to go back-to-back in the first 2 Bunbury Geographe gifts?
Obviously, a really special memory. I think last year really gave me so much confidence for this season because I had to run under pressure and come back towards the end. I just know I can do it now. So, yeah, if I won again, I'd be really stoked.
Well, Evan, you've shown the form that you can definitely do it, mate. Good luck for the semi, and no doubt there's much more of you to come.
Yeah, hopefully be in the final. We'll see how it goes. Thanks.
Thank you, Bradley, and thank you, Evan. Our back marker's having a field day early here at the 2nd annual WesTrac Bunbury Geographe gift, and he did it again. Last year's winner, Evan Jarvis, ladies and gentlemen, last year took home the $14,000 with his stablemate, Chiara Rodingius. Chiara, of course, from a country town just like this in Leonora in Western Australia. She's now relocated to Melbourne, a former Australian medalist in the heptathlon. In terms of the history of this event, we're hoping that it's going to inspire the next generation of Bunbury athletes through our little athletics events to continue them in the great sport of athletics towards their personal goals. With an annual event they can target through their development years to see their ongoing progression in the sport of athletics. Next up, heat number 9, we have Antonio Gattani, and Antonio will be our front marker. Jeremy Hill is in the green. We then have Wyatt Smith, John Evans. We welcome back Danny Kevin And Danny is in the white sash. And our back marker in this race will be Connor Laranaga Boyle. And a full heat of 6. Only 2 spots automatically through. There's a lot of pressure on these young men. Let's see who handles it best as we take the attention back to our starter, Mike Holmes, who has the athletes under his care at the far end of the track, awaiting their start. And often racing, and our back marker, Gattani, Hill, Smith, Evans, Kevin coming beautifully. And late, here comes our back marker, Connor Laranga Boyle. So Boyle and Evans, then Kevin, Smith, Hill, and Gattani, our finishers. And the back markers continuing to showcase their abilities and moving through the early rounds consistently through to the semi-finals, which we'll be seeing later on in the program. So, Brad, it's another back marker that will grab your attention. Backing red, Connor Laranaga Boyle, our winner of heat number 9, is with you now.
Connor, can I grab you? No worries, mate. Caught you off guard there. Done it well there, mate. Coming from the back as well. With the red markers, sorry, the back markers in the red are doing the job today. What's gone through your mind when you try and chase everyone down like that?
Have fun.
Did you have fun?
Yeah.
How many? When I say like runs like this, have you done handicap races? Have you done many, or is this your first one?
Yeah, this is the first one.
Different training on track?
Oh, I do little athletics, so this is the same thing.
So you do little. Which club are you based from? In Coburn. So a little bit up north. So you came down to Bunbury for the weekend. You got the speed. Can we expect more?
No.
Is that all you've got?
Yeah, pretty much. Thanks.
Well, Connor, mate, good work. We'll see how you go on the semi. Keep up the good work and enjoy the rest of the competition.
Thank you, Bradley Scott. Also, let's mention John Evans, I think the second automatic qualifier there, our winner yesterday of the 70-metre sprint. So great job from John Evans, the young stable continuing to go well. The boys from South Australia, very, very prominent throughout this year's carnival so far. One scratching the white sash out of the next heat, our final heat of the men's 120 metres here at the Gift. Let's introduce our field. We will have, first off, in the green sash, the boy who does all the strength and conditioning and fitness training for the field umpires in the AFL and the boundary umpires in the AFL. Please welcome Duncan Bradbury. Also have in the yellow sash adjacent to him, Caleb White. Next up is Assad Hassini. Welcome back, Assad. Give us a wave. A scratching, unfortunately. He was so impressive yesterday. Kanchina Senavaratne, he has scratched. Leaves only our back marker. Please give it up for Avaland Saray. And Avaland, can he continue the trend today through our heats of our back markers surging through the field mid-race and claiming the tickets at the post? We will find out very shortly. Well, Bradbury got out beautifully in green. Can it be a front marker win? We'll see. Hassini coming beautifully. Look at Hassini. He was great last year. He's good again. Bradbury holding on in second. And Bradbury tensing up, but he's done enough to hold off a fast finishing Caleb White. Perhaps the gutsy run of the round there was Bradbury. The classy one, without a doubt, was Asad Hassini. And we saw him last year. He's brought it back. He looks to get himself in. Looks to have got himself in showroom condition for this year's event. Bradley Scott, one of the more impressive heat winners. Hassini, with you now.
Sard, mate, great run. You had that from the very beginning.
It's just the rugby. I think the rugby is. I've played rugby for a few years, and that's just the explosive start, and that's where the power's coming from.
If we put a ball in your hand, would you be faster?
We could try. I don't know. But yeah, no.
Mate, you definitely showing that speed. The mark looks to be helping you out at the moment. If this headwind comes through towards the end, the track is soft. You're a very strong athlete. Do you think that'll play into your favour?
I wouldn't know. I can't tell the future, but as you can tell, my endurance is still not as well as I want it to be, but hopefully if I can get the start, it will help me with the race.
Well, mate, with that form, I think you might be hard to beat for the semi-final, then potentially the final. Keep up the good work.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Well, as we await a summary, we will give you a brief respite, and the women's event's about 20 minutes away. Let's thank all our sponsors. Let's start with Pearson Tini & Sons, who've done all the infrastructure and establishment and a lot of the concept design for the Bunbury Geographe gift. WesTrac, our major sponsor, Cube, who are doing a great deal of logistics work through the region. They are a huge and growing Bunbury business. They're acquiring different businesses to scale up and grow their service delivery across land, air and water. These guys are doing a fantastic job in Bunbury, employing a lot of local people. And as we know, with multi-million and billion-dollar projects getting underway throughout the southwest region, and particularly close to Bunbury as the epicentre, economy starting to take an upward swing here in Bunbury, and they're a big part of it at Cube. MGM Bulk, driven to deliver, Tyre Power Bunbury, Retrovision, the Southern Ports. We also want to thank, of course, Malatesta, who sponsored one of our sprint events earlier today, the Storr family, who've joined us once more. Willow Bridge, providing beautiful wines to our VIP guests, as well as Bunbury Farmers Market and Your Turn events. Prime West, Bunbury Centrepoint, BP, City and Regional Fuels. We also wish to thank, of course, Go West, Kumbana Physio, who are offering free physiotherapy services to all our athletes. Work Clobber for these beautiful baby blue shirts that we're wearing. Bradley Scott bringing out your eyes. And Dardanup Butchering, Alcoa, Prime Supplies, APM, BCE Surveying and BCE Spatial, Westpac, Perkins, Pearson Tini & Sons, Grand Cinemas, Lava Art Glass Gallery and Studio, Advanced Sandblasting, Automotive and Industrial. The Bunbury Flying School, no doubt soon enough, will have an international airport through this region. And of course, more pilots will be needed to service the movement of fresh Bunbury and Southwest produce to China and further afield. Dr. Stephen Thomas, the honorary member for the Southwest. The Vucalic Group, they are big and prominent players in the shopping centre space and around the community here in Bunbury. Quality Lighthouse Motel, we got looked after them beautifully on day one, and so are some of our special elite guests, the likes of Ryan Gregson, Genevieve Lacars, Celeste Mucci, all getting some great hospitality at the Quality Hotel at the Lighthouse. Commercial Realty, the commercial realty team for all your sales, leasing and management needs. Cube, as we said, from mine, road, rail, storage, port and ship. They've just employed the local boy, Matty Duncan, the pro triathlete, and employing a swathe of top Bunbury talent in the workforce. Bunbury Geographe, of course, the Dolphins Discovery Centre has just been redone. So many outdoor activities to see and do. Some fantastic fishing as well down here. We can see Matty Duncan, who we just mentioned, with Instagram, just coming up with some big fish of all varieties off the coast here of the Southwest. Finally, our last few sponsors, our media partners, the West Australian, Triple M and the team, they're here. Well, they were here yesterday. We're here later on today. GWN and the Southwest Times. Also, we'll just give a quick mention to our lane sponsors, Martin Engineering, Nowland, David Nowland Hydraulic Sales and Service, NLS Fluid Solutions, Doral, Brecken Healthcare, and the Dixon Financial Group. Seems like everyone in Bunbury's behind the event. Brad Scott, as a local Bunbury boy, it must make you very proud to see that sort of investment of local businesses back into the local community.
And that's the beautiful thing about the Southwest, is that we're all willing to back each other, to try to give each other a go. And you can see the numbers are getting larger and larger throughout the day. It's getting quite good. We've obviously seen the men's 120 take off there. Some amazing performances. But obviously in the next, 15 minutes, we'll see the women's 120 Bunbury Geographe gift take place. And I can't wait to see some of the talent that we have on offer. But going back to the men's, I have to say, watching our man, Sasha Zoya, run from scratch, off zero, a guy that competed in the pole vault last night was able to put in a performance like that. I think he's still going to be hard to beat. Although Evan Jarvis, last year's winner, showed that he still got it.
He did, and he dealt with that movement back. Very, very relaxed, very, very economical with his effort. Did a fantastic job there. So Evan Jarvis, one to watch. I think Josh Ross has his work cut out, making his way through to the final. It's a bit disappointing. But, you know, as you said, he's been around the sport for so long. He'll deal with that and process that, and hopefully we'll see him back next year to show us his wares and step up higher. Maybe a victim of his own high standards, Josh Ross, to some extent. It's hard to always maintain such a high level. Hassini impressed me a great deal. I liked his form. I thought he was very composed, very powerful. We won to watch through in the semis as well. But so much to look forward to. It's a big day of athletics. We'll be giving away over $70,000 today alone in prize money. It's a lot of money, mate. What would you do if you were to take 14 grand home as the winner of the gift?
Oh, 14 grand, that's life-changing, that sort of money. Yeah. Personally, myself, that would help me finish off the renovations at home. Got a bit more to do, but talking to some of the athletes around here, because as we know, the athletic circuit is going around the nation and around the world. A lot of these athletes use the funds that they collect at an event like this to be able to help fund their way to other competitions. It's a big part because a lot of athletes don't get that financial support. They get support through their community, through everything else, but flights, accommodation, entry fees sometimes can be very expensive. And funding like this, if you're able to win some prize money, some of the $78,000 on offer, it can definitely go a long way in helping you hopefully one day becoming an Olympian, Paralympian or a state representative.
So we look through the heats coming up for the women and we see some really empowered young women and some really strong young athletes coming through. Chiara Dingius, obviously last year's winner. We talked a bit about her story, but she started off as a young girl out in the middle of the outback in Leonora, and the Leonora Golden Gift, which isn't a handicap event, but which is a regional event of some scale and magnitude that's brought over 20 Olympians out to the goldfields to compete, mainly in the mile event. She saw what was on offer there. We brought some great champions, Jodie Henry, the World Championship representative, one of the better sprinters who came out there. But Kylie Wheeler, she saw the heptathlete in Kylie Wheeler. She saw these athletes. As a young girl, knee-high to a grasshopper in Leonora, she got the bug of athletics every year. She's taken that to the next level. She's gone and heptathlete of the highest order. Challenges Celeste Mucci. She won here last year in the gift, and she's a great West Australian story. I'm looking forward to seeing her in Heat 5. Celeste Mucci, I mean, what can we say, Bradley? She is one of those stars on the rise in Australian athletics. She's a bit of a, I suppose, she's got the right personality. She's got that relaxed confidence, not too outspoken, just composed and professional. I think the Australians, sometimes a bit of a different, diverse range of personality. She sits right in that sweet spot where people tend to really have her back.
Yeah, talking to Celeste on Friday night, yesterday, and a little bit today, you can tell she's here. She knows the job she needs to do. And just having that conversation with her about the Commonwealth Games, really her first big international stage event. She finished 4th in the heptathlon. She knows what it takes to perform on a big stage. Although she's only got to focus on really one event today, the 120. It'll be interesting to see how she goes about it. She's got the power, she's got the speed, she definitely has the endurance, but coming from the back, it will be a tough ask.
The other one, of course, to watch, we have the Paralympian, Ella Party. Now, she is one to watch. She's in the build-up, of course, to the to the Tokyo Olympics. She was a medalist at Rio in the 4x100. She's qualified for the World Champs in Dubai this November. The 100 and 200 para-state champ. She's one to watch. Ella will run in heat number 2. Alana Jukic, and Sophie Watts. Sophie Watts, a real star on the rise. We'll watch her in Heat 1. Looking further into the heats, any names for people to watch out for, mate?
Well, looking through it, obviously names like Alana Jukic, we know her as a 400 hurdler predominantly, but she does have the speed. She's great over the sticks, but at the same time, she's got that power and that ability to really push. She's from 575, so she could have a great chance here. And looking through others, we have obviously Eliza Wilson, who yesterday did so well in that 70-metre race. Catherine Sparrow has been involved in athletics for a long time. But looking through, look, there's so many names here. It's going to be very hard to pick. We have 6 quality heats. First one from each heat goes through, and then the 6 next fastest. So it is cutthroat.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you have to leave everything out on the track. We've got only 1 automatic spot per heat, and the remainder of the spots will be by time. So these athletes will be sweating on the results as the men were. Indeed, we're waiting for the final confirmation of our men's semi-finals. Bradley Scott, conditions perfect. If we pan around and take in the sights that are Bunbury here at the lighthouse end of town, we have such a beautiful open air, don't we? We're exposed a little bit perhaps to the winds, and at the moment they're really providing a prevailing tailwind for our competitors, but it really is a fantastic setting for this event.
Yes, the tailwind right now is definitely helping out a lot of these athletes, but don't be fooled, because I think after lunchtime the winds will change and it will become a headwind, so those more powerful, stronger athletes we'll see throughout the day I think will start to prevail. The track is a little bit soft still, so it's still one of those things where you need that power, you need that speed. You don't get as much back from a grass track as what you do from an athletics track, so it'll be tough for some of those that haven't been experienced in handicap racing before.
Yeah, just an indication of how soft it is here. We put a key into the ground earlier today, Brad and I, we couldn't get it back out. It's really soft, isn't it, underfoot? It is definitely favouring a power athlete. The elastic athletes maybe not getting quite as much back from the track as they would on a stiffer or firmer surface.
And for anyone out there, you've got friends around, get them down here. It's free entry, be part of it. If they can't get here, live streams happening. If you go over to a Facebook page, you'll be able to watch a live stream. And it's brought to you by the beautiful team at Lomax Media.
Mate, they're doing a fantastic job. It's easy to make you look good, mate. You are one of those Hollywood performers, mate, when you get that microphone in your hand on the inside. But you're doing a great job and giving us insights. As a Paralympian, Bradley Scott has a great deal of insight. He's a local boy. He understands everything that's going on in the local community, as well as being a Paralympian, of course, and represented Australia at the highest level. He's now, of course, in the Australian Paralympic soccer team, mate. You've dual sport now.
Yeah, I got my arm twisted by the WA team, and the coach wanted me to go into the Australian team, and it's been a great experience. However, my love is athletics, and that's why an event like this is so special. To be able to come down to my hometown and be a part of this, seeing these amazing athletes really show their stuff here in the Australia Southwest.
Now, mate, it all started with the Eaton Boomers for you down here, and the Eaton Boomers, they've just been told the bar is open. The Eaton Boomers putting on a great show here at the bar. Of course, all these community sporting clubs, the bar and that community engagement, great for everybody's mental health, but also great just to keep kids engaged in sport from a young age and setting those goals, working with a team. And as we've mentioned, at the West Coast Eagles, of course, in Western Australia, we do have the #1 football team in Australia, the West Coast Eagles, the premiers, and Trevor Nesbitt, the CEO, Alan Kransberg, the chairman, both South Bunbury boys. We got Peter Kransberg, of course, himself, a great football player. The Barnard boys, the list goes on. I mean, it's a real hot spot for football in Australia. Bunbury and the Southwest Football League, a real stellar country football competition.
And a Southwest footballer from Augusta Margaret River, Ben Stratton, has just been named captain of the Hawthorn Football Club. So obviously we create great leaders down here in the region. The Southwest is such a great place for that. And sport beats through the heart of every person in the region down here. It's how we all get together. It's how we build each other. It's how we build the community. And it's so good to have the Bunbury Geographe GIF on for a second year. I can't wait to see what's happening for us today.
Yeah, well, there is such a rich history. Of course, Karen Gobby, the marathon runner, 2:36 at her best. Ryan Bailey, now an Olympian in triathlon, Bunbury born and bred. And the great thing for Bunbury is it's big enough that these people come back to town and reinvest in their communities and have a great deal of success beyond their sporting careers, reinvesting in the local community. Okay, folks, we are not far away at all. 5 minutes from our women's heats. And we will just give you the non-automatic qualifiers. Joshua Ross has made it through. Josh the Boss Ross, he's got through to the final. and we love seeing the man run. He's just such a beautiful athlete to watch. He's made his way through to the semis. Christopher Giordis. We have Christopher Giordis, the young gun from the Front Runner Athletics stable, has made it through as a non-automatic qualifier. Mackenzie Lidlow, he got a great start. He missed automatic. He's got through non-automatic. Michael Tomic, with his fast cars and his big quads, will be showcasing his abilities once again. Congratulations, Mike. You've made it. There he is, the big man. Have a look what we're talking. Come in here, mate. Get on the camera. Yeah, come in here. Behind Brad over there. And, mate, you've made it through as a non-automatic qualifier. Great news for you, mate. You love this event. Last year you put on a show with the elimination and just love the lactate, don't you?
Oh, I love it. Bring it on. It's fantastic. Don't do too well on this. Definitely go down for the skins again. Yeah.
Fantastic. So, mate, your start was exceptional. What are the track conditions like? We've got viewers all around Australia and the world. What were the conditions like for you as an athlete out there on course?
Oh, ripper conditions. Good to wind there to get you down as well, which is good. But, you know, I think at the last 30, everyone just started piling me over. So, it can't last the distance.
Now, mate, they couldn't keep up with you in a car, mate. You've got a love of fast cars, mate. What's the car at the moment?
I got a M2 at the moment, BMW. So, having a bit of fun with that. So, don't mind the old cars. Yeah.
Good man. So recovering between events, what will we do to recover between? Yep, straight on the fuel.
Yeah, a bit of a ham sandwich and a couple of protein balls and a bit of water.
And last year when you were doing the skins, it's back-to-back running, back-to-back efforts. I spoke to you and you said the hammies are cactus, the hammies are done. How are they feeling this year?
Yeah, tip-top this year. So hopefully I don't blow one again in the semi like I did last year. But we'll see. We'll give it a go.
Beautiful. Michael Tomic, ladies and gentlemen, is a non-automatic qualifier. Thanks, Mike. He is a non-automatic qualifier with Mackenzie Lidlow, Christopher Giordis, and Josh the Boss Ross. So 4 non-automatic qualifiers from 10 heats. Those 4 across the line. We pass that to Lindsay Trude, our event organiser from Athletics WA, doing a fantastic job, all the team at Athletics WA, plus, of course, our event committee here at the Bunbury Geographe Gift, done a fantastic job.
Yeah, everyone knows how much work Lindsay Trude's doing for this event, but also Jo O'Day. For those that don't know, Jo O'Day, big event manager here, she's done a great job setting this up, and everyone on the committee for the Bunbury Geographe Gift has done a fantastic job. The community is getting behind this event. The pole vault last night was amazing, but today is where all the action is. Ryan Gregson, Matthew Ramsden, Celeste Mucci, the list goes on. So many amazing athletes really showing their stuff out here.
Yep, coming up, the mile 11, 12:30, we'll have 5,000 on the post for men, and then the women's following that. The commercial realty under 20, 300 will be at 11:50. The Masters 300, 11:40. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, next up on the track will be heat number 1 of the women's 120 metres. We have a scratching in Jane Stockley. So our first runner will be Gemma Fairclough. So Gemma, give us a wave. She's got the news in green. She is our front marker. Kayla Aitken will run in lane 4. In lane 3, Sian O'Sullivan. In lane 2, Sophie Watts. And in lane 1, our back marker and one to watch in this first round of competition, Alana Jukic. That's your field. And Brad Scott heading trackside to grab our winners. As he mentioned, only 1 automatic qualifier in each heat here, and then the next 6 will be relying on times and non-automatic qualification through to the final. Mike Holmes, our starter, has them under his control. And she got out beautifully, did Fairclough, our front marker. She's being pursued by Aitken, O'Sullivan, and coming through now are Watts and Jukic. Jukic does look fantastic in the red sash. She's being pursued by Watts, and she shuts off at the tape. And she was further ahead of O'Sullivan, Aitken, and a little bit further back to Gemma Fairclough. And a great race there. Heat 1 of 6 in the women's 100. Our winner, the back marker, Alana Jukic. She had some tension mid-race and some competition from Sophie Watts, but she resisted that in a relaxed and definitive fashion and took the tape to take the win. She's with Brad Scott now.
Alana, I spoke to you yesterday. You think you've got a chance today. You think you're in hot shape, ready for this. How did that one feel?
It felt really good. Just getting used to the track, really, so kind of keen to get out another one.
And when you're saying used to the track, how does it feel? Is it a bit soft or is it a bit hard? How's that wind?
I think because I've got a bit of power behind me, it's not too bad. So I think I'm going to take that as an advantage into the next ones.
And you're a 400 hurdler mostly. Does that come into its own here? Do you reckon that's a benefit for you with these continuous races happening throughout the day?
I think it helps me keep relaxed in that throughout the races, and obviously backing up again and again, it helps.
And also yesterday you said you would go halves with me if you won the 14 grand. Does that still stand?
Well, we'll see.
Come on, Alana.
Mate, you got a professional job to do, mate. Stop trying to get side deals. Okay? Bradley?
We're friends. I think I've got about 10 athletes willing to go halves with me if they win the prize, so I think I'm doing a pretty good job right now.
All right, mate. Well, let's turn our attention to what comes next, and that is heat number 2. And we've got 6 fantastic young athletes in heat number 2, and only one of them can get an automatic spot through to our final. And those 6 athletes are Brittany Scott in black, in red, Ella Italiano Schmidt, in yellow, the Paralympian from Rio, and she's in fine shape. She's just qualified for the World Championships. Her coach, Danny Kevin, right trackside, getting the video footage for Ella Party. So have Taylor Phillips in blue. Tegan Maffasioni is in white. And our back marker in heat number 2 is Julia Phillips, and she will wear red. So Brittany Scott closest to us, and she's chasing Italiano Schmidt, Party, Phyllis, and Maffasioni. And it is indeed Phyllis, and then Italiano Schmidt getting a late challenge from Brittany Scott, and then Party, and a little bit further back to Maffasioni. So blue, green, and then black is our finishing order there. Blue, green, and black. And let's grab our winner. She came late, looked strong, Brittany Scott. A little bit too much work to do for the UWA athlete. And you're with the winner now, Bradley.
Taylor, you're a little bit out of puff now. Was that hard work?
It was, actually. I had to push the whole way, so yeah.
And when you're saying you had to push the whole way, did you just sense the other ladies were on your side?
Sorry, what was that?
Did you sense the other ladies were outside of you coming down as well?
Not so much that, just so much the people coming up behind me. I knew, people can come late, so I just sort of had to push the whole way.
And is the wind right now favourable for you?
It is actually, yeah. Bit of a tailwind, I reckon.
And how does the track feel under the feet?
It's a bit tough, but everyone's the same, so yeah.
And what happens between now and the semi?
Not sure. Something to eat probably. Maybe a quick rub down, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Well, Taylor, congratulations. Go and rest up, and we can't wait to see you race in the semi-final.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. And congratulations there to Taylor, our automatic qualifier. The other girls will be sweating on our Final results for those 6 non-automatic qualifying spots, which will be up for grabs. Next up, folks, grab a seat right beside the track because one of the big stars of the show is racing in this next heat in the red sash. The heptathlete, she's used to backing up events, well suited to this style of racing. She's got a stacked field to compete with, however, and I think getting through this heat as an automatic qualifier will take all the strength that she has, Celeste Mucci, because she has a quality field of competitors to go up against. Starting off in in lane number 6 will be Emily Parker. Number 5, Virginia Stassison. In yellow will be Catherine Sparrow. In blue, Eliza Wilson. In white, Amy Tolkien. And the red, and give her a big welcome to Bunbury, ladies and gentlemen, will be the Commonwealth Games 4th place finisher and Australian champion in the heptathlon, Celeste Mucci. Quality field, Bradley. And they're with Mike Holmes. Tailwind continuing to be present. Times continuing to be quick. Back markers continuing to be dominant. It's the theme of the day so far. There's a little bit of technical issue down there for one of our competitors with her blocks. Soft track.
With all respect to the other competitors, I think this is definitely the toughest heat of the lot. When you're looking at the quality of the field, of the athletes we have in with Eliza, who won the 70 yesterday, plus obviously Catherine Sparrow, who's a 400 hurdler. But Celeste Mucci is the one we're all watching off of scratch. She's got the strength, she's got the power. What do you think, Raf? Can she do it?
I will reserve my judgment. I like to just take in a little bit more feedback before I jump to conclusions, Bradley. But obviously, she's a very classy athlete, but I like what I saw last year with Stassison and Sparrow as well. And Eliza Wilson, as we know, is all class. So it's a very, very stacked heat, and I wouldn't like to pick them at this stage. I think my gut feeling is she's got her work cut out to be an automatic qualifier here, Celeste Mucci.
Yeah, the work is definitely cut out, but I think the calibre of athlete she is, with the Commonwealth Games experience behind her, this is a sort of event where the true talent does come out. The experience does help that athlete prevail through the tough conditions.
Yep. Well, we will find out very shortly, Bradley. All to be told in a few moments' time. It's exciting. You are at the 2019 WesTrac Bunbury Geographe gift, ladies and gentlemen. I am Raf Bohr, your host, and I'm here with Bradley Scott, a Paralympian, on the infield for all the special comments and all the insights from our athletes trackside. We're in the starters' hands. And they're off and racing, and it was a great start in yellow from Catherine Sparrow, but she's facing some pressure now from Eliza Wilson. And coming late is the star of the show, Celeste Mucci, but she hasn't got enough real estate to get the lead. It will go to Eliza Wilson. And as I suspected, a lot of competition here in the women's 120. Bradley, what do you think of that?
That was a great race. That was an absolutely great race. Eliza's still showing the form from yesterday, continuing through the extra 50 metres. Celeste was coming home strong. We might grab you too, Celeste, if that's okay. But Eliza, firstly, how's the recovery? You did so well yesterday. You took home the chockies there. How's the body feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm a little bit sore from yesterday, but just trying to hold it together for today and get through it all, so hopefully something comes of it, yeah.
And how are you going to recover now for that semi-final?
Well, I've got to avoid people again. Just try and stay out of the sun, keep the water up, stay hydrated, yeah.
And it worked well for you yesterday, so good luck in that preparation again. Go and isolate yourself, be angry at everyone that comes near you, and hey, it worked, so.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
No worries, well done, Eliza. And Celeste, you're the star athlete at this competition. You still showed your form there. Obviously, you weren't able to get it over at the end, but who knows, you might be able to really pull that out in the semi-final if you get through.
Yeah, I think I just need to get a good start and, try and hold my form the whole way. And, just run my own race. And I think, I'll be able to get them.
And we had a chat yesterday. You talked about how good it is to be down here. Is it the same feeling today about being down here in Southwest? Did you check out the pole vault yesterday? If so, what did you think?
Oh my God, the pole vault was amazing. I thought it was the best thing ever. I always wanted to go to one of those street events, and they did it really well.
But you are the highlight of today's event. No doubt we'll see you again in some form, whether it's through the back markers race or in the semi-finals here. So good luck for all that. Go and recover and keep up that good work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bradley. Thank you, girls. Well, Eliza Wilson showing some class and some poise under pressure from Celeste Mucci there. And our attention turns straight away to the next heat, which is heat number 4. And we have a scratching. Our athlete Jada Barnes from Southern Districts has scratched. So lane number 5 in the green sash will be Rianne Hargraves. Karen Teo will run in yellow. Emily Dixon in blue. Kiara Speechley in white looks very fit, ready to go. And our back marker in red will be Taylor Cruttenden. That is our field. And the athletes straight into recovery mode after that effort. Hargraves, a legitimate chance in green here. She's got away well, but she's coming under pressure from Corin Teo. And Teo it is in the yellow, who's pushing clear mid-race, trying to hold off our back markers of Speechley and Cruttenden. And that is one for the photo finish, ladies and gentlemen, because Speechley and Cruttenden were basically adjacent at the post. And we need a photo finish to differentiate that one. White Speechley has got the nod, and Cruttenden will be sweating on the results by time from our other heats to see if she has made her way through to the final. I would imagine she would do so, but that will be confirmed very shortly at the completion of our preliminary finals. We've got Bradley Scott down trackside with our winner, Kiara Speechley.
Kiara, absolutely great job. You held it there. It was a tough race. You had the competitor on the outside of you. How did you keep your composure?
I'm used to racing fast people, I guess.
Well, you're the fastest in that one. What do you do now between here and the semi-final?
Just rest, keep out of the sun.
And how does it feel to be down here in the Southwest, a part of this event?
Yeah, it's great. It's my first time. It's really fun.
Yeah, well, good luck for the semi, and no doubt we'll see you show you good stuff again.
Thank you.
Very relaxed there, Kiara Speechley. I like that. She had a bit of pressure in the race. She dealt with that. She had a bit of pressure dealing with you. She dealt with that even better, Bradley Scott. Next up, we have heat number 5, and it features last year's winner, ladies and gentlemen, the Leonora Legend, or Leonora Lightning, as she may well be. In lane number 5 in the next heat, we will have Alison Nankerville. Number 4, Meg Whittington. Lane 3, Jordan Gentle. Joanne Stannard, I should say, in white. The physio is a real star. She was great last year, right until the final stage. At the final, she looked great through the heats and the semis. She's going to have another crack this year. And then last year's winner, she took home $14,000. She's now based in Melbourne. She's a heptathlete, and she's one of Australia's best. It is Chiara Rodingius, and she will run in red. It's gaps in the field down there, folks. We'll give you some confirmation shortly if there's been any late scratchings. So Joe Stannard, unfortunately, a scratching from this heat.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Raf, but I can only see 2 athletes out on the track ready for this one. Jordan Gentle and also Chiara Rodingius.
Yep, And that's the nature of sprinting, mate. It is a very fickle beast, isn't it? Everything has to be in prime condition, and maybe a few niggles through the warm-ups or a few saving their legs perhaps for the other events on the schedule. We do sometimes see it. Just for those watching at home around the world and also within Australia, mate, how common is this?
Well, an event like this where there are so many races on offer, it does become quite hard to choose what do you prioritise. If you're more of a middle distance or a 400 metre runner, but you're also entered in the 120, do you save your legs and focus on one event, or do you try to still cover all of them? Obviously, you've got to take into account how you feel on the day, how your preparation's been. You want to give yourself a chance, but at the same time, you might have to, in a way, put all your eggs in one basket.
Okay, well, we're in the starter's hands. Last year's winner is down there with our starter, Mike Holmes, and she's joined by Jordan Gentle. A race in two, but a high-quality one. One automatic through to the final. The other one will have to wait on time, so both the girls will be flat out here. We're in the starter's hands. Off and racing, and last year's winner got a fly.
And Kiara Rodriguez takes it home there. Well done as well to Jordan Gentle for that great race. We'll have to wait to see for the time for Jordan, but Kiara, great race once again. Yeah, you've done it again. Gone through. Both yourself and Evan, last year's champions, both from Curtin last year. You're now over in Melbourne. How's it making the trip over here to take part again in your second gift?
Yeah, it's funny because I finally get a good quality gift in WA, and then I move away. I have to spend the same money to get back here. But yeah, the move to Melbourne was just a whole range of lifestyle changes, and I think it's been really good for me. But the transition has been a bit bumpy. But I'm really glad, and I'm going really well. And I was confident of running off my mark, but it's all relative. So like some of the girls from last year have been lifted and stuff. So I just had to run my own race. It was good to take the pressure off a little bit, not having a loaded heat. But I really wanted to get a good hit out and make sure that I executed my start well, which I think I nailed. So yeah, I'm really confident. And I think not having to race in that first one gives me a good advantage. So.
And do you think your performance from last year gives you that advantage too? You're the one everyone else is going to be chasing down. You've got that experience. You've got the first prize already from last year. Do you think that plays into it?
Definitely. I think running on grass is my favourite thing to do. It's my strength. I'm a strong runner. I'm hoping if I make it to the final that the wind turns around. I really enjoy running into headwind, and I think it disadvantages a lot of athletes there, but I feel really strong into it, so I'm kind of hoping for that. But I think it can be a bit intimidating, especially if I remain competitive, the same as Evan. You just got to trust the work that you've put down, and like we've put in a really hard winter, and yeah, you just got to trust that and run your own race and see what happens.
And you've been training with Celeste Mucci, obviously. We know her calibre as a heptathlon, going to the Com Games, finishing 4th. What is it training with someone like Celeste? Does it bring more out of yourself?
Yeah, training with Celeste is awesome. She's not only a phenomenal athlete, but she's a fantastic person, and we just push each other really well, and we get along really well. And I think just having that competitiveness in training, we really we're not having a comp every session, but you just throw the javelin and then the next person throws it a little bit further. And it's really exciting, and I'm excited to see where it takes us. So, yeah.
Well, absolutely brilliant. Get yourself recovered, and who knows, yourself and Evan are both through to the semi-final. You could go 1-2 again.
You never know. We'll try.
Well done, and good luck.
Thanks, Brad.
Not 1-2, mate. 1-1. Mate, 1-1 for Curtin last year. Wouldn't it be a magical day for them if they were to reproduce that result this year? But let's turn our attention to more immediate concerns, which is heat number 6 of 6. It's a full field of 6. Our back marker, or front marker, I should say, wears number 79. That is Sahara Clark. She is our front marker. Megan Davis, back again. She is our next. Tiana Merritt. Jackie Lord runs in blue. In white is Jessie Huria. And our back marker in the red sash is Jasva Kang. And she is in the Martin International lane. The Brecken, Dorrell, Holland Hydraulics, NLS and Dixon Financial Group sponsoring our lanes here today. And they're in the starters' hands. Full field of 6. And off and racing, and the yellow sash looked to be fantastic. Tiana Merritt going beautifully, and she's going to face a challenge from Jess Huria. And then late, here comes Jasva, and Jasva Kang, and the yellow sash of Tiana Merritt. Well, red, no, yellow, red, then blue was the call, Bradley.
I might just have to give Tiana a microphone of her own. We keep on talking to her. She keeps winning.
Wow. She's just got a feel for the post, doesn't she, Bradley Scott? We could make all sorts of puns about that, but let's get the word from her as she wins heat number 6. And a great result again for our winner of that heat, Tiana Merritt, with Brad Scott now.
You back up again. You do it again and again and again. How do you keep it going?
I don't know, getting a bit sore.
And you've still got more events to come. You've put yourself in many events this weekend. I think you're the one that must have to recover the most throughout this whole gift at the moment with the way you keep on doing such great performances. What's your recovery process?
Just sit down and lots of stretching.
And do you think this is being your home track, do you reckon that plays its part?
Yeah, definitely. I train here all the time, so it's get a good feel of it.
And what would it mean to you if you were able to win the final of the Bunbury Geographe gift?
That would be amazing.
Well, Tiana, recover well, and we'll look forward to watching you race in the semi-final.
Thank you.
Great run also there from Jasva Kang, trains with Dave Griffiths here in Perth. She was very, very close at the post. She should be through as a non-automatic, given how close she was there. Okay, folks, quick summary of the women's will come shortly. There is 6 automatic qualifiers, 1 per heat, and then the next 6 non-automatic will go through to the final. Bradley, what do you take from that? I thought Eliza Wilson and Kiara Rodingius impressed me the most out of the women's heats. Your thoughts?
Yeah, look, Raph, I can't really go against you there. I think the experience of Kiara will really come into this race. And obviously Eliza, being down here so often, being the partner to Dylan Peniza, knows the track all too well as well. So it'll be great to see how both those ladies go. But we'll have to wait to see the confirmation of who else will make it through as the 6 next fastest.
Okay, mate, we have got our semi-finalists for the men's 120 heat number 1, or semi-final number 1. The red sash will belong to Sasha Zoya from scratch. Bryce Teo will run off 5.5. The local boy and one of the lions getting behind this event to make it possible, Dylan Peniza, will run off 6.25. Chris Giordis will run off 7.5. Mackenzie Lidlow off 8. And Jessie Cordoma, who was so impressive in black, will run off 9.5. Semi-final number 2, Harrison Hunt will be our back marker. World Junior representative, Bay Sheffield winner, 0.75. Liam Gander, super impressive. He was super, super quick in his heat, 4.75. Connor Laranga Boyle off 5. Kian Paget off 5.5. Seaton Pusey off 6.5. And Lightning Michael Tomic will run off 12 metres. Joshua Ross will go off red in semi-final number 3 off 0.75. Last year's winner, Evan Jarvis, goes off 4.75 in the same semi. Dean Scarf Asad Hassini, I like him. He's off 7, one to watch. Kevin Britton and Adam Moore are the next in in semi-final number 3. And in semi number 4, Calvin Borowski, our red. The white, Taylor Sharp. Blue, Michael Cochran. Yellow, John Evans. Green, Ryan Camille. He's ice cold in these races, Ryan. He is very, very composed under pressure. And then the interesting story, the sports scientist, Duncan Bradbury, the man who does a lot of the training and conditioning for our West Australian AFL umpires, will be our black front marker in semi-final number 4. What do you make of that, Bradley?
Yeah, it's all happening at 1:30 later today. So I think the big thing now is how all of those athletes recover. If they're able to do that properly and make sure that they get back into tip-top shape, it'll be great to see someone like Josh Ross, obviously so experienced in that recovery process, being a part of so many national championships, world championships and other competitions. He's going to be hard to beat, I still think, in those. But then Evan Jarvis, last year's winner, he knows what it's like to be here in the gift. He knows the layout. He knows the track. He knows what the wind's going to do. Someone like him, I think, is definitely heavily poised into potentially taking this out.
Okay, there's the insights from the local boy and Paralympian, Bradley Scott. Next up on the track, we shift our attention from the 120 for a moment, and we shift that attention to the Masters 300 metres. It's set to get underway in 15 minutes' time. It's a perfect time, ladies and gentlemen, to get yourself a drink, take advantage of some of the great food trucks and the coffee we have on offer. And Brad Scott and myself, Raph Ball, will be back with you in 10 minutes' time to call all the action in the Masters 300 metres, and that will be followed immediately by the under-20 300-metre final for both males and females. At 12:30, we have the Cube Ports and Bulk Men's Mile. It's going to be a cracker. We have Ryan Gregson, your Australian record holder, as well as Matthew Ramsden, your current Australian mile champion from just down the road in Rockingham. It's going to be a cracker. We also have number 1, 2 and 3 from the West Australian 1,500-metre championships. Ben Chamberlain, a podium finisher here last year and the state champion. Luke Graves, as I mentioned, in the state championships, took gold in the steeplechase and silver in the 1,500 and 5,000. And Elaine Dutton, who was bronze in the 1,500, also won gold in the 800 metres. Some pedigree, 25 starters in the bulk men's Cube Ports and Bulk Men's Mile. Similarly, the women's mile is going to be an absolute beauty. Bernadette Williams, our West Australian champion, at 800 and 1,500 has lowered her personal best this season to 4 minutes and 15 seconds. She is an absolute star of the future. She's a medical doctor. Last year, perhaps, she was a bit reactive to the gun and probably left a little bit too much effort in the first half of the race. She'll learn from that and be one to watch this year. Kayla van der Linden and Sarah Billings, our special guest, is here as well. Jemima Cosby, one of Australia's top junior athletes. Angie Ross, an Australian Masters champion at 4, 8 and 1,500. Keely Waters, a former state champion. Sharon Davis, a perennial competitor. Instincts of a champion has Sharon. She'll be ready for that as well. So plenty more to come, folks. I'm Raph Bohr signing off for 10 minutes. Enjoy a break, grab something to eat, grab something to drink. You are at the 2019 WesTrac Bunbury Geographe gift.
So have we got a 10-minute break and then we do the 2 finals, is that right?
What finals?
300 metres?
Yeah.
So 10-minute break and then 300 metres?
Yeah, so they're due to start at 11:40. It's only 27, so 10. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can have Genevieve Lacaz, Genevieve Lacaz, Genevieve Gregson. Genevieve Gregson to the commentary area, please.
As I was like, when you said it, that's why when I looked at you before, when you said it, you pulled it like has before. I was like, dude. Testing 1, 2. Oh, stable. Yeah. Some mute. Says mute. That's already got to go that one. Yep.
I need to get a split. What the hell? Time. For the last qualifying place. Teliano Smith in front of me.
Yeah.
Should be long. So we basically need the 1,000 for the second for Teliano Smith and in 2.
Oh, there we go. So here we go.
Sorry, Teliano Smith was in V2. Women's skip. Welcome.
That was on. But that's not yours. That's Ken's line.
Welcome.
No, that doesn't even connect to you.
Welcome.
Because if you look down the bottom there, it tells you you're on.
Is yours working?
Yep.
Okay, folks, we are back for the next segment of competition here at the 2019 WesTrac Bunbury Geographe gift. The Masters 300 metres will feature some of WA's top Masters athletes. Our athletes who have qualified through to the final are Gary Hasty, Michael Byrne, Louise Sawyer, Sharon Davis, who's been so impressive, Bradley Scott, Reinhard Mickelchen, all the way from Germany. He was supporting his bandana. He's certainly a fashionable man. His wife was here taking photos of his start, his finish, his middle, and he was flexing at the finish. He's a real character, one to watch. Ken Telfer, impressive throughout. Lee Sturgio, so game, wasn't he? He was trying to get all over the top of Sharon Davis. He fell at the line in pursuit of her. And, of course, what can we say about Glenn Ross, except that he is a perennial competitor who just loves the idea of a dogfight. Anytime he can get into a scrap, Glenn Ross wants party to it. He trains a lot of athletes, but he also wins a lot of races, doesn't he, just with that tenacious attitude.
Yeah, well, he's obviously coaching Sharon Davis here too, so to see what they can do going up against each other. But watching the heats yesterday, it was Louise Sawyer and Sharon Davis were really the two standout competitors. So I think they're going to be the ones that are hard to beat today.
Okay, folks, turn your attention to the Retrovision sign at the rear of the stadium, and you will see our 300-metre competitors warming up. The green sash. Give us a wave, Sharon Davis. She is one to watch, as always. We can also see Reinhardt. Reinhardt, give us a wave in yellow. He's got the bandana. He is the showman of the field. We've got Ken Telfer a little bit further back to Lee Sturgio, and back in red is Glenn Ross. The great man is chasing from the rear. We're in the starters' hands. Steve Stingemore, Mike Holmes, all the Athletics WA team. Lindsay True doing a magnificent job as always, and we thank them for their great work. And they're off. And Hasty, Byrne, and Sawyer. And Sawyer was so impressive in her heats. And she may well try to steal a march once more in the final. Sharon Davis chasing hard, as is Reinhard Mickelson. So he's going well. And Sawyer overstriding. She's got to watch. She doesn't overstride coming into the straight. For the moment, she's 10 to 15 clear. And she looks like it's all in front of her. Coming late is Sharon Davis, and the boys with too much work to do, you would imagine. Louise Sawyer holding on. She's not tensing up just yet. Sharon Davis chasing. It won't be enough. It's going to be Louise Sawyer from Sharon Davis, and late came Sturgio and Ross, but it was too little too late. Louise Sawyer took the win, and Sharon Davis was second. And Sawyer, she dominant in the heats. Tommy, we've got the great man, the chairman of the show. Tommy, what have you made of activities so far, and in particular the race we just saw, Louise Sawyer taking the win in the Masters 300?
Yeah, it's a beautiful day again. We've got a good turnout of people, and we're super happy with the way it's going. And The work that the officials are doing, they're running to the second. It's fantastic. We're really pleased.
All right, thank you, Tom. We cross over to one of Bunbury's finest there, Bradley Scott, with the winner of our Masters 300 metres, and is none other than Louise Sawyer with you now.
Hey, Lou, ever since I've been on the track here in WA, you've been a big part of that. You're so involved in athletics here in the state. How does it feel taking out the Masters 300?
It is honestly the best feeling in the world. It literally, I don't think some people understand how much training goes into track and field athletes. We put a lot in to get very little return, but finally, the more and more you train, it will eventually pay off.
And yesterday I said, because you're used to the 400 and 800 metres, do you think that comes into a race like this today? Same question today. Do you think the 400 and 800 experience helps you out in a race like this when you know, even though it's only 300, you've got to hold on and that lactic's pumping through the legs?
For sure, like you just literally, I think having the 800 metre training behind us, we do quite a bit of speed work as well, so holding on to the very end, not tensing up, just making sure no one freaking passes you is the best gamble you can take. So yeah.
And you're a big part, as I said, of athletics here in WA. How does it feel to come down here to the southwest with the Bunbury Geographe gift? Obviously most competitions are in Perth, but what's it like being down here in the region?
It definitely has opened your eyes up to what's down in Bunbury. It's one of the best competitions in the state. So I would definitely keep coming back, even well into my 50s, I suppose. I just keep running. So I think athletes need to remember, you've got all your officials and coaches and training partners that give so much to you. Sometimes you just always have to remember to give back to the sport. So yeah.
Perfect answer, Lou. Well, congratulations once again, mate. Thoroughly deserved.
Thank you.
Well done to our winner, Louise Sawyer. Stay round. Our podium finishes in the women's 300. We'll get your presentations underway immediately after our under-20 300 metre is completed, and those athletes are with our starter now. While we're doing that, we have our non-automatic qualifiers, and they are Sophie Watts, Celeste Mucci, Jasper Kang, Catherine Sparrow, Jackie Lord, Ella Italiano-Schmidt, and Taylor Cruttenden, and they will join Kiara Speechley, Tiana Merritt, Kiara Rodingius, Eliza Wilson, and Alana Jukic as our 12 semi-finalists in the women's 120 metre. Of course, that event featuring a prize of $14,000 at the end, a huge payday for the winner of the 120, and all those girls live to fight the next round through to qualify for the final at the culmination of today's activities. Next up, we have our 300 metres for under 20s. It's a very stacked field. She's going again, Bradley Scott, Tiana Merritt, Zane O'Meara, Benoit Arqui, Tom Ferreira, the middle distance runner, will be well suited to this one. Patrick Kerman stepping up, although he can compete over the 1, 2 and 4. Ty Sears, MJ Jansen van Rensburg, and then Cooper Anderton will round out our field of 8 for the under 20 300 metres, which will be underway in a few moments' time. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special guest with us, Kevin Lewis, who in the 1954 Stall Gift took part at the Stall Gift. He won the he ran in the half mile at the Stall Gift back in 1954. While we've got you here, Kevin, we also want to say a big welcome to all those viewers coming at us from around Australia and the world, watching the live stream of course, provided by Lomax Media, who are doing a sensational job. Mate, the media and all the fanfare that we get here today with viewers all over the world, maybe not going on in 1954, but the quality of competition, I'm sure you remember fondly, would have certainly been at least at this standard, if not higher.
Probably better. No, Tom and I ran over there, but Tommy was a sprinter and he was probably the best professional that WA has ever seen. So, no, it was good.
That was Tommy Panizza, not Tom Dillon, wasn't it?
Tom Panizza, yeah, in the old days, and obviously fond memories. What does it mean for you to see an event of this calibre make its way to your hometown of Bunbury and showcase everything that the region has to offer?
Oh, this is really good because, you know, this is something really special and hopefully it'll carry on. But, no, to see what you've got here today, it's well done.
So, mate, you're obviously a lover of handicap racing. What was your fondest memory of your racing career, your most fond memory?
Just hit the front and stay there.
Make every post a winner. Ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are around the world, I suppose one of the great things about gift running is the chance for everybody to be a winner, to everyone feel that wind at the front and that sense of adrenaline that maybe this is your day. Biggest victory or biggest breakthrough, mate, over the years? Any fond memories in terms of an outcome you achieved?
No, when we were at Stawell, we teamed up with Fergie Speakman. He was the head trainer for Essington at the time, and at the time he was training Herb McKinley, and Herb was the then amateur 100 metres, is a world champion, then he turned professional. So to go around with those was probably one of the best things that ever happened to me.
Well, there we go, folks. Such a rich history. Obviously, Bay Sheffield, the Stawell gift, and now the Bunbury Geographe gift, brought to you by WesTrac, is right up there with the best gift races in Australia. We thank you, Kevin, for your time, mate. Thanks for coming in. And Tommy, ever the promoter that you are, mate. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look at Tommy's shirt. It's going to be one of the highlights of this event, I'm sure, in the future, is seeing the diverse range of shirts he manages to find from the archives. He's got shirts from all over the world, does he? I don't know what we're going to see from one day to the next, Bradley Scott. He just has a plethora of choice, doesn't he, when it comes to shirts. I'd love to go into his wardrobe and see how many shirts he's got in there.
I was going to say the exact same thing. I don't think he wears a shirt twice, does he? Every time he's in a new shirt, so much colour. But like I said, with that smile he has, it just complements it so well.
Oh, look at you, mate. You gentlemen.
He's a good man.
He is a good man, as are you, mate. Okay, let's talk about some good men and women, and they're coming up in the next race, which is our under 2300. Number 7 is out, so Zane O'Meara has scratched. We'll have Tiana Merritt out in front, chasing 5 from 5. She's winning everything. Let's hope she can do it again. Benoit Arqui, Tom Pereira, Patrick Kerman, Ty Sears, MJ Jansen, Van Rensburg, and Cooper Anderton. Of course, the Masters 300 brought to you by Perkins Builders and Commercial Realty. Commercial Realty, the sponsors of this event, and Tiana Merritt is hoping she can take some of that sponsorship money home with her. She looks fantastic at the top bend. Benoit Arqui, Tom Pereira, Patrick Kerman. Rounding the bend, as is Ty Sears. Jansen Van Rensburg got a bit of work to do. And coming late is Cooper Anderton. So for the moment, it's still Merritt out in front. Coming at her is Benoit Arqui and Tom Pereira. They will not have enough space. Kerman coming late from the clouds in yellow. And at the tape, oh, we will wait for the judges, but Merritt may well have done it again. Bradley Scott, she's got more wins today than a lot of athletes have in a career. And let's wait to see the official result.
How's that for handicapping? Handicapping must be very happy.
Number 8, and then yellow. So the winner, Tiana Merritt, from a fast closing Patrick Kerman. He came from the clouds, Kerman, almost gave her a heart attack, as well as you and I, Bradley. But Tiana Merritt, our winner, is with you now.
Tiana, I might as well just give you this microphone. You are doing such a great job here. As we said earlier, you train on this track so much. That must have been a big part of the reason why you're able to come out here again in this 300 and really show it up to the gents and take the win.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's the other thing I was going to say. You've been a big part of this competition, obviously winning. You finished second in the 70. You're coached by Bruce down here, and for those that don't know about Bruce, what sort of input does he have here in athletics in the Southwest?
He's the whole reason for my success. He's just the best coach.
And we're talking about Bruce Cornish. For those that don't know, Bruce is heavily involved with the junior development here in the Southwest, and a great man, always willing to give a hand. And Tiana, obviously you've won a little bit of money over this weekend. Will you be buying Bruce dinner?
Could do, yeah.
Do you have anything else left?
A little bit.
Just a little bit, or do you mean you've still got a few more races? We know you're still in the 120. How are your legs going to keep up with this?
Yeah, 400 as well.
And the 400. Wow. Well, good luck with all that. Go and recover. I won't take your breath away too much. Really well done, Tiana. And get ready to go and collect your sash, another sash, and get ready for the 4 and the 120.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bradley. Let's get those finishers down there from the Perkins Builders Masters 300 as well as from the Commercial Realty Under 2300, because our presentations are going to get underway immediately. Okay, we have a lunch break after this before we introduce to you our field in the Cube Ports and Bulk Mile, the great field that we have got here. Incredible racing coming up there in the mile. It's like a great short story. The suspense just keeps on coming, and there will be a definitive solution and conclusion at the end of that race. There's just a case of trying to predict how it will go is anybody's guess. Some of Australia's best, some of West Australia's best, and some emerging talent all colliding in a collision course over the Cube, Ports and Bulk Men's Mile. I'm Raf Bohr, and we're about to get underway with the presentations of the Perkins Builders Masters Mile. Testing one. Yep. Okay, we're back. If we just get those results through from our officials, we'll get those presentations underway now for the 300 metres. We thank the team, of course, that have sponsored the event, and the team, of course, we are referring to is the Perkins Builders team. And Colin Pearson-Tini is down there to assist with presentations. Okie doke, folks. In third place in the Perkins Builders Masters 300 metres, may we please give a big round of applause for Gary Hasty. Next up, prolific last year and again this year in a time of 39.15. Our second place finisher is Sharon Davis. And last but certainly not least, the big winner here today of the $500 first prize for our first place finisher in the Perkins Builders Masters 300, Louise Sawyer from the UWA Athletics Club. Louise Sawyer and Sharon Davis, please, to the presentation area. Also, please ensure Tom Ferreira, Patrick Kerman and Tiana Merritt, you are at the finish line immediately. And here comes Sharon and Louise. Give them a round of applause, folks, as they make their way onto the stage. What can we say, Gary? You've been kept waiting, mate. Worth waiting for? He thinks so. There they are. Sharon Davis, our silver medalist, and our winner, Louise Sawyer. Of course, no one is out of the money from the final. 8th place, $50, 7th, $50, 6th, $50, 5th, $50, 4th, $100, and then 3rd, $150, 2nd, $250, and 1st, $500. So there's our podium, ladies and gentlemen. A large thank you to the Perkins Builders, sponsorship of that event. Colin Piacentini from one of our major partners, Piacentini and Sons, assisting as we see Steve Stingemore and Louise Sawyer from Athletics WA, both on the committee there, celebrating. And we'll move straight along, and we thank Commercial Realty for their sponsorship of the under-20 event. And in third place in the mixed under-20 300 metres in a time of 36.50, we had Tom Ferreira from the Front Runner Athletics Club. Well done, Tom. And he fell 1/100th of a second short in a dramatic finish. Second place, Patrick Kerman. Also from the Front Runner Athletics Club. His coach, Zach Bourne, will be very happy with that performance. And our winner, the local girl, we just spoke to her, and she's done it again. She's won 5 races so far today, this time by the narrowest of margins, 1/100th of a second in a time of 36.21. Please give it up for the local girl, Tiana Merritt. Tiana collects first prize of $500, second place $250, third $150, fourth $100, and then $50 for the remainder of our finalists through to 8th position. Some outstanding racing in our under-20 300. While they get their photos taken, we'll take a moment just to re-clarify there was some late shuffling of the finalists in the semis for the girls in the 120. Ella Italiano-Schmidt, unfortunately, has missed out by 1/100th of a second. Taylor Cruttenden was the last qualifier. We also had Kiara Speechley, Jackie Lord, Catherine Sparrow, Jazz Vakang, Tiana Merritt, Kiara Dingius, Taylor Phyllis, Celeste Mucci, Sophie Watts, Eliza Wilson, and Alana Jukic. So our finalists, unfortunately, just missing out Ella Italiano-Schmidt, Taylor Cruttenden, our final non-automatic qualifier, has made it through. Here we go. So just to recap, folks, a fantastic start to the day. We saw Louise Sawyer capture the Masters 300, and she did a fantastic job there of holding off all those behind her after starting from the front mark. She resisted all that competition and managed to stay on top for the $500 check. Tiana Merritt, this weekend we've seen the young girl from the local Bunbury Athletics Club win 5 competitions across heats and finals, and she's been absolutely impressive on every performance. One thing we may say is the gaps continue to narrow, and that last victory, she may be showing her first signs of fatigue, only 1/100th of a second. In the heats, well, we saw all the stars come out to play. Celeste Mucci made it through, but as a non-automatic qualifier, Eliza Wilson in that heat number 4 of the women, heat number 3 of the women's, really showcased her and presented herself as a favourite. Also, Kiara Dingius, last year's champion, only 2 in her heat, all said and done, was clear of the others and looked very strong. Jackie Lord, again, very strong, as was the other non-automatic qualifier, Jazz Vakang, from that particular heat. In the men's, you know, for me, Bradley, I thought that there was a lot to look forward to across the board, but I really like the stable who've come across from South Australia. Harrison Hunt looked fantastic. He's got such relaxed speed. Joshua Ross did make it through. Josh the Boss made it through as a non-automatic qualifier, and last year's winner, Evan Jarvis, does also proceed through to the semi-finals. Of course, I'm Raf Bohr. I'm here with Bradley Scott, and Bradley, a Paralympian. What do you take from this morning's racing?
Well, one thing, I was just talking to Steve Stingemore, and those that know Steve Stingemore, he's a big part of athletics here in WA, and watching both the Masters 300 and the under-20 300, it was great to see the women take it in the mixed category. So it's really good to see the women take it to the blokes, doing a great job today. But as you said, in that 120, it's great to see so many athletes coming from around Australia down here to our corner of the country to really show what they have. And why not? $14,000 to the winner of the 120. But the race is coming up soon, the one that I love, the one that I know you enjoy too, the mile. We see some high caliber athletes going in this one.
So, I mean, Bradley, you are born and bred in the Bunbury Southwest region. Obviously, we see the great beaches. We see the great outdoor living What else do people have to see down here if they visit the Southwest Cape and stop in Bunbury or spend a few days down in the region?
Well, the first thing that you would witness is a sense of community we have down here. Everyone is behind each other, and that is a great part of the Southwest because we're so immersed in sport. Sport has been the way to connect with those around the community. And as we've seen so many people come to here, they've realised that Bunbury just isn't a place you stop through, but you can actually spend good quality time here. Oh, you've mentioned it countless times, the Dolphin Discovery Centre, newly built, freshly done. It looks amazing, and you get to have this interaction with the marine life down here in the Southwest. But the thing I love about Bunbury is that you might be away from the city, maybe 2 hours away from Perth, but you do feel like you've got everything you need down here.
The air certainly changes, doesn't it, when you get a little bit further south of the city. And, of course, you know, the food and beverage, I've been so impressed by the coffee, the food, some very experimental food, you know, almost like very progressive food and eating opportunities for people down in Bunbury, very diverse range of opportunities for people to try the produce, the fresh produce of the region when they're down here.
It's definitely a multicultural region now. We see so many people moving their family here to the Southwest, and the great thing about that is they're bringing their culture, their experiences, their cuisine to the region. And as you said, we get to really try anything around the world. It's become a place where you know that doesn't matter what you want, you'll be able to find it in one way or another.
Okie doke. So, folks, we have our official heat lists for the semi-finals of our women, which, of course, will get underway this afternoon. Heat number 1 in red, Celeste Mucci will run off scratch. White, Jasvir Kang off 4.5. She was great in her heat. Alana Jukic off 5.75. Kiara Speechley off 7. Taylor Phyllis off 8. And Catherine Sparrow off 8. That'll be semi-final number 1. Qualifying will be the first 2 finishes plus the next 2 fastest times across both heats. Heat number 2, the red sash, Taylor Cruttenden off 2 metres. Kiara Rodingius, last year's winner, will run off 2.5. She's one of the favourites once more. Eliza Wilson, for mine, my favourite overall, will run off 7.5, as will Sophie Watts. Jackie Lord will wear the green sash and run off 8 metres. And the last but not least, can she do it yet again? Tiana Merritt will run in black. 5 out of 5. Can she make it? The local girl, 6 out of 6.
And I heard she's also in the 400 and apparently in the mile as well.
You think she's going to sleep well tonight, the young girl from Bunbury. Mate, they breed them tough down here, don't they?
Yeah.
And she's up for all of the challenges that are put in front of her, that young lady.
And with so many athletes growing up in the region doing little athletics, they become multi-talented in so many different events. And someone like Tiana's obviously showcased that, not only on the short distance, even though she said she's more of a 400-metre runner, she's really proving her worth here in all the events. But looking at these semi-final lists, I reckon Alana Jukic is in a really hot position here too. Off 5.75, she's got a bit of a head start compared to some of the other hot favourites. So she's off in Heat 1, which she's up against Les Muti, which is definitely a hard ask. But I think Heat 2 in the semi is really the one where I think it'll be hard to move through to the next round.
Well, there we go. Of course, the chance for the two non-fastest automatic qualifiers to still get through on their time. So all athletes will be striving for those spots if they don't go automatic. Of course, thank you to our sponsors of the lanes today, Dave Nolan Hydraulics, Martin Engineering, NLS, Doral, Dixon Financial Group, and Bracken Healthcare. Our major sponsors again this year, Pearson Tini and Sons. We thank them for their great support, as well as WesTrac. And WesTrac, of course, the naming and major sponsors of the whole event. We can see their name all over the finishing posts, and they'll be all over the photos that we see go around the world at the end of the day, Bradley. Of course, Retrovision, also a very strong sponsor of the event. Cube, who will be sponsoring, of course, the big mile event that's coming up very shortly, and that's going to see some of Australia's best. We have got BBR, Bunbury Battery and Radiators, the Government of Western Australia behind it, West Coast Waste sponsoring us again this year, the CCR Group. We, of course, also have Aristos, and he's famous for his seafood, isn't he? One of the great culinary offerings down here in Bunbury, of course, is the seafood. Also, the Quality Choice Lighthouse Hotel, our hotel partners this year, did a fantastic job hosting our Q&A with the stars on Friday. We have got the 2020 gift dates as well, and they'll be the 29th of Feb, 1st of March in 2020. We look forward to welcoming you all back. Wherever you are around the world, stay with us, and we'll be back with you in about 20 minutes to introduce the field for the mile here at the gift. Of course, the mile event will feature Ryan Gregson, the Australian record holder in the 1500, as well as Rockingham's finest in Matthew Ramsden, the Australian mile champion. As we have mentioned a few times during the proceedings, Ben Chamberlain, our West Australian champion, is also one to watch out for. He was a podium finisher last year. Luke Graves, the silver medalist, and Elaine Dutton, the bronze medalist at the state championships, also running. And those three will be the ones to watch from the West Australian side of things. So much to look forward to, Bradley, and you've done a great job this morning. We look forward to calling more action after a 15-minute break, where we'll be back with you to call the next round of events here at the 2019 WesTrac Bunbury Geographe Gift.
So during this break, it is a great time to go and get yourself a feed down at our food vans, food trucks. There is plenty on offer. I'm sure it doesn't matter what you're into, you'll find something for you. Also, the Eaton Boomers have the bar open just over behind where the announcers stadium is and the building. You can see the white tents to my left. Eaton Boomers are holding the bar there. But also, if you're into your active wear and you want to check out what are the latest things in fashion, maybe you have a present you need to buy for that special someone, well, there will be some active wear modelled down near the VIP tent at the end of the track, and the models are presented by CM Management. So thank you to Intersport for providing the gear for the models to wear, and go and check that out because I'm sure you'll find out what is the hot item of the month.
Hey.
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Raf Bohr. I am here with Genevieve Gregson. I'm getting confused. I keep going by your maiden name, and your boy is about to be one of the star attractions in the Cube Ports and Bulk Mile. Genevieve, you've been in Bunbury now 2 or 3 days, spending a bit of time at the Southwest Academy of Sport, doing a bit of training. Not running yourself, but have you been enjoying your time here in beautiful Bunbury?
Yeah, I am having an awesome time here in Bunbury. Like you said, I've been here since Friday and I already feel like I know my way around the town. I've been driving around, checking out little sites and spending a lot of time in the sports centre. So unfortunately I can't race today. I would love to be out there, but it's such a sight to see. A beautiful day, everyone out here ready to go, and I'm excited to see how my husband performs in the elite mile.
Fantastic. So just a word, folks, we do have a modelling display from our friends at Intersport Bunbury about to begin. So congratulations and well done to the team at MG Management, who've got some of the local girls doing their modelling parade that's about to get underway. Of course, Genevieve, you're from the Gold Coast, is it? From the coastal Queensland?
Yes, originally born on the Gold Coast, was there pretty much through my schooling years, and ever since then I've been jumping all over the place. I base myself in Melbourne now, and that's where I am with Melbourne Track Club, and we train there, you know, half the year, and then we're overseas for the other half.
Yeah, so give people a little bit of an insight of what the life is like for you and Ryan. Obviously, your manager and coach, Nick Badeau, does a lot of the logistics, but where does the team travel in the last 12 months, say in 2018? What was the year like in terms of broken down into the different trips and the different events you guys targeted throughout the year?
Last year was a little different with the Commonwealth Games. A lot of our group were competing on the Gold Coast in April, so we actually spent a little bit more time in Australia, based in Melbourne. But pretty much after the Com Games, a lot of us set off overseas. We had a training camp in Spain, spent a lot of time there getting ready for the races for the rest of the year, and we actually, most years, spend our time in Europe up until mid-September. And then after that, we come home, have a mini break if Nick lets us, and then get ready for another training camp in Falls Creek, which is just inland from Melbourne, and we spend a month up there prepping for whatever domestic races are coming up, usually Zatopek to start us off.
So let's talk a little bit about the injury you're nursing. So for those fans who are watching and we wanted to see you race here this weekend, first of all, what's the injury? And then secondly, when can we expect to see you back on the track doing what you love most?
Yeah, unfortunately, I was blessed with a terrible Achilles. I've been nursing it for a few years now, but I did a race back in December and unfortunately pulled it and didn't realise. So I was training all through January and February on a dodgy Achilles, and finally I got the diagnosis that it, wasn't ready to go. So I had to pull out of all my future H's, which was unfortunately the Bunbury Gift, which killed me, but lucky enough I was able to come over here and get to support my husband and teammates and get to watch the races instead of sit at home and watching on, a stream or something.
Yeah, well, you would have been lucky to see Brad Scott and myself there on the stream watching the great Ryan Gregson, your husband. Of course, he spent a bit of time with us here in Western Australia in his youth. It's fantastic to have him back. Let's talk a little bit about our field in the men's Cube Ports and Bulk Mile. And, of course, you know him and obviously Matthew Ramsden, his stablemate, quite well.
Yes, so it's interesting because Ryan and Matt are, they're good mates, but also Ryan showed him the ropes along the way. Matt's been with us now for a few years, but he's also quite the gentleman, very respectable. It's interesting to watch them race together because they both have such a competitive side, and no one wants to lose to the other. Ryan has got one up on him from the Mile Championships, but then Ryan got one back just a week ago at the Sydney Track Classic. So this is interesting to see a race where they're actually not even starting together. Ryan will start off scratch, and Matt has, a little bit on him with a 25-metre head start, but hopefully Ryan's bringing in the right tactics to sort Matt out, because I know that this is his home soil and he won't be wanting to be defeated here in front of his friends and family.
Yeah, well, I know that Nick's the master of the metaphor, and I'll never forget when I was working with him many years ago, he had explained to Craig Mottram that he was Mustafa and Collis was Simba, as little metaphors to keep people in their place until the time's right for the jungle position to change. Obviously, you know, Ryan still has some legs left in him. He's continuing to stay on in the middle part of his career, perhaps in his early 20s. A few injuries look to threaten him achieving his potential. Of course, his Australian record happened before a lot of that. But since then, he's come back. That Olympic final was a great achievement in Rio, and he's been very consistent over the last few years.
Yeah, the good thing about Ryan is people do think he's older than he is. He's been around for so long. He was in his best form back when he was 19, 20, which is crazy because he's now 28, 29. So he always turns to me after race and says, well, I'm not getting any slower. He's still got a very, very sharp kick at the end of a race, and I definitely don't think he's losing his racing form. So I think Matt's got his work cut out for him. But again, we've got so many people in this race that they've got to look out for. So it's not just, you know, a two-man race as Matt described the other night. There's a few other guys up there that I think are going to make it really tough for any of these back markers.
All right, let's keep you with us, Genevieve. We'll get you to help me in calling this one because it's going to be a cracker. Let's start with our front markers. And the front marker of this field is Jerome Hines. And Jerome has just scratched, we just heard. Besides that, would you believe our front marker is a former 1348 5,000 metre runner. Now, he's now in his 50s, but Trevor Scott, he loves a punt and he loves a run. Two of his great things coming together here. No, he's not. He's out there. There he is. Look at him. He's going to do 20 push-ups. He's doing a handstand. He is theatrical, if nothing else. Clancy Pascoe. Oliver McGrath, one of the young stars of the front-runner stable, has a fairly handy position there at the head of the field. Owen Spicer, Adam McKenzie, Kyle Kowalski, a great talent, 410 PB at 1,500. He is from Albany. Nathan Kerman, 417 at 1,500 metres, another young man to watch. Sam Holyrood, Anthony Giselli is a West Australian junior champion and an Australian junior champion at 4 and 800. Noah McEnany, Tom Ferreira, Jacko Jansen van Rensburg is a steeplechase star and has won Australian titles in the junior ranks in the steeple trained by Susie Graves. George Peters was second in the West Australian junior 800, third in the 1,500. Cameron Quick goes by the name and is by nature very fast. Callum Dow, Liam Jason on the comeback has a PB of under 4 minutes for 1,500. He has got some calibre. He's maybe trying to reach for a little bit of that form rather than right being at that level. Now, we also have Elaine Dutton, the 800-metre state champion, and he was third in the state 1,500. Luke Shaw, a genuine star. He's an 800-metre runner with a personal best of 150 on the head. Luke Graves, state champion in the steeple, second in the 1,500 and the 5,000. He is also the Australian junior 3,000-metre champion from the De Castella 3,000. Ben Chamberlain, your West Australian 1,500-metre champion for 2019, is in the yellow sash. He is also the bronze medalist from this event last year, where his stablemate Nathan Scott was the winner. Getting to the head of the field, the Rockingham Rocket, your 2018 or 19 Australian mile champion is Matthew Ramsden. And last but not least, the Olympic finalist, Australian record holder and special guest here at the 2019 WesTrac Bunbury Geographe gift. Please give it up for Ryan Gregson. Your field, ladies and gentlemen, stacked and ready to roll. My name's Raph Bohr. I am here with Genevieve Lacaz. Wherever you're watching from around the world, we welcome you to the live broadcast. Share it with your friends. Catch all the action. We're giving away the lion's share of $78,000 in prize money over the next 3 hours and $5,000 on the post for the winner of this race right here and right now. We're in the starters' hands. Mike Holmes. So interesting, Genevieve, isn't it? These distance events and how people pace themselves over such a long journey and whether they're reactionary or patient. What sort of approach does Ryan talk to you about taking into an event like this with such a lot of ground to make up?
Yeah, I always ask him how he's going to approach it because it's just so foreign to him to have to start with nobody. It's normally him fighting for a spot in the first 100 metres, but here he's got to be really careful because it's 4 laps and he's got a long way to go if he tries to catch Matt straight up. So he's going to really pace himself and take his time, but, you know, look to come around in the last 200, really.
Okay, number 15, Noah McEnany, and number 20, the young gun from the UW Athletics Club, Adam McKenzie, looking good. A little bit further back, we can see number 10, Callum Dow. A little bit behind him, George Peters and Jacko Jansen van Rensburg. Then Tom Pereira, a little bit of jostling further back. Luke Graves and Ben Chamberlain head-to-head, level. as they come through the post with 3 to run. Ramsden through as well, and Gregson probably square it where they started as they round the bend. And 1 lap done. Not a lot of change early. There seldom is. It's that 3rd lap where things become decisive. And these athletes spread out across the track. Out in front, number 15, Noah McEnany. What do we make of it so far, Genevieve?
Yeah, I'm just looking. I'm not too confident because Ben has a nice sit in there. He's got someone just in front of him. He's passed him now, but it's really good to have someone close by in a race like this. If you can get any rest whatsoever, a hide from the wind, it will really help in the final laps of the race. Whereas Ryan and Matt are solo out there and they're competing against themselves. What you want to do is find a pack or find someone to tuck in, but I think unfortunately that's not going to happen for our back markers today.
I think it's a very good spot by you, Genevieve. He is very much a strength runner, is Ben Chamberlain, and he looks very well positioned indeed. Ramsden trying to round up that gap a little, but he's still got 25 metres behind Ben Chamberlain as they come through the 2nd lap. And Chamberlain, of course, was 6th himself at the Australian Mile Championship, where Ramsden won narrowly from Gregson. Gregson with some work to do as he rounds Trevor Scott, our back marker, and Scotty, a star of West Australian and Victorian running in the 80s and 90s, finding the pace a little bit hot here today, but still hanging in. Out in front, it remains Noah McEnany, and you are watching a very tight field start to compact like a concertina, and Chamberlain in the yellow sash down the back straight, weaving through the field, and your boy finally now, Ramsden, and then your boy Gregson starting to find a little bit of toe as it tightens up a little bit more. Ramsden trying hard to chase Chamberlain, and Chamberlain trying to find the pointy end of the field. And Ryan still with some work to do. He's 80 metres off the lead, 40 metres off Ramsden. And here we go. They'll come and get the bell. And still at this stage, our leader is one of our front markers. It's Callum Dow. The pacing, very efficient from Callum. He senses he's a chance. George Peters, Elaine Dutton, the West Australian 800-metre champion. Ben Chamberlain, George Peters, Jansen van Rensburg, Ramsden rounding off. Kyle Kowalski running well. Here comes Gregson. We are set for a battle royale. What do you make of it here, Genevieve?
Yeah, I'm getting really nervous now. There's a lot of work to do, but it is the last lap and a lot of damage is done in the last lap. People are tired, people are lactic, and the big boys are making their moves. I can see Ben Chamberlain really flying down that back straight, but Matt is wheeling him in. Ryan's starting to kick now, and his 250 is his strongest, his last bit of the race. So I'm hoping he can wheel him in enough.
Well, here comes Matthew Ramsden, and the Rockingham Rocket smells victory. He rounds the bend. He smells blood. He is such a competitor. Him and Ryan both have that killer instinct. And the Rockingham Rocket is chasing hard. Dow trying to hold off the fast finishing Matthew Ramsden. Ramsden will have none of it. Ramsden storms to the lead. The Rockingham Rocket, your 2019 Australian Mile Champion, is going to take 5,000 at the post for winning. The mile here, sponsored by Cube Ports and Bulk from Elaine Dutton, Ben Chamberlain, and a gallant Dow. It was Jansen van Rensburg, Gregson, then Peters, van Rensburg number 2, Graves. What a run. Matthew Ramsden, that killer instinct that he's had since he was a young boy, came out and he gritted his teeth with 200 to run, and in his mind he was the only one who believed he had the post, and it so turned out to be. Brad Scott, let's get Matthew Ramsden, who shakes hands with his stablemate Ryan Gregson, and chat with our winner.
And Ryan, we'll grab you in a second, mate.
Our winner, Oliver McGrath, well done, son, comes across the line, one of our young guns. Our winner, Matthew Ramsden, is with Brad Scott now on the infield.
Matt, you came here with a big target on your back, knowing that you had a 25-metre head start on Ryan Gregson. You didn't even, I think you had a 25-metre win in the end there. So you ran that off scratch pretty much and still came home with the bickies, mate. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. I knew there was a bit of pressure because I did have such a generous handicap on Ryan. So I really had to perform today because I didn't want him to close that gap. So, yeah, I think I did pretty well today considering it was the pressure that was on me. And I was just happy to catch everyone with about 200 to go. So I had a bit of breathing room. If I could only get them with 50 metres to go, I'd be really stressing by then.
And the guy you had to try to catch there, one of them was Ben Chamberlain, someone who you've trained with, competed with for so much of your life, especially growing up here in the region through Rockingham. how did it feel knowing that Chamber was there with 150 to go? You had to chase him down. You guys have battled it out over many years. Did you think you had it over him?
Yeah, he's probably one of my greatest rivals. I didn't know if I had it over him. He might have been foxing and then try to kick away from me with 100 to go, but I think he might have been feeling it from the wind as well. So, yeah, I was lucky to get him so early.
And coming down to Bunbury, I guess you're only from Rockingham, so you're not too far away. You're over now in Melbourne training over there. What does it mean to have something like the Bunbury Geographe gift happening down here in the southwest?
It's really good to be able to come back home and perform in front of fellow West Australians. This is why I run. I want to represent my state. I want to represent everyone who's helped me along the way. So, yeah, that's what it means to me coming back home and racing this meet.
And what's next for Matt Ramsden?
At this stage, I'll do Perth Track Classic and then get ready for Nationals, National 1500 in Sydney.
Brilliant. Well, Ryan, if we could grab you for a second, mate. I know you're a bit knackered, but can we grab you for 2 seconds? So, we had so many amazing runners in that field, but as we know, the 2 big marquee athletes were Matthew Ramsden, your champion, and Ryan Gregson, someone who's done it so well for Australia over a number of years. Olympian multiple times, Australian record holder. Ryan, how was that one, mate?
Yeah, hard. Look, I was up against it. Matt, he's a really strong runner. He's a front runner, so you know that completely played into his hands. He's just so strong. I'm usually someone who kind of sniffs around at the back and goes for the win late. So I was up against it, but full credit, he was just too strong.
And the wind changed around and turned into a bit of a headwind, but it's not probably as strong as you would have liked, knowing how strong of a runner you are. But how's it been down here, down in the southwest of WA?
Yeah, it's great. I love meets like this. You know, it takes our sport to areas of the world that we usually wouldn't get to see. So that's really special, and it's been a great experience.
And I asked Matt, what's next for him? What's next for you? What's on the radar for Ryan Gregson?
Just a month of hard training and then get ready for the Australian Championships, where hopefully I'll win another Australian title with the 1500.
Well, Ryan, mate, thank you so much for being down here, a part of the Bunbury Geographe gift. I think you might be one of the competitors maybe for the skins if you're interested in that too. We'll see if we can get you into that race because that's a good run.
We'll see. I'll have a chat with my coach.
Well, Ryan, well done, mate. Congratulations once again.
Great job, Bradley Scott. Well done, Ryan. And, of course, our winner, Matthew Ramsden. We have got a little bit of time, so we'll get straight into our presentations of those athletes before they cool down. Brad, if you can keep Ryan near here, we'll go through the presentations with Ryan and Matthew straight away while the athletes are here. We've got a bit of time before the women's mile is due to start at 12:50. So if we can have Matthew Ramsden. Also, we must pay special mention to the Albany boy, Callum Dowley. He had made every post a winner. Just didn't quite have enough legs at the finish, but he was very strong. So Matthew Ramsden, you can have him at the finish line now. And also our representatives from Cube, Ports and Bulk. You can have our representatives there to help us with our presentations of our winners. Our first prize, of course, was $5,000, second $750, third $250, fourth $100, and then $50, $50, $50, $50. Isn't that just a story of athletics, Genevieve? $5,000 for first, and then all of a sudden you go from those chocolates down to the boiled lollies at $750 for second, and then $250 for third.
Yeah, this is one of the bigger drops I've seen, but it is always gut-wrenching knowing that every place really matters, especially when you're sprinting for the line and there's absolutely nothing you can do when people are passing you. But, you know, that's the way the sport is. Matt crosses the line and takes the cake, but the rest of the athletes, yeah, as it drops down, start to lose hundreds of dollars.
Okay, well, let's get our finishers down there. Our podium finishers. We're about to get underway with our presentations for the Cube, Ports and Bulk men's mile. And, of course, Ramsden will collect the sash as well for his great efforts here today. Okay, we're with you in 2 moments with those presentations as we get their final order with our judges from the photo finish. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in the Cube, Ports, Bulk and Ports men's mile, in third place from the UWA Athletics Club, your 2019 West Australian 1500 metre champion, Ben Chamberlain. In second place, your West Australian 800 metre champion, the cream certainly rising to the top. Second place, Elaine Dutton, also from the UWA Athletics Club. And last but certainly not least, the winner of the 2019 Cube Ports and Bulk Men's Mile, the Rockingham Rocket, and your Australian Mile champion, Matthew Ramsden. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for your podium finishers in the Cube Ports and Bulk Men's Mile for 2019. And Genevieve, when you give someone with those sort of instincts an inch, they'll win the mile. And he certainly did that there, Matthew Ramsden. He could see at about 2:50 to go, the brain clicked into gear and he sensed that he could win. And then from there, he smelt blood and he got after it and took the win.
Yeah, the thing about Matt is he's not only talented, he's such a hard worker. He's so determined, and when he knows that he's got a good opportunity in front of him, he never misses it. So I knew it would be hard for Ryan to catch Matt on a situation like that, but you also take your hat off to Matt because he never, ever fails to impress us and his coach.
Well, as we talk about stars of the show, Brad Scott is down with Mick Murray, the local member, and one of the star member of Parliament here in Western Australia. Brad, over to you with Mick Murray.
Mick Murray, mate, you're the Minister for Sport here in WA. You do so much for sport. You're from Collie. You're a mad Collie football supporter. But I also heard you're a big fan of this mile. You really wanted to make sure this mile was a big profile for this event.
Oh yeah, you know, last year we come along and had a few words and so that the people can become involved because it goes for that bit extra time, and that was the case today. You know, they were cheering for their particular person, and to see the Rockingham Rocket, whatever the name was, come around, the crowd really become involved. So I think it's something that's a real spectacle.
And with a competition or an event like Bunbury Geographe Gift happening down here in the region, what sort of support, what sort of impact do you think this has on the community?
Look, for one, it brings out, we never know where our next Olympian's coming from, and it could be a 5-year-old that's watching today. It could be someone a little bit older, but, you know, it brings the sport to the community, and being a free event really, really shows that up.
And what's next on the radar for you? What would you like to see happen here in the region in terms of sport?
Look, we know that the Southwest is probably blessed with many, many sports people that probably don't get the ultimate chance to go to the top. That's what I'm supporting very much through the government, very much the grassroots of the sport, and making sure that those kids do get the chance. And I think that's very important. As you would know, at times it's very difficult to raise money to get away to state championships or Australian championships. Let's support those people. Let's make sure they get to the top.
That support is definitely paramount with the youngsters and helping them stay encouraged and motivated in their sport. Lastly, Mick, is there any chance we might see you racing the Masters race next year?
Probably the chance of that is about nil. I mean, even for weight for age, I'll still be well off the back. But it is something I love. It's an easy job because I love my sports, the whole lot of them. But to come here today, I think is special as well to see the crowd and the support. And they told me yesterday was quite good as well. So to all the sponsors, to the people that make it happen, thank you. Thank you for bringing it to Bunbury.
And thank you, Mick Murray, for everything you do for the community, and thank you for your presence today.
Thanks, Scotty, and great to see you again. And it's been good to talk to you 3 minutes without you taking the mickey out of me.
No worries, Mick.
Thank you very much, Brad, and thank you, Mick, for your support through the WA State Government. As this event continues to grow, the government support will swing in behind the great early work of the committee down here, the Panizza family, the Piacentini family, obviously Tommy Dillon and all the team on the committee, Joe O'Day doing a fantastic job. And let's not also forget the great work done by Athletics WA and the Bunbury Little Athletics, and also Little Athletics WA have done a huge job. A special thanks to Paul Lever, I should say, from Bunbury Little Athletics, and also Keith Yardley from the Bunbury Runners Club, the host of this great event. The winning time for Matt Ramsden on a thick, heavy grass track, 4:05 off 25 metres, so we'd probably equate that to a 4:11 on grass. Very heavy grass, I may add, running around a swath of probably 22 or 23 people, so a strong run. 4:06.58 for Elaine Dutton, 4:07.33, and Ryan at 4:10.04. Probably almost would have been good to see him go head-to-head, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I was just looking at that. I kind of had a look at how far Ryan was behind in the end, and I thought, gosh, that would have been a good race to see him side to side. But like I said, that's not what today's about. It's about making the most of the handicap you're given and doing what you can, and that's what happened today.
There we go. Ever the diplomat, even when your boy's involved, keeping it professional. Good to have you here with me. I'm Raph Bohr. I'm here with Genevieve Lacaz, a two-time Olympic finalist, and she's been a great addition to the commentary team with myself and Bradley Scott, who is a Paralympian in his own right. He's on the infield chatting to all our stars. And let's get Ryan in here too, mate. Ryan, grab a seat. Great man. Get in there with us. We'll get me out of shot and get the champs in there. Ryan, great performance from you. We'll get a few thoughts from both you and Genevieve throughout this women's mile. And the field is just forming now. Our back marker, Janelle Consolis, is out there. Though she's scratched, I should say. Elisa Wilson will therefore be our front marker off 160. Zane O'Meara will run off 120. India Hooton will run off 120. Rachel McCormack and Sharon Davis both scratching. Davis preferring to save herself for the big money in the 120. Eliza Griffin is in action. She's off 100. Keely Waters off 80. Jemima Cosby, a former Australian junior champion at 800 metres and 400, and a medalist at 1500, runs off 80. Angie Ross is the West Australian and Australian Masters champion at 400, 800 and 1500. She's also an open medalist. She has great closing speed and the most amazing biomechanics that's ever on display. She's a beautiful technician, is Angie. Sarah Billings from the Melbourne Track Club joins us. We welcome her. She runs off 50 metres. And our back marker, the Doctor. And she was second last week in the Sydney Track Classic with a big PB of 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Please give it up for the red sash of Bernadette Williams. So, we've got all the scratchings. We're in the starters' hands. And they are off. The girls racing, of course, for $5,000 at the post, $750 for second, $250 for third, $100 for fourth, and then $50 from fifth through to eighth. Put yourself in the position of our back marker, Bernadette Williams. How would you approach it if you were her?
Yeah, I'm just looking. It's quite a way there. Sarah seems to have already put some distance in, but I do know that Bernadette ran a brilliant race a week ago, so she obviously has the fitness to, you know, gain on these girls. So I think she's got to be very, very patient. Where her damage is going to be done is probably the third lap, and then obviously into the fourth lap. It's all about catching these front markers because they look like little whippersnippers up front.
Yeah.
But Sarah Billings is also a very good athlete, so I think it'll come down to a battle off between those two.
Yeah, Angie Ross also very strong in the yellow sash. She's one to watch. Keely Waters, a former state champion, 800 in black, and Jemima Cosby is in green, running well as well. I think Ross looks very strong in yellow, as does Sarah Billings. She looks relaxed. So maybe he's got to watch she doesn't get a little bit too relaxed. Maybe needs to do a little bit of work because Bernadette Williams will come at her. She does have a PB almost 15 seconds faster at 4:15 than Sarah at 4:33.
Yeah, Bernadette has one job. It's to catch as many people as possible and try to cross that line first. But Sarah's is a little difficult right now because she's trying to save something if Bernadette catches her, but she also can't be too relaxed because if she doesn't catch the front markers, then there's, you know, no money at the end.
Yeah, well, she's listened to us and she's heard the calls from her teammate, and she's rallying now in the middle stages of this women's mile here at the Cube, Ports and Bulk. And out in front still, our early leader, Alyssa Wilson, and Jane O'Meara. And they're doing very well, these two ladies are just keeping their composure, holding their rhythm. And the gap still to our back markers is well over 50 metres as we come down with 2 laps to run. We have our leader coming through the post. Let's get behind her, ladies and gentlemen. It is Alyssa Wilson. And she's being pursued by Zane O'Meara. And these two have 2 laps to go, and they're both looking very strong and holding good form. As they come through behind them, number 10 is India Hooton, who's starting to feel a little bit of pressure from Sarah Billings, Keely Waters, a little bit further back to Eliza Griffin, Angie Ross and Jemima Crosby with 2 to run. Bernadette Williams, our back marker, still giving our front marker 100 metres as she rounds through the bend to go through 2 laps. But she's starting to reel them in now. Sarah Billings, perhaps the best of the rest in the middle of the pack, working her way now up into 3rd position with still 700 metres to run. How do you read it now, Genevieve?
Yeah, Sarah's done a fantastic job till halfway to catch a good amount of the girls. The only problem is Sarah is an 800-metre runner, so does she have the strength to hold herself all the way to the end? Because I know Bernadette is only going to get better as the laps go on, so Sarah needs to be mindful that although she has those 2 girls in front of her to catch, she needs to keep something in the tank now because Bernadette could come at any moment. She is holding a good lead though, so when they come to the bell lap, it'll be interesting to see what the gap will be from then on.
Yeah, Bernadette Williams looks like she's got a lot of work to do here, and Sarah Billings looks like she'll hit the front within the next 200 or 300. So the Melbourne Track Club, can they make it a double? Nick will be a very happy man watching this at home on the live stream. Hi to Nick, hi to everyone at the Melbourne Track Club. Let's see if one of the West Australians can pull a coup and take a victory, but doesn't look like it at the moment. Billings with a lot of lead here with 50 metres advantage at the post with a lap to run. She's just about to round Zane O'Meara, who's been very impressive. So Billings hits the post. Keely Waters, the best of the West, finally starting to get herself up towards a podium finish alongside number 10, India Hooton. Bernadette Williams has kicked, and she's running very well now. She's still 50 metres behind our leader, Sarah Billings, but she's starting to round out the rest of the field and cut away towards the head of the field. But at the moment, it's all Sarah Billings, and she's striding out, still looking very strong with 250 to go.
Sarah does have a beautiful stride. You never really know when she's tired, but I think the lead she's got right now is going to be the lead at the finish. She is only getting faster now with the 200 to go. This is her probably strongest point now if she can kick home because Bernadette is winding up. But I think Sarah's got such a lead. She's going to hold it and most likely cross that line first.
Yeah, she's got too big a lead now, and it's going to be a demonstration down the finishing straight. She did all the work in the middle. And often in the mile, that 3rd lap can be decisive, and it proved that here today. Sarah Billings, ladies and gentlemen, is well clear as she comes into the straight. Back for the minor placings. We can see Bernadette Williams has run on very strongly into 2nd, and Keely Waters striving to get a spot on the podium in 3rd as she comes up alongside Zane O'Meara. But your winner, ladies and gentlemen, is Sarah Billings. She takes the tape and $5,000 from Bernadette Williams. And then a great finish from Zane O'Meara and Keely Waters, as we see number 7 and 10, Eliza Griffin and India Hooton hold off Angie Ross and Jemima Crosby. And then number 15, Alyssa Wilson, rounds out a very competitive field. Well, what do we make of that, Genevieve?
Yeah, it's hard because this is a race I was meant to do, so I always, can't help it and work out where I would have been and where I would have started. But the girls did such a good job. Sarah was always going to be hard to beat. She's only done one 1,500 metre before, so it was really unknown to see how she would go there today. But being in our group now for 6 months or so, Nick's specialty is fitness, and I think he's definitely built her aerobic base because she looks so relaxed out there, so strong, and obviously her mile has gotten stronger over the time being with MTC.
Okay, Bradley Scott's on the infield with our winner, Sarah Billings. Over to you.
Sarah, great race. You had that one almost in the 1st lap. Did it feel that way? Did you think straight away you've got this?
Not at all. I know that Bernadette has a really good 1,500. She ran so well last weekend in Sydney, so I just had that in the back of my mind, and yeah, it wasn't easy, that's for sure.
Well, it looked easy. You had a massive lead on the way home. You came home. Everyone else on the ground, you're standing up, still walking around. So you do make it look like you recover quite well. What sort of training goes in for an event like this?
Well, I've just sort of changed training groups, and the training's a lot more fitness focused, like Jen was just saying. Which allowed me to kind of make the distance and feel strong while doing it. And yeah, so it's just a lot more aerobic style training compared to what I was used to. Yeah.
And your other half, Jordan Williams, was meant to be down here. Unfortunately, he injured himself just before the Bunbury Geographe gift. But you've taken out a top prize, $5,000. Where will that be going?
I'm not too sure yet. I haven't thought that far ahead. Yeah, probably we'll go towards a training camp in the middle of the year or Falls Creek at the end of the year, depending on what we're doing.
And that's what it is for many of the top athletes. When you do win money, it's about helping you continue your progress as an athlete. What's it like being down here in the southwest of WA?
Well, I love WA. I love the beach, so anytime I can come to the beach, I'll jump at it. And seeing like a small town like Bunbury, it's really cool, and I love grass running. And this is in amazing condition. We train at a grass oval in Melbourne, and it's good, but it's not quite like this, so that was nice to run on.
Everyone, a big round of applause for your Cube Ports and Bulk Women's Mile winner, Sarah Billings.
No worries.
Well done.
Thank you, Brad. Congratulations, Sarah. We'll cross to Genevieve to take us through our finishing order there and times for the Cube Ports and Bulk Women's Mile.
Okay, so the results here, we obviously have Sarah Billings that won in 4:51.16, Bernadette Williams in second, 4:56.42, Zane O'Meara, 4:58.80, in fourth, Keely Waters, 4:59.43, Eliza Griffin, 5 minutes and 54, India Hooton, 5 minutes and 64, there was a close finish there, Angie Ross, 5:01.20, in eighth, Jemima Crosby in 5:01.54, and Alyssa Wilson in ninth in 5:09.21.
Well, folks, it's been a pleasure to have you with us, Genevieve. Thank you so much for your expert insights there on the commentary. You'll be very happy in the stable. Wins for both Matthew Ramsden and Sarah Billings. The money is coming home in the pocket of the Melbourne Track Club.
Yes, I've had our coach already reporting in over the weekend to see how everyone's going, so the report back is going to be very positive. Easy job for me to send back 2 wins for MTC, so he'll be very proud. But it's been an honour to be here. Thank you for having me, and Bunbury, you've been amazing. Hopefully I'm back next year running in front of you all, not commentating.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to the 2-time Olympic finalist Genevieve Gregson, and she's done a fantastic job. Thank you. Great work. Get back and support your teammates. We've got plenty of action still to come, folks, but how good was that? Bradley Scott, those mile events, last year they were good. This year they were nothing short of spectacular. We had such a great exhibition with Australian mile champion Matthew Ramsden taking the win in the men's, and the West Australian boys did very well as well. Elaine Dutton, your West Australian 800 metre gold medalist, and Ben Chamberlain, our West Australian 1500 metre gold medalist, right there at the post in second and third.
Those races did not disappoint. We've seen outstanding competitors going through. The Rockingham Rocket, as I think now he's been coined. Matt Ramsden getting the job done. Absolutely amazing effort. Ryan Gregson worked so hard, but unfortunately couldn't get there in the end. I honestly thought Ben Chamberlain could have held on with 150 to go, but with all that training Matt Ramsden's been doing over in Melbourne with the Melbourne Track Club, he's really showed his form recently, winning the Australian Mile Championships. But then in the women's race there, Sarah Billings took it from the lead with about 600 to go and just held on the whole way through the race. Really showed the calibre of athlete she is.
And can I just get all the start lists for the next events? Like, are we doing the next? Is the next event these ones? Yeah. Pretty soon.
And then you want the start list.
All good. Yeah. So, Lindsay, did we have one event from the kids that got bumped back to the end?
Helen Morgan on the road yesterday.
Yeah, no. How'd she go?
She ran second in her age group.
Oh, awesome.
And her mother was doing the timing at the park run. She's got a phone in one hand and the clock in the other.
Oh, no, that's all been adjusted. This is right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, next up on the track is the Little Athletics under 11 to under 15 boys 400 metre final. And thanks to Intersport Bunbury for their great support of all these events, as well as our Fashion in the Field, Joe O'Day. Presentations for the ladies. Yes, let's get our mile presentations for women done straight away. We've got the chance to present the awards. Let's take that opportunity. So who In third place in the Cube Ports and Bulk Women's Mile, please give a big round of applause for Zane O'Meara. In second place, your West Australian 800 and 1500 metre champion, Bernadette Williams. And your winner, all the way from Melbourne, representing the Melbourne Track Club, Sarah Billings. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our podium finishers in the Cube Ports and Bulk Women's Mile as Sarah Billings receives her sash and a cheque for $5,000. All competitors can receive their prize money from inside the Bunbury Runners Club change rooms immediately after the presentation ceremony. Thank you to Glenn Gibson from Cube Ports and Pubs, Ports and Bulk. Ports and Pubs. Glenn, you like the pub, wouldn't you? Yeah, a little bit of that as well. The Eaton Boomers can look after you, mate. Or else the VIP tent's probably got some for you as well. Great growth in the region. Bradley, let's have a quick chat with Glenn there from Cube. Bradley, to your left. To your left. Let's have a quick chat with our major sponsor for the mile. And our major sponsors for the Cube Mile this year did a great job at supporting us. Let's hear from their managing director now, Glenn.
Mate, you just took off. You should be in the races. You're moving that quick. You didn't want to talk. But it's so good to have your support down here, to be a part of such an amazing event. Why did you decide to support the mile?
Because Tom Dillon wouldn't leave our boardroom till I signed something. No, Tom was fantastic. He came and had a chat to us, told us about the mile, and it was on offer, and you're looking for someone to sponsor. I spoke with my boss, and Joss was in on it, and we put it up the line, and it was something that a community event like this, it was something we really want to be involved in. We're a growing company. We like to sort of get involved in the community. It helps all round, and we're very proud to be a part of this. It's fantastic. So.
And looking at it today, does it look like money worth well spending?
Oh, definitely. Fantastic roll up. The weather, you put the weather on well again. But just see the crowds, the quality of the running. I thoroughly enjoyed the men's and the women's in the 1600. The sprint's been fantastic. I can't wait to get into the final of that.
Well, mate, thank you again for all the support and everything you do for the region.
Cheers. Thanks very much. Our pleasure.
Thank you, Bradley. And thank you to Cube Ports and Bulk for their outstanding support. They've done a great job at making this a mile bigger and better in 2019. Let's turn our attention now to our under 11 to under 15 boys 400 metre final. Our back marker, give us a wave, Gabrielle Doolan. A little bit of that Bunbury swag, a little bit understated. Gabriel, could have been a bit more above the head with that wave, mate, but let's let your running do the talking. Tyler Lindbergh in front of him. And Sean Tubbs, Forsey, give us a wave, Shawnee. There he is, the little pocket rocket. Morgan Anderton in front of him. And then Jasper Steele, give us a wave, Jasper. There he is, good on you, Jasper. Bo Fremantle. And Kai Lever, give us a wave. There he is. Ladies and gentlemen, that's your field in the under 11 to under 15 boys 400 metre final. Scratching Xavier Wickens and Ziggy Fremantle. We're in the starters' hands. And they're off and racing. And early stations, and he looks good. Kai Lever out in front, and he's a nice mover, and he's a fighter's chance here. And I think he is one to watch, this young man out in front. He's got some pressure from behind from his compatriots, Bo Fremantle and Jasper Steele. But for the moment, I think this young man for the front markers is a fighter's chance. Unless he gets piled with lactate, he can smell victory. Out in front is Kai Lever, ladies and gentlemen, the local boy. He smells a victory, and look at him go. He has found an extra leg here today, ladies and gentlemen. The young boy, Kai Lever. He is not going to let anyone else get anywhere near him. Look at him piling on the pace to the finish. And he sensed a chance, and he took it. Kai Lever. And a great finish from our back marker, Gabriel Doolan, Sean Tubbs, Forsey. These young boys putting it all on the line for us. Congratulations, gentlemen. Well, Bradley Scott, that's what competition does. It gives you that sniff, and I tell you what, the instincts were strong. You could see that Kai Lever sensed today was the time and the place, and he made every post a winner.
Oh, Kai Lever, mate. Yesterday, we had a conversation after your 100-metre run. You almost had it at the end, but you looked across. Today, you did not make that mistake. You just stayed looking forward and kept on running as hard as you could. How did that one feel?
Oh, good. Yeah, I was just trying to stay in front all the way around.
You're out of breath now. You've been a big part of Little Athletics. Your family is so involved in Little Athletics here in the community. How important is it to really showcase what you kids do out here at the Bunbury Geographe Gift?
Great, because some people don't get to have opportunities of getting stuff without a handicap.
And you obviously had that opportunity today. Now, you were at the pole vault yesterday and you seen Sasha Zoya in his socks. Is that the inspiration behind you wearing your flashy socks today?
Yeah, see if we can get him to sign them.
Well, Sasha, I think someone wants you to sign their socks. Well, Kai, mate, well done on winning that one. And well done to all the boys in that one. Great race. Keep up the hard work. Are you enjoying the competition?
Yeah,
Who's been your favourite athlete to watch so far?
I don't really know. They've all been good.
They've all been good. Well, mate, you're just as good as them now, taking away that win. Well done, Kai.
Thanks.
Alrighty, well, what a field, what a race. The Rockingham boys, Sean Tubbs, Forsey, impressive as well as all the Bunbury lads. Next up, we're pretty much straight into it, folks, will be our under 11 to under 15 girls, 400 metres. Have Erin Lever, Briar Lewis, Ava Cuff-Rogers, Anna Ferreira, Ruby Mosen-Lowe, as well as Peyton Louise Murray and Shani Chappell. Yeah, she's back in. Okay, and we have Anaya Morgan has shown up, so she will be our back marker. She's back in the field, Anaya Morgan. Okay, thank you to our sponsors of this event. Of course, without our sponsors, it is impossible to make an event of this scale work. So thank you to Intersport Bunbury. Of course, Intersport Bunbury is a local provider of all your sporting needs, footwear, apparel, as well as equipment needs for sports of all kinds, and it's a big part of the community down here is sport. I'm Raf Bohr. I'm here with Bradley Scott and the team. You're at the 2019 WesTrac Bunbury Geographe Gift. Wherever you are in the world, give us some feedback. Let us know what you're excited about, what you've been watching, what you've liked about today's event. The team and the committee take all the feedback on board and help to contribute to the growth of the event. Last year we saw a great sprint gift over 120, and there was a lot of interest in the mile. This year they've invested, they've got that extra support from Cube, Ports and Logistics, and they have gone ahead and brought some of Australia's best here for the mile that we just saw. So jump on board, folks, give us some feedback in the comments below, and we will be back with you very shortly in a few moments with the under 11 to under 15 girls 400 metres. We'll then move straight away into the men's 120 metre dash semis, followed by the women's 100 metre 20 dash semis. And of course, those semi-finals are a way of athletes getting through to the final, where $14,000 is on the post for our first male and female. Evan Jarvis, Kiara Dingius, last year's winners, are right in the hunt with Celeste Mucci, as well as some other stars of Australian athletics like Josh Ross, who is very, very strong in the heats. And also the boys from the Adelaide stable that were so prominent throughout the racing earlier today. We also have got the men's and women's open 400 prelims to kick off just before 3 o'clock, and their final will be just after that at 4. So there'll be a lot of lactic acid around the track in the next hour or two, and then the final of the day will be the 120 metre sprint finals at 4:25 and 4:35 p.m. respectively. So folks, plenty more still to come. Stay watching and check out all the action on live stream. We thank the team from Lomax Media, as well as our major sponsors, the Government of Western Australia, City of Bunbury, the Vucalic Group, you can see them right behind me, have been a huge sponsor of the event, as well as WesTrac, Piacentini and Sons, Dixon, NLS, Brecken Healthcare. We also have Doral, Roland Hydraulics do a great job, as well as one of our lane sponsors. We also have Brecken Healthcare, Dixon Financial Group, contributing some support. And, of course, the introductory night on Friday, the media launch for the event, was conducted at the Quality Hotel Lighthouse, which has also been putting up some of our stars over the weekend, including Ryan Gregson and Genevieve Lacaz. As we get into the starters' hands, folks, next event coming right up is our Little Athletics Women's 400. And they're off. Our back marker is Anaya Morgan, and she is chasing Erin Lever, Briar Lewis, Ava Cuff-Hodges, Anna Ferreira, Ruby Mosen-Lowe, Peyton Louise Murray, and also Shani Chappell. Bradley, you're in the infield, mate. You know some of these athletes. What's your form guide here?
Well, Erin Lever, second from the back. Her brother Kai just won the boys' race, so she's got to try to get one up on her brother here, because I think Kai's going to have bragging rights if Erin doesn't win this one, but she's got a lot of work to do. As we can see, the girls at the front, and young Peyton is working hard there in second place at the moment, fighting very, very hard. But the athlete from Rockingham at the moment, Shani Chappell, is still in the lead. Looking over her shoulder, she's got plenty of room, but Erin Lever is coming home strong. Can she hold her form? And who's this down the outside? Keep fighting, girls. And it's Shani Chappell taking the win. And I'm not sure who took second place there. Not sure it was Erin Lever. But well done to all the girls competing in that 400.
Sarah Billings and Bernadette Williams, we have a request for you down at the finish line. So Sarah Billings and Bernadette Williams, we have a request for you regarding our skins event. We'll have 6 competitors in the skins event coming up, exciting last year. And the basic format will be that the skins event will be 6 athletes to start with, 4 rounds. First round, we eliminate 1. Second round, we eliminate another. Third round, we eliminate 1 more till we're down to 3 in the final. And those 3 will race for the big bickies. Brad Scott, over to you.
And I'm with the winner, Shani Chappell, all the way from Rockingham. You've seen Matt Ramsden win the mile just before, but you've just done the 400. How did that feel?
Tiring.
Tiring. When you hit the lead on the home straight, did you think you won it, or do you think the girls would still keep fighting hard?
Yeah, I just like when you hit the finish line, that's when you finish, you don't stop.
Every coach would be so proud to hear that. You don't finish until you pass the finish line. Is that all you're thinking throughout the race? I just need to get to the finish line?
Yeah, because I just didn't want them to catch me.
And they didn't. They didn't catch you. And what does it mean to come down here to Bunbury to be a part of the Bunbury Geographe gift?
Good, like last year my sister came down, so I follow in her footsteps. It's just that I'm going to beat her times.
Well, you're on your way. Did your sister win last year?
I don't know.
Well, you won this year. Maybe you can go and say to your sister, well, look, you got to come back next year as well because I won. You got to catch me.
Yeah.
Well, Shani Chappell, congratulations. Well done. And to all the girls in that race, great effort. 400 metres is a very tough distance, but you should be very proud with your efforts.
Thank you, Bradley Scott, for your great work on the infield there. Doing a great job throughout the day once more. We've got plenty more action still to come, as we just mentioned, folks. Coming up next, it's the big ones, Bradley. It is the semi-finals of the men's 120. The human highlight reel, Sasha Zoya, is back. Bradley Scott, let's get these presentations for our young guns underway before we welcome Sasha and the crew out onto the track. We'll get those results, Brad, and we'll get our presentations underway straight away. Guys, can I have the results of the 400s, please, for the kids?
Yeah, we're still trying to get them.
luck with those podiums yet? Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's a long day, isn't it? Might be getting paid this year, mate. Are you? Earn your stripes, mate, last year. Now you're on the payroll. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for our 400-metre finalists, and we'll give you our podium finishes now. All those who've got prize money, please collect it from the Bunbury Runners Club immediately after presentations. Thank you once again to Intersport Bunbury for all your sporting needs. If you live in the southwest, visit Intersport Bunbury, footwear, apparel, and also equipment. In third place in the women's Little Athletics 400 metres, a big round of applause for Erin Lever. In second place in a time of 1:04.08, Briar Lewis. And our winner in a time of 1:01.78, Shani Chappell. A day out for the Rockingham athletes here today. And the sash is almost bigger than the star. Well done, Shani Chappell, the little champ. Blue and green should never be seen except on Shani Chappell. Looks fantastic. Look at the glow of a winner in the Little Athletics 400. And blue and green on you too, Bradley Scott. You got a match with Shani Chappell there.
Shani wears it much better than I, though, mate.
Yeah, little star. Let's move across to our men's under Little Athletics 400 metres. In third place, the boy also from Rockingham, Sean Tubbs-Forsey, a former state junior champion at the 800 and a great little runner over the 1, 2 and 4 as well. In second place, Gabriel Doolan in a time of 58.55. And your winner, he got off to a lightning bolt start and he sensed that today was the day. His dad, Paul, so integral to the running of today's event. Please give it up for Kai Lever in a time of 54.35. Ladies and gentlemen, your podium finishes in the Little Athletics boys 400 metres.
Hey, Raf, I've got Jackie here from Intersport, obviously a great partner for these events today. How does it feel supporting these little athletes in everything they do? You do it throughout the whole community, but it's such a big part of a race like today.
It's fantastic to be part of it. It's great to see the kids all out there and having the opportunity to be part of a professional race. And yeah, we really want to support the community and keep events like this happening. And yeah, it's a great day for everyone.
Well, thank you, Jackie, for everything that you do here in the community, and thank you for being part of such a special day for these youngsters.
Thanks, Brad.
Intersport Bunbury been everywhere this weekend, and they've been doing the fashion in the field, sponsoring the juniors. Louise Sawyer's going to be doing the skins now. She's signed up. She's in. Let's get her in. I want to see her work a bit harder than she had to work earlier on today in the 300. Louise Sawyer, congratulations. Such a great supporter of the sport of athletics. Tony Chamberlain, well done. His stable been great again this year after Nathan Scott won the mile last year. Ben Chamberlain back on the podium in third. A gallant run from our state champion. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you look down to the far end of the track, you can see that we're about to get hot and heavy on the track in the semi-finals of the 120 metres. There's a lot at stake here. $14,000 for our winner of the 120 metre finals at the climax of today's proceedings. The way it will work in terms of progression, the first from each semi plus the next two fastest times will go through to the final this afternoon. All other competitors will get $50 for their great work throughout the carnival. In the red sash, we can see the flamboyant star of West Australian athletics, Sasha Zoya, as he gives us a wave. Let's take you through the field. In lane number 6 will be Jessie Cordoma. In lane number 5, Mackenzie Lidlow. In lane number 4, in the yellow slash from the Front Runner Athletics Club, Christopher Giordis. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the man who's done so much work to make this event possible, Dylan Panizza. Bryce Teo, so impressive, so experienced, so classy. He runs in white. And last but not least, our back marker, former winner of the Bay Sheffield at 70 and 120, the French record holder last week in the hurdles, world age record in the hurdles, the man who can do it all. Give it up for Sasha Zoya. Here we go. Only one through to the final. Automatic. The rest will be sweating on times. We're at the business end of proceeding, ladies and gentlemen. Get trackside. You don't want to miss the action. Off and running, and Jesse Cordoma got out beautifully. So did Chris Giordis, and so did Dylan Panizza. The local boy in the middle, Dylan Panizza. He's holding off. Here comes the black singlet of Jesse Cordoma. Jesse Cordoma, Sasha Zoya, and Dylan Panizza. Well, Cordoma, he was on the line closest to us. Couldn't quite get sight of the boy from Adelaide. And he stole a march over the West Australian Zoya and Panizza. Well, we'll wait to look at the times, but Bradley Scott, Jesse Cordoma, he was closest to the rail, very hard to sight. He was moving at a rate of knots, and he stole a march to win by about a metre ahead of Sasha Zoya and the local boy Dylan Panizza. From my reckoning, it was black, then red, and then blue. We'll get the official position on that. Black, blue, red at the post. Brad Scott's with our winner, Jesse Cordoma.
Jesse, mate, you had that race from the beginning. You absolutely took off. You were a mile in front. What was going through that mind of yours?
I guess just keep pushing. I predicted the wind would sort of change, so I knew I had to get a really good start. And the first 7 is probably the strongest part of my race, so had to make sure I get a decent lead so I could hold him off.
You definitely had a decent lead. Now you've gone through the semi, you've won it, you're in the final. Does anything change? Or do you just keep calm, stay composed, do your recovery, and just prepare for the final?
Yeah, pretty much just exactly what you said. Just try and stay composed, have something to eat, stretch, relax, and yeah, get pumped for the final.
And without thinking too far ahead, if you were to win that $14,000 and be the gift champion, what would that mean?
Oh, that would mean the world. I guess I've never thought that far ahead, so it has crossed my mind, but I'd focus on the next race before I get too far ahead of myself.
Well, mate, you could definitely make that happen. Great work today, and good luck in that final.
Awesome, thank you very much.
Well done indeed for Jesse Cordoma, who takes the victory. Bradley Scott from the local boy, Dylan Panizza. Well done, Dylan. And Sasha Zoya cutting through late. We'll get the winners' times just shortly. Next up, we move straight into heat number 2. The boys are at the other end of the straight. Our black marker, the huge man that is number 246, Michael Tomic, will run in black. Seaton Pusey, our next runner, will run from lane 5. Kian Paget will run from 4. One of our best heat winners, Connor Laranaga Boyle, will run from 3. Liam Gander, another big winner in the heats, will run from 2. And he was a non-automatic qualifier, but he was very, very poised. A World Junior Championships representative, as well as a winner of the Bay Sheffield gift. Please give it up for the Adelaide boy, Harrison Hunt. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Heat number 2, only one guaranteed a spot in the final, and the rest will be sweating on times. in the starter's hands. That wind has spun 180 degrees, a tailwind now, a straight headwind for these athletes. Who will handle it best? We'll find out in 15 seconds' time. So Tomic, look at him go. He's a powerhouse of a man. He's being challenged in the middle by Lananga, Boyle, and also the white sash of Liam Gander's impressive again. Coming late is Hunt, but too late. And as we saw in the heats, Liam Gander is all class. We haven't known much about this man. Maybe we should find out a little bit more Bradley Scott because he's one of our favourites. He held off a very fast finishing Harrison Hunt. Harrison Hunt is so composed. He does not waver regardless of what's happening around him. Be very interesting to check out the times, but for the moment, Brad Scott is going to grab our winner of heat number 2, and that is number 172, Liam Gander. He wears the white sash, and he's with Bradley Scott now.
Liam, mate, you said you've worked 12 months for this race after the one last year. It's all, the whole year's been about this. Were you happy with your semi-final?
I was happy with my semi-final, mate. I had a cracker at the start and just drove as hard as I can with the wind. Just kept my head down and just waited for the top end speed to kick in a bit and got there.
And the wind shifted. In the heats, it was a tailwind. Now, in the semis, it's a headwind. Yeah. It will probably continue to be a headwind for the final, maybe get a little bit stronger. Will that play into your favour?
Well, I'm hoping so, but, you know, we'll all have a headwind, and I'm just hoping I handle it the best.
No doubt you will, mate. It's a long recovery now till the final. Go and get yourself ready for that final and show us all what you can do.
That's it, mate. I plan to.
Well, Liam Gander, well done, mate. Good effort. Give everyone a round of applause. Liam Gander, heat semi-final number 2 winner.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Josh the Ross boss up next. I've got Sasha Zoya with me. Sasha, welcome back, mate.
Thank you very much.
Yep, you're on, mate. Yep.
Yeah, how's it going? No, it's good to be back. Good to be back.
Okay, in our front mark position, wearing the black, will be Adam Moore. Wearing number 5 wearing number 153 in lane 5 will be Kevin Britton. Asad Hassini, for me, one of our favourites here, Sasha. He was very impressive in his heats. Dean Scarf runs in 3. Our defending champion, Evan Jarvis, in 2. And our back marker in red, Josh the Boss Ross, a man who's done it all in Australian running. He looks in showroom condition and coming back towards his best. He's in the starter's hands. And we're moments away from the start of heat number 3, or semi-final number 3. Only the first across the line automatic for our final. Moore, Britton, Hassini, Scarf, Jarvis, and Ross. And Hassini looks fantastic again. Jarvis coming at him, as is Scarf. And Ross is coming late into the headwind. At the moment, it is anyone's guess. It's a blanket. Hassini, Scarf, and Josh the Boss Ross came late. The great man's on the comeback. Sasha Zoya, what do you make of that?
Oh, I'm amazed. You know, Josh Ross has the experience on him all. He's been there, he's done it, everything, but that was too tight to call. That was probably one of the closest finishes that I've ever seen.
Who do I have to talk to, Raf?
Well, mate, I'm not going to say anything just yet. My 20/20 vision isn't like 50-50. I'm going to wait and see what the yellow, blue, red, in that order. Asad Hassini, our winner of semi-final 3 is down with Bradley Scott, our Paralympian and Bunbury expert, trackside right now.
Assad, the rugby man, backing up, second half. How did that one feel?
Oh, that was tough. I could hear everybody behind me, so very, very tough. Couldn't slow down towards the end, so I had to go head first.
I think that was just for show, wasn't it? You were just trying to get the crowd engaged?
No, I wish that was for show, but kind of hurt, but should be all right.
Oh, mate, the speed, you here last year, again this year, everyone can see the power you have. Did you keep it the same for the final, or did you have more to give?
Oh, we'll wait and see if my body holds up for the finals, but I'm very excited.
And compared to this year, compared to last year, how does this year feel?
Just as tough. Second time here, still feel like an amateur here, so, but it's good fun. I love coming down to Bunbury. Great weather, great crowd, so looking forward to the finals.
And you couldn't get it last year, but if you did win the $14,000 and took away that first prize this year, what would that mean?
Oh, I can't describe with words. Mean quite a bit. I can help my family out and pay back a bit of coach who's done a lot for us, so looking forward to giving him a few grand because he's one of the best coaches I know, so, and he's done a lot for us. So.
You can name drop.
Lindsay Bunn is over there with his hands on his hips, so shout out to Lindsay. Give us a wave. There we go. Good man.
Well, mate, rest up. All the best to the final, and who knows, it could be your top prize.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
Well, just for the moment, Sasha, we've just got some times through. The boss is back. He's just shaded you as one of the fastest non-automatic qualifiers. Obviously disappointed, but geez, how good is it to see Josh Ross closing like that?
It's good to see him back, you know. He had a little break, he's back, and he's in form. So he's an amazing athlete, and it's good to see him. He'll kick it out in the final.
Well, another metre or two there, and Josh Ross would have been all over them like a rash, and that was our fastest semi so far. So that augurs particularly well for one of the great gift races in Australian racing history. Let's go to semi-final number 4. Duncan Bradbury, best known as a conditioning coach for the West Australian AFL and Waffle boundary umpires. He'll run from 6. Ryan Camille will run from 5. He's been ever present at this carnival. John Evans from 4. Michael Cochran from 3. Taylor Sharp goes from 2 in the white sash. And in the red, our back marker, Calvin Borowski. Let's see how these boys handle a headwind. We saw them with a strong tail earlier today. We'll see how they go straight into a block headwind now in semi-final number 4. Bradbury in black got a good start, and he's a fighter's chance closest to us. He's being pursued by Camille, Evans, Cochran, Sharp, and our back marker is Borowski. For the moment, it's the white sash of Sharp who looks to be in front, but he's being challenged by Evans. I reckon Evans in yellow from Sharp, and then Borowski. What did you think there, Sasha?
Yeah, I think it was the yellow sash there. Just nicking Taylor at the line just a little bit before. So, yeah, my call's on the yellow. But, yeah, exceptional running from all the athletes in that race.
Yellow, white, green, yellow through to the final. Very happy. He's done well in the 70 yesterday. This stable just keeps on coming. What can we say about the Adelaide stable, mate? They've got themselves in pristine condition. Such a depth of pro runners all in one squad.
Absolutely. The Adelaide's always a challenging competitors to go up against. They have a lot of good gifts over there, so it's good that us WA athletes, we go to their gifts, and it's good to see them coming to ours as well.
Of course, a few years ago, you went and took their bounty. Maybe they're returning the favour here. The Adelaide boys on fire. Bradley Scott, over to you.
Mate, you're doing it again. You went well in the 70 yesterday, and here you are showing your form in the 120 through to the final. How did that one feel?
I felt much better than the heat. I struggled a bit. Just didn't feel real great. Pulled off a little bit sore. And it's good to get a good run in and get some real top class competitors.
And yesterday in the 70, there was a huge headwind really towards the end of the day. It's now switched to a headwind here. from your experience from yesterday, do you reckon that's helping running into these conditions?
I think I do prefer running into headwind. I'm a back marker in SA, so I get used to running into headwind. I feel like it helps me a little bit more, so it'd be good to see what comes in the final.
And you've got a fellow stablemate in the final with you. Was that a 33% chance to take away the top prize? What would that mean to your stable?
I'll be incredible. I haven't given it any thought. It blows my mind, to be honest. It comes such an amazing place. Support them. It's been amazing so far. Amazing experience. I've loved every minute of it so far. It's good.
Well, mate, go and rest up, enjoy your recovery, and get ready for that final. It's going to be an absolutely amazing race.
That's sweet. Cheers. Thanks very much.
Could we please have Connor Larananga Boyle? You're going to do the back markers, aren't you, Sasha? He never missed a race. Evan Jarvis, we want you back for the back markers. We want also Taylor Sharp and also Calvin Borowski. And also, if we can get, Connor Larananga Boyle, that'd be fantastic. We want those athletes back here. Sasha, thank you, mate. We'll get you back to help us with the final. We'll go through our non-automatic qualifiers, Scarf and Ross. So Dean Scarf and Joshua Ross, that blanket in final number 3. Thank you, Sasha. Thank you, guys. Great heats there, or semis, I should say. Final's going to be a cracker, folks. I'm Raf Bohr. I'm here with Brad Scott. We had Sasha Zoya on the special comments. Bradley, incredible racing for Mind. I know he didn't win, but Josh, the boss, Ross, hey, he was back. Give it another metre and a little bit more fatigue in the legs of his opposition. And the old boys, a fighter's chance. He was only 0.04 of a second behind the fastest time from the semis. What does he have in store for us? Can he turn back the clock and do something very special one more time?
He's evergreen, isn't he, mate? He just doesn't stop. The man who has been such a big part of athletics here in Australia, multiple stall gift winner, so he knows what it's like to back up on the same day. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen in this final. It's one of those ones where, look, you might have a favourite or two, but with these conditions changing every hour, it's going to be a very interesting race, and we know how strong he is, and who knows if that strength will come through in the final.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very exciting indeed, Brad. Can't wait. Of course, that final kicks off this afternoon for the men, and we'll see them at 4:25 p.m. $14,000 for first, $2,000 for second, $1,500 for third, $1,000 for fourth, $500 for fifth and sixth, but $14,000 on the post. Wouldn't it be a great win to take that home?
$14,000. As we've heard so many athletes say, it would be life-changing. They haven't even thought about it because they can't comprehend what sort of an impact that would have in their lives. And that's the great thing about a $78,000 prize pool for this Bunbury Geographe gift. It gives everyone of any calibre of athlete, in no matter what event you choose to do, a chance to take home some serious coin and really have that impact on yourself and your family. And who knows, it could be the pathway for you to become the athlete that you wanted to be too.
Well, Brad, all I can say is Josh Ross, non-automatic through to the semis, non-automatic through to the finals. But I tell you what, when that wind turned from a tail to a headwind, he looked a lot more threatening than he did earlier today. So much to look forward to. As we go to the next round of events on the track, they will be the women's 120-metre semi-finals. In these two semi-finals, we will have our first and second from each semi through to the final, and then the next two fastest non-automatic qualifiers will go through to the final this afternoon, straight after the men's, and they will be fantastic. Well, Tommy Dillon, what do we make about this? You're already talking about next year. I'll tell you what, mate, he's irrepressible. Tommy, mate, you're a great champion of this event, and we're seeing some great champions at the event, mate. What do you make of what we've seen so far today?
Oh, this is outstanding. Talking to Julian Stall and people that have been to Stall, I know we don't have the numbers. They've only been going 139 years. We're only into our second year, so we will peg them back in due course. But you might make that announcement for me, Raf.
Well, wherever you are around Australia or even around the world, Tommy, we've got people watching us here. Give them a wave, mate. Let them know who you are. The great chairman of this event, Tommy Dillon, mate. They'll be getting fashion tips as far as America and across the world. Yeah, if you ever want fashion tips, tune in to Tommy Dillon. But anyway, folks, next year, the dates are the 29th of February and the 1st of March for the 2020 WesTrac Bunbury Geographe gift. Tommy, for those people that are watching at home, why should they make a trip back here next year to Bunbury to be part of the gift on the 29th of February and the 1st of March?
Well, when God created the world, he said he needed the first place and the most important place, and that was Bunbury. So this is God's country. Bunbury is a very progressive city. It's a beautiful location. We're surrounded by water. Most of the people, most of the time, are nice people. I'm the exception, but Bunbury's the place to come to. We're not going to be the place to bypass. We're going to be the place to come to. So keep your eye on Bunbury and keep supporting Bunbury.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for one of the lions of this event, Dylan Panizza. Also, Tommy Dillon, Stefan Down, Jackie Coleman, Joe Gibolini, Paul Lever, Keith Yardley, Steve Stingemore, Doug Wen, and Joe O'Day. Plus, of course, our patron, Julian Stall, doing a great job as a committee and putting on some fantastic new events this year. Okay, next up, we've got our women's semi-finals, and we're going to start off in a few moments' time with semi-final number 1. And the girls will be out on the track in a moment. We should be underway at 1:55. So in about 3 minutes' time, we'll introduce the field for the women's sprint. Of course, a good time to thank all our sponsors, Pearson Tini and Sons, the Vucalic Group, the Government of Western Australia, the City of Bunbury. We also wish to, of course, thank Little Athletics WA, as well as our major sponsors, WesTrac. We've got Brecken Healthcare, Dorrell, Dixon, NLS, also great partners we cannot do without. Also, the Shire of Dardanup for getting behind us. We saw Mick Murray, of course, the Minister for Sport here. MGM Bulk, Tyre Power, Retrovision, and the Southern Ports of Albany, Bunbury and Esperance. Thank you, Tommy. We'll see you later on, mate. Plenty still to come. Malatesta Group, one of our major partners. City and Regional Fuels, as I'll get rejoined by Bradley Scott. BCE Surveying, BCE Spatial, Go West, Kumbana Physio. Athletes, if there's any niggles, go and see Sean and the team from Kumbana Physio. They're a super team down here. Dardanup Butchering, APM, Premix, Prime Supplies, and of course Work Clover for giving us these fancy blue and green shirts. Not bad, mate. We're going all right. Also, we must pay a special thanks to the team over at the Your Turn events who have put on such a great VIP experience. Over 300 VIP guests over there in the tent. And then also we have got special partnerships with the Bunbury Farmers Market who have helped supply all the food for that particular VIP tent. Over to you, Bradley.
I've just been asked if Dylan Panizza could please come down to the Bunbury Runners Club sheds because there's a question that they want to ask you. I think it might have something to do with the skins race. And I'm sure the locals would love to see Dylan Panizza go ahead in that skins race.
There's nothing that Dylan can't do. He's like a modern-day superhero transitioning from one thing to the next throughout the weekend. He's done a great job throughout the weekend. So let's introduce to you our women now as they are set now to come out onto the track. The girls not far away. So let's talk about the field here, mate. So we've got, these are the females into our semi-finals. In semi-final number 1, Catherine Sparrow off 8 metres in black. Taylor Phillis, so impressive, will run off 8 metres in green. Kiara Speechley will run off 7 in yellow. In blue, Alana Jukic. And then Yasbir Kang, one of our non-automatic qualifiers, off 4.5. And then the Australian heptathlon champion, 4th at the Commonwealth Games, Celeste Mucci. She won the hurdles last week and was very composed under a fair bit of pressure there. She does have a very cool, calm and collected demeanour. What do you think will we see there, mate?
Well, it looks like from the heats, Alana Jukic and Kiara Speechley were 2 winners. They both did a great job. I think Alana Jukic is actually in some great form right now, so it'll be great to see what she can bring to the semi-final. But Celeste Mucci, we know the competitor and the athlete that she is. I have no doubt she'll really bring her quality to the table.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, get alongside the rope. Bring your best cheering voice. Some of Western Australia and Australia's fastest women are about to put on a show here at the Bunbury Geographe gift, proudly brought to you by WesTrac. Catherine Sparrow off 8, Phyllis off 8 as well, Speechley off 7, Jukic off 5.75, Kang off 4.5, and Mucci runs from scratch. We're in the starters' hands. Sparrow, very good start, as did Phyllis, Speechley, Ukic, running very strongly in the blue sash, perhaps our favourite mid-stages. It's Ukic in blue. She's well clear. Ukic looks fantastic. Mucci coming hard. She'll get an auto spot as well. Narrowly behind her in green was Phyllis. But I tell you what, you called it very well. Alana Ukic looked fantastic. Bradley Scott, she was very classy. She was very controlled, and she had more to give.
Being the 406 runner that she is, she's got the endurance, we know that, and she's obviously got the speed, putting it on show there. Absolutely great job by Alana, but what a great effort by the whole field. It was a very tough race. We've now got to sit back and wait to see what happens with the rest of the event. But Alana, if we could grab you, please.
Blue, green, red was the call. There you go, blue, green, red. So Celeste will have to sweat a little bit on those results to get through to the final. Over to you, Brad.
Alana, you've done it again. You've done it again. You've won the heat. Now you've won the semi. Are you going to continue and go to three-peat and win the final too?
That's the aim. So, yeah, I'm hoping the best.
How did that one feel? You looked almost quicker in your semi than you did in your heat.
I really focused at the start this time, just trying to catch as many girls, because obviously Celeste was behind me. I didn't know when or where she's going to come, so I just really focused on driving to the finish.
And with the wind changing from a tailwind to a headwind, does that change your mentality going into it?
It doesn't really affect me with the 400 metres. I kind of get it anywhere in the race, so I kind of just took it as it come, didn't really think much about it, and just focused on my race.
So what happens between now and the final?
Go see Mum for some food and just rest up, really.
And that $14,000 first prize, what would that mean if you were able to take that one away?
It meant a lot, just like putting it towards my athletics career. Obviously, in athletics, we're an individual sport kind of thing. We have no financial support from anyone else besides ourselves. So I think for myself, it's a really good advantage to kind of come down here and support everyone and just not just myself.
Well, Anna, well done. Great work and good luck in that final.
Thank you so much.
Great insights. Very well done indeed to Alana Ukic. She looks a favourite. She was great in the heats. Turned the win around in the semi. She looked even better. Okay, in the final semi, we have Tiana Merritt off 9.5 in the black. We have Jackie Lord in 5. Sophie Watts, she runs in lane 4. Eliza Wilson, 1 to watch, runs from 3. Our defending champion, Kiara Dingius, runs from 2. And our back marker is Taylor Cruttenden. And of course, the Cruttenden family have a strong link here at the gift to the event because WesTrac's Brad Cruttenden, his daughter, of course, is Taylor, and that's a big part, the family connections here of the gift, just like the Panizza family and the Piacentinis. Those family ties run very deep indeed. We're in the starters' hands for semi-final number 2, 1 and 2 to the final, plus the next 2 fastest on time. A very clean start for Merritt, Lords, Watts, Wilson, Redingius, and in the red sash, Cruttenden. And as they make their way through the middle of the race, it's Wilson and Watts fighting hard for 1 and 2. Wilson and Watts striving for the line. They're going to hold position. Redingius was 3rd. Cruttenden didn't quite get a look in, nor did Lord or Merritt. So Watts and Wilson, and then Redingius. It'll be very... We had the call. What was it, guys? Yellow, blue, and then white. Yellow, blue, and white. So Watts, Wilson, and Redingius.
Sophie, you were here last year as well, and we had a few chats because you were the winner of a few heats and a few races. Now, you're winning it when it matters in this semi-final and going through to another final. How did that one feel?
That actually felt really good. Much better than my heat. Got a better start, so pretty pleased with how that went.
Is there more to come for this final?
really hope so. I think it would be just getting my mind right, getting some rest and recovery, but should be more in there.
And how does it feel coming back down here once again to the Southwest to be part of this gift?
It's great, it's amazing, and it's so good to see the turnout and athletes really going for it. Yeah, it's been really fun.
And an athlete you obviously know, Alana, I just asked her what would she do with the $14,000. If you were to win that $14,000 first prize to win the gift, what would that mean to you?
It would mean a lot, but you know, money comes and goes, but winning the race, that goes down in history, so that's probably more important, I think.
Well, there you go. Brilliant answer, Sophie. Congratulations. Good luck for the final. Go and rest up, and we can't wait to see what you have to offer.
Thanks a lot.
Well, thank you, Bradley. Great insights from Sophie Watts, who is narrowly ahead of Eliza Wilson and Kiara Dingius. We're just waiting on confirmation of our non-automatic qualifiers there. And we've got Lindsay True doing a fantastic job with all our officials. We thank them all. We'll give you that as soon as we can. We think it is Kiara Rodingius and Celeste Mucci, but we will just double check those before confirmation of that. So, next up, we're back with the Little Athletics, and we've got Paul Lever. Paul, thank you very much, and all your great work. Say hi to everyone on the camera there around the world. Paul Lever, of course, from the Bunbury Little Athletics Club, does a lion's share of the work here every year. He's got some special guests this year from Penrose College. We look forward to having those girls on board. And, of course, as far afield as Rockingham, Hammersley, Ridgewood. We've seen athletes from all over, Kingsway as well. Paul, just have a seat for a second, mate. We'll have a quick chat with you. Obviously, mate, a huge number of people putting a big effort in. You're on the committee as a representative of Little Athletics here in Bunbury. You must be very impressed with the numbers we've seen here today.
Certainly are. It's great to see such a turnout and the population of little athletes that are actually coming not only to compete but also to watch and spectate and actually see what it's all about. It's fantastic, not only for them but for the region.
So, mate, what do you think it means? Obviously, you are a great supporter, a volunteer for Little Athletics. What do you think it does for the next generation of athletes here in Bunbury having the opportunity to compete alongside some of their heroes?
Oh, it inspires them. I know what it's like even when I was a little athlete and seeing the likes of Denise Boyd and Raylene Boyle, a few blasts from the past. But when they came along to visit us, it just inspires you to say, well, hang on, maybe I could actually get there one day. And I know seeing the guys on the clinic on Friday and then the dinner on the Friday night and then again throughout the weekend, meeting them and seeing them be able to talk face to face and have a good laugh with them, it's just fantastic. And I think we saw that yesterday with the pole vault.
Yeah, that was a fantastic addition to the event. So obviously we've got some athletes coming up. Any names to watch out of these 100 metres?
There's a few, and there's a couple of visitors. Tom from UWA in the boys race was certainly a good runner in the, and I said based on what I've seen, I think he'll probably be hard to beat in the final. And some of the girls from Penrose College, it's great to actually have them down, and I think with the help of them and a few of the others, we'll have some of the other schools down next year, so it should be really good racing.
Well, fantastic, mate. We'll let you get out there and get this field ready to rock and roll. I'll have Brad Scott back with me in a moment. Of course, I'm Raf Ball. Wherever you are around the world, do not take your eyes off the dial. Bradley, actually, let's switch. Give you that one, mate. Mine's a little bit softer because I'm a bit louder. Mate, what did you make of those 120-metre heats?
Well, it's hard to say, really, because the athletes really put on show what they can do, and I just can't wait till these finals because we just seen some amazing running, and some of the races were completely different to what we've seen in the heats. Not only would the wind play a part, but the athletes' ability to back up and go again played a huge part in that semi-final. Now, it's going to be more important going into this final, and so the question is, who can back up the best and really hold their composure and their form?
Well, those questions will be answered in about an hour and a half to 2 hours' time, and it's going to be very exciting. Next up, though, we turn our attention back to the track for our Little Athletics 100 metres. These little stars will be underway in about 10 minutes' time. They've been a great feature. You do a lot of coaching down here. We asked Paul what he thought it meant. What does it mean to you as a former Paralympian to have the chance to run alongside some of the stars of Australian athletics, the likes of Ryan Gregson, Matthew Ramsden, Celeste Mucci, of course, Sarah Billings, and then, of course, Josh, the boss, Ross. What would it mean for a young kid?
Yeah, well, myself being from down here, I did Little Athletics for one season. Now, I think I was about 13 years of age. I came last in every event. I absolutely hated athletics with a passion. I thought this is not the sport for me. I've got to change from here. So I went away from athletics, obviously came back into it later in life, and I wish I would have stayed around longer because I would love to have known if that would have had an impact on my career. I think it would have. But that's what we see now. These kids are immersing themselves in little athletics, really being able to learn so much from the experience of people like Ryan, Matt Rams and Celeste Mucci. But down here, if you talk to any of the people involved in athletics, whether it's little athletics, senior athletics, they know how important the training, the conditioning is of running, throwing and jumping, how that plays a part for the rest of your life. Doesn't matter what you want to go into. So that's the beautiful thing about little athletics. It allows you to build that foundation to go to wherever you want to in life.
Okay, folks, I'm Raf Bohr. I'm here with Brad Scott, my guest commentator, the Paralympian from here in the Southwest. We've got a small break now, then we'll come back to you at 2:15 here Western Standard Time with the Little Athletics 100 for boys and girls. That'll be immediately followed by the 400 semi-finals for men and women. We'll then go through into the 60-metre dash skins for open, which will be fantastic. And we then go straight to the back markers skins, and then we get into the heats, to the finals, I should say. At 4 o'clock, the 400-metre open final for men, then followed by women. And then last but not least, at 4:25, the 120-metre open dash for the $14,000 for men at 4:25, for women at 4:35. Make sure you tune in, grab yourself a drink. We'll take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back with you here at Pioneer Park in Bunbury very shortly. Okay, folks, our final for the men's 120 confirmed. Josh Ross will run in the red sash from 0.75. Liam Gander in white. Blue will be Dean Scarf. Yellow, John Evans. Green, Assad Hassini. And black, Jesse Cordoma. Alrighty, folks, we're back. Grab a seat. Our little athletics events are about to get underway in the 100. Back at it. Grab a seat. Dean and the team at Lomax doing a great job at taking this coverage live all around the world. And they are local, and they've got drones. They've got high view, low view, 360 view, panorama. They do the lot. The team at Lomax for all your needs. The Lomax legend, Dean. You're getting a rap from the girls, mate. They rate you very, very highly around here. The ladies around here, yes. So good job, Lomax. They do a fantastic job. Thank you. They bring you all this coverage that you can see live wherever you are around Australia. Susie Graves, coach to the Stars, very happy. Her charges did well as always. She's very well. She's had a great year. She's coached so many champions at the state title. She probably couldn't keep all the medals in her house. She probably had to buy a shed to store all the stuff that they won there. But of course, Luke, her son, also won the Australian 3,000 metre title this year at the Zatopek, and we love seeing a West Australian go over east and bring home all the spoils, as Matthew Ramsden did also in the mile. It's starting to become a regular pattern, and get used to it if you're over east, because the West Australian rising will continue, and we look forward to seeing more and more West Australians get on top of the big steps over east at the National Championships, and from every distance now, from the 800 metres through to the marathon, Western Australia starting to show some very high pedigree across all events. Let's turn our attention now to our little athletes, and they're up next in the 100 metre dash. We've got Paul Lever and all the team have done a great job at Bunbury Little Athletics at bringing you some fantastic showcasing of these young stars. Bradley Scott will be with me shortly, and our officials just marshalling the troops. We're about 4 minutes away, folks, from a start here in the Little Athletics 100 metres, brought to you proudly by Intersport Bunbury, your local sports store for all your footwear, merchandise and equipment needs. We want someone else in the skins. Lindsay, is there any Alrighty, you've gone in reverse of tradition here. It's been gentlemen first all day today. And first up will be our gentleman in the 11 to 15 years 100-metre dash. In black, in lane number 6, he was a winner in emphatic fashion earlier today in the 400 for Kai Lever. On his inside will be Ziggy Fremantle, Lucas Murray, Sean Tubbs-Forsey, Tom Brennan, and running from the back mark will be Callum Jones from the Ridgewood Athletics Club. So representation here from Ridgewood, UWA, Rockingham and Bunbury Districts Little Athletics Club. Be great to see even more clubs represented next year. It should be an absolute pearler of a race, and we are in the starters' hands here. And Mike Holmes and the team have done a fantastic job. Obviously at the back end, Lindsay Trude marshalling the troops and holding the fort, has done a great job. Steve Stingemore out there on the track, Chris Trude, and all the WA athletics officials have been fantastic. Thank them for their efforts. Thank also the committee once more from the WesTrac Bunbury Geographe gift for doing such a fantastic job over the 8 months leading into this year's event. Next year's event, as we said, has been scheduled for the 29th of February and 1st of March. Jot it in your diaries now, folks. You will not want to miss it. 55% growth this year on last year's numbers, and we look forward to continuing that growth into 2020 as we get all the excitement of an Olympic year, which does amazing things for the sport of athletics. It is an Olympic sport, and it's the most prolific watched, prolifically viewed Olympic sport of the lot. And when Olympic year comes around, that attention just starts to zoom in on athletics, and we'll be a big part of it here at the gift as some of Australia's best chase the $78,000 in prize money once again. Okay, I'm Raf Bohr. I'm here with Brad Scott, and you are at the 2019 WesTrac Bunbury Geographe gift. We're moments away from our next final, the Little Athletics 100-metre dash. So Lever gets a chance to do it all over again out in front. He's being pursued by Murray, Tubbs, Forsey, and then further back to Brennan and James. And Brennan's coming at a rate of knots and will take the win back to UWA Athletics Club from Brennan, from James. And they will take the prize money back to Perth in that under 11 to under 15 boys 100. And the winner will be with Bradley Scott in just a moment was Tommy Brennan, and he closed very powerfully and held off a fast finishing Callum James from Ridgewood Athletics Club. Brad Scott is with our winner, Tom Brennan. Now over to you, Brad.
Tom, mate, take us through that one. What were you thinking?
I was just thinking about getting a good start and then powering through to the end.
And you're from the UWA club, Little Athletics, obviously. What's it like coming down here to Bunbury and being a part of this gift?
Yeah, it's good fun and a bit different, but yeah, it's good.
And when you see superstars like Josh Ross, Lee Smoochie, and a few others going out there and running a similar event, how does it make you feel?
It's a good experience and makes me want to come back and do it next year.
So will we see you back next year?
Yeah, hopefully.
Well, mate, good luck, Tom, and hopefully you can actually take the top prize again next year. Tom Brennan, once again, mate, congratulations.
Cheers.
Great job there, and a very humble winner in young Tom Brennan, who held off Callum James from Ridgewood Athletics Club. Already we can see our young ladies coming up in the women's under 11 to under 15 100-metre sprint. In lane number 6 will be Shani Chappell. In lane number 5, Georgie Franklin. In 4, Ruby Mosen Lowe. In number 3, Indy Meffam. And then in 2, Briar Lewis. And our back marker will be Scarlett Barnes, who will run from lane number 1. Plenty of action to come. Some of the young stars, of course, the Penrose College team incorporating a carnival to be part of this year's event, a great addition having them here. And we congratulate all the coaching staff and team at the school for making that possible. It's great to have them all with us here. Can we please have the following athletes? Cruttenden, Sian O'Sullivan, Kang, Speechley, Tolkien and Lord to the finish area, please, for the back markers. We are looking for our women's back markers to the finish line area immediately. Off and racing and out quickly was Chappell from Rockingham, closest to us. She's got a great technique. And can she hold them off? Look at her go. She's holding on gamely. Chappell, Franklin, Mosen Lowe coming late is Barnes from Penrose and a blanket. I think Ruby Mosen Lowe, the tallest of the athletes, may have got there ahead of Lewis, Barnes and Chappell, but it was a very tight contest. And we'll confer with our judges before formalising our finishing order, Bradley. A very tight finish, a great race.
Absolutely brilliant race there by the girls. We've still got to wait for these times. It was that close. The anticipation continues to build. The suspense. How are we looking, Raph?
Ruby Mosen Lowe from Shani Chappell and Briar Lewis. So Ruby Mosen Lowe, our winner, is with Brad at the finish line. Let's hear from our winner now.
Ruby, such a close race. You're in the middle of the field there. What was going through your mind?
It was actually a quote that I was talking to the girls before. I may be trash, but it's a trash can, not a trash can't.
Well, you were definitely not trash, Ruby. You did a great job there. All the girls did amazing effort, but you were the one at the end of the race really take the top prize. How does it feel competing in the Bunbury Geographe gift?
Good, it's very supportive, and it's quite nice because everyone gets an advantage, and yeah, that's really it.
No, perfect. That's a great answer. And lastly, Ruby, how does it feel getting other girls in from other little athletics clubs to come down and compete here in Bunbury as well?
I think it's really good because you can see who's in front of you, who's behind you, and just enjoy it.
Well, continue to enjoy it, Ruby. Great effort. Well done to all the girls in that race. You did a great job. Now go and have some fun.
Yep.
Well, Bradley, coming up next, the 400 metres is going to be an absolute cracker. The heats of the open men's and women's 400 metres, always one of the great events on the program. And we're going to see some great fields coming up. Some of WA's best athletes will be joining us on the track. So in terms of what we can expect in the 400-metre heats, the answer is some of Western Australia's best. In heat number 1, Adam Kopp, and he's a star, and we both know it. We'll talk about him more in a moment. James McCooey, Elaine Dutton, Liam Jason, Lewis Evans Thompson, Lukey Graves, Matthew Consolis, Anthony Giselli, James Brennan, Colin Smith, Curtis Madeljan. Heat number 2, Connor Laranga Boyle, John Evans, Avalon Saray, Cooper Anderton, Georgie Peters, the junior medalist at 800 and 1500 metres, Kevin Britton, Tom Ferreira, Oliver McGrath, Fraser Brown, Ken Telfer. And then heat number 3, Seaton Pusey, Jace Collingridge, the former West Australian 800-metre champion, Evan Jarvis, Mark Midgley, the silver medalist at this year's 800, Joshua Wigmore, Liam Hutton, Lachlan Galvez, Jeremy Hill, Owen Spicer, and James Kelly. He's been hiding, Mark Midgley, as has Jace Collingridge. Those two definitely ones to watch. Of course, first and second in each heat, plus the next 2 fastest through to the final in our 400 metres. Folks, do not turn your attention away from the live podcast wherever you are in the world. Tell us where you're watching from in the comments below the stream. Let us know what you've loved most about the event. We're going to cross over to Bradley Scott now, who is with one of our special guests.
And we have Noel Marino, federal member for Forest. How is it being down here at this Bunbury Geographe gift?
For the second year in a row, absolutely fabulous, and more people should be here to enjoy it like we are.
You're so immersed in sport here in the Southwest. Obviously, a big fan of Harvey, but the Southwest region. What does an event like this do for the region?
When you see how many people are here today and have been here for the last couple of days, and the live feed that's coming through with Lomax, there's people right around Australia looking at this event and looking at this fabulous place that is Bunbury.
And so I'm sure you would say to many out there, get down here next year because it's going to be even better.
Well, whether you're a competitor or someone who really loves getting out and about, this is the place to be for this fabulous event. The organising committee of volunteers has done a fabulous job, but I think all of the competitors would say this is a great place to be, so come and be part of it.
Well, Noel Marino, thank you very much for being a part of this gift, and thank you for everything you do for the region.
Thank you so much.
Amy Tolkien and Kiara Speechley, can we please get you into the registration area for the Backmarkers event as soon as possible? Amy Tolkien and Kiara Speechley, please, into the Backmarkers area immediately. So, folks, do not turn your attention away from the track, wherever you are, here on course, here on site, or watching from around the world. Thank you to Joe O'Day and all the super team from the organising committee continuing to look after us. We've got Little A's results, and we'll call those through. Congratulations to Ruby Mosen Lowe, who won in a time of 13.54. Shani Chappell, 13.57. And Briar Lewis, 13.60, less than 6/100ths of a second, separating first through third. Let's get our presentations underway for those athletes now. In the Intersport Bunbury Little Athletics Girls 100-metre dash, in third place from the Bunbury Little Athletics Club, we have Briar Lewis. In second place from the Rockingham Little Athletics Club, please give a big round of applause for a very gallant front marker, Shani Chappell. Shani, your technique was impeccable and your future is bright. One of our littlest competitors here today did a sterling job. And from Bunbury Districts, a great finish. She got the win by 3/100ths of a second. Those instincts were strong to take the tape. Ruby Mosen Lowe is your winner, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause for our Little Athletics podium finishers. Ruby Mosen Lowe, Shani Chappell, and Briar Lewis. Congratulations, ladies. And thank you once again to Intersport Bunbury. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go straight into the boys 100-metre dash for Little Athletics. In third place in a time of 11.84. Please give it up for Kai Lever. In second, in a time of 11.78, Callum James from the Ridgewood Little Athletics Club. And our winner of the Little Athletics 100-metre dash for 2019 is University of WA athlete Tom Brennan. Thank you once more to Intersport Bunbury and Bunbury Little Athletics Club for their great support. We are ready to rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen. Heat number 1 about to get underway in the men's. 4, 8, 9 and 10 are scratchings. So 4, 8, 9 and 10 we'll remove from the list. And 11. Okay. Our front marker, therefore, in lane number 7 is Matthew Consolis. Give us a wave, Matthew. In the black singlet is off 26 metres, and that is Luke Graves, our Australian under-20 3,000 metre champion. In the green vest, Lewis Evans Thompson runs off 25. Elaine Dutton, our West Australian 800 metre champion, off 16. James McCooey off 11. And one of the ones to watch, the back marker in red off 0, is one of WA's fastest men, Adam Kopp. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the starters' hands, the first heat of the men's 400. Clean start for Kopp, our back marker, and he can see all of them as he rounds the bend, a high caliber field. And it's the green vest initially that surged to the lead, and that's Lewis Evans Thompson straight up onto the shoulder of Matthew Consolis, the stayer. Of course, Luke Graves may come again late. Elaine Dutton being passed down the back straight by James McCooey. And Dutton will try to tuck in on the shoulder and get a carry around the bend. So it's the white sash of McCooey doing a lot of the work lately. And as they come into the straight, Kopp with still a lot of work to do. Our back marker in red. For the moment, the green sash out in front of Lewis Evans Thompson, 10 metres clear of the field. You can see number 7, Matthew Consolis, trying to come again. And Kopp with too much work to do late. So out in front, it's the green vest of Lewis Evans Thompson holding off number 7, Matthew Consolis for the automatic spots. Kopp came late, ran well. Dutton got over the top of Graves late. And the white sash of James McCooey, although gallant in the middle stages, fell away late. Well, you can see the lactic. Adam Kopp falls to the floor as so he might. It was a very, very ferocious pace for those boys. In the first heat of the 400, our automatic qualifiers there, Lewis Evans Thompson and, of course, Matthew Consolis. We cross now to Bradley Scott on the infield, and Bradley has got with him our winner, Lewis Evans Thompson. Over to you, Bradley.
Lewis, that was a great race, mate. I'm sure your coach must be proud. Take us through what you're thinking in that one.
Just to take it out hard and see if I could hold on.
You did that. And last year, you finished on the podium in this race. Do you think you got a chance to take the top prize this year?
I'm not sure. I'll just go out there and see what I can do.
What happens between now and the final?
Just go back, get something to eat, rehydrate, just relax, and then just get ready to hit it in the final.
Well, Lewis Evans Thompson, mate, great race. Well done, and good luck in the final.
Cheers.
All business. Is he one of yours, Bradley, is he? Yeah. Good boy, Brad. Training him up beautifully down here. Oh, Elaine Dutton just edging Luke Graves, I thought. Yeah, we'll wait for the official decision, but a little bit of bragging rights at stake between two fantastic young athletes on the West Australian scene. Of course, Elaine, the state 800-metre champion, and Luke at 3,000-metre steeplechase, where he's also the Australian junior champion. As we move our attention to heat number 2, we've had a few scratchings. cannot see young Oliver McGrath. Calvin Borowski, a final call, please, for Calvin Borowski. Calvin, back markers sprint, final call into the Runners Club area now. Okay, your next field, number 10, is scratched. Yellow. Okay, so we only got 3 starters here. Cooper Anderton, George Peters, and number 9, Fraser Brown. You can see the toll of a long day is racing. And we are down to 3. 2 will go automatically through to the final. And the next runners will be looking at times. So a good chance for these runners, if they get good position, to potentially save some bickies for later on in proceedings. We, of course, are in the starters' hands now. Over to you, Mike Holmes. Often racing. In yellow is Anderton. In green is Peters, one of the West Australia's top junior middle distance runners. Anderton, of course, coming up and Peters coming down. Out in front, though, for the moment is Fraser Brown wearing number 9, and he's got a good 30 metres over Peters and Anderton, neither of whom is giving any quarter as they're shoulder to shoulder down the back stretch. Perhaps for the first time now, Anderton eases around Peters, but I think Peters will just get a nice little sit and edge back up onto the shoulder. The question is, how close can either of them get to our leader, Fraser Brown, who continues to run strongly. He'll now face the stiff breeze into his face, but he's still a good margin clear. It's Anderson who's leading the chase. Peters trying to tuck in behind him. And for the moment, still Fraser Brown holding strong. He's tightening up, but he may have enough of a gap. He's going to get there. Brown from Anderton, and then just behind him, Peters. Great running from those 3 young men. And he was out in front the whole way off 40 metres. Fraser Brown, he held his nerve. Maybe full of a little bit of lactic in the final stages, Brad Scott, but did enough. And we'll get his thoughts. Interesting to see the 400 metres just at the end of a long day of competition. A lot of athletes just falling by the wayside as this day continues to become a war of attrition for the big money that's on display. Over to you, Bradley Scott.
We seen Bunbury athlete Lewis Evans-Thompson take out the first heat, and yourself being another Bunbury athlete taking out the second, plus Cooper Anderton in that one as well. How did that one feel?
A bit tough after all the races, but good to see a lot of Bunbury boys in it.
And we've got some more going in this next one, but tell us what it means to have something like the Bunbury Geographe Bunbury Geographe gift happening in here in the southwest.
Yeah, no, it's amazing to have all top-class athletes come down to Bunbury and really inspire all the younger athletes come through.
And how are you going to recover for that final?
Lie down, have a banana, bit of water.
Well, Fraser Brown, mate, well done. Good luck in that final.
Thanks.
Okay, the heat draw for the female skins event. In red will be Brittany Scott. In white, Catherine Sparrow. In blue, Virginia Stassison. In yellow, Ella Italiano Schmidt. In green, Zane O'Meara. And in black, Louise Sawyer. Louise will run off 10, Zane off 8, Ella off 5, Virginia off 5, Catherine off 1, and Brittany Scott off 0. That is your heat draw for the female skins event. That is scheduled to get underway quite shortly at 3:25 p.m, so not far away at all. But next up on the track, heat number 3 of the men's 400, about to get underway. So we will have the red sash of Seaton Pusey off 9 metres, the white sash of course, Jace Collingridge, the former state 800-metre champion. In black, we will see Liam Hutton. And then our front marker wearing number 8 is Jeremy Hill. A race for the front markers so far today in the 400s. Let's see if that maintains in this third heat. We're in the starters' hands. Okay, great start there from Seaton Pusey. Some power out the blocks, and he's up onto the shoulder of Jace Collingridge very promptly. Out in front in the black is Liam Hutton, who's chasing down the front marker in Jeremy Hill, and Jeremy no response as he surges past. Collingridge resisting, at least for the moment, the fast surging Jeremy Hill. And that's the front of the field. In black, we can see Liam Hutton. He's got a good margin. And I like the look of Jace Collingridge in white here. He's easing back onto the shoulder of Seaton Pusey, who looks to be tightening up a little. So as they come into the straight, it's the black sash of Liam Hutton for the moment, leading from a hard-working Jace Collingridge and also Seaton Pusey. So Pusey being challenged now by Collingridge for the moment. It's enough of a gap for Liam Hutton. And Hutton's going to hold on, as is Pusey from Collingridge, and a little bit further back to Jeremy Hill. A great race there for the minor placings between Pusey in second and Collingridge in third. But out in front, Brad Scott is with our winner, Jeremy Hill, who looked fantastic. A race for the front markers. Liam Hutton, I should say, who is out in front. And it's been a race for the front markers, the 400-metre heat so far. Bradley Scott, over to you with Liam Hutton.
Liam, you won the football race yesterday, the 100-metre race. How did that make the legs feel going into this one today?
Not too bad, to be honest. A little bit sluggish, but managed to flash them out in the warm-up, and they're feeling pretty good today, so go have a nice cool down, get them fresh again for the final.
That last 50 looked tough. What was going through your mind?
Don't let the people behind me catch me.
And they didn't. Now, you're in the same stable as Lewis Evans-Thompson, who won the first heat. Now, you guys are pretty close to each other in terms of times and speed. You're off very similar handicaps. What's going to happen in that final?
We'll have to wait and find out, I guess. Be a good race. Looking forward to it. It's been a while since we ran together. Bit of fun. See how we go.
Well, Liam Hutton, well done, mate. Go and recover, and good luck for that final.
Thanks, Brad.
Thank you, Brad. Great job. Some strong local flavour in those heats, hey. And Brad Scott, happy little camper, mate. It was a Bunbury show there.
Yeah, a lot of great Bunbury talent on offer there. Fraser Brown did a great job in the second heat as well. And Cooper Anderson finished off strong. It's going to be a great race looking into that final with 3 athletes from Bunbury taking out the top prize on each. So the question is, who can recover the best, flush that lactic out, and bounce back and put another show on the track?
All right. Let's turn our attention to the women's field. Of course, we'll expect some scratchings here as we saw in the men's. They're due pretty much to get underway in 10 minutes' time, folks. So in heat number 1, Chiara Rodingius, Zane O'Meara, Catherine Sparrow, Emma Philippe, Eliza Griffin, Angie Ross, Rianne Hargraves, Emily Parker, and India Hooton. In heat number 2, Caitlin Wilson, Summer Walters, Tiana Merritt, Sophie Watts, Tyler Van Diemen, Lydia Davies, Gemma Fairclough, Louise Sawyer, and Jane Stockley. And in heat number 3, one of our favourites here today, Alana Jukic, Joe Stannard, Taylor Phyllis, Sarah Hines, Keely Waters, as well as Sharon Davis, Emma Brooke, Rihanna Eifler, and Brittany Scott. Those heats will certainly change as we get final confirmation from our officials, due to start in 10 minutes' time. We welcome visitors watching this telecast from all around the world. You are at the 2019 WesTrac Bunbury Geographe gift, as we said, brought to you by WesTrac. I'm Raf Ball, your host. I'm here with Bradley Scott on behalf of the organising committee. Thanks for tuning in to this live coverage. We've got $14,000 on the post. Just after 4 o'clock, we'll have our final for both the men's and women's 120-metre gift. We'll also have the 400-metre final coming up. We've got some back markers, skins, and action still to come. But plenty more to look forward to. We couldn't do this without our sponsors. Thanks to our partners, Triple M Southwest, as well as the West Australian Southwestern Times and GWN. And, of course, our major sponsors, the Government of Western Australia, City of Bunbury, Pearson Tini and Sons, and WesTrac. Qualifiers for the men's 400, we have Lewis Evans Thompson, Matthew Consolis and Adam Kopp, Fraser Brown, Cooper Anderton, Liam Hutton and Seaton Pusey. Our official qualifiers there for the final. Seaton Pusey, Liam Hutton, Cooper Anderton, Fraser Brown, and then Adam Kopp, Matthew Consolis and Lewis Evans Thompson. The fastest time, 49.43 from Heat 1 with Lewis Evans Thompson. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in the first heat of the women's 400 metres in number 9 is India Hooton running off 40 metres. Give us a wave, India, out in front. Number 8, wearing number 18, is Emily Parker off 36. Angie Ross is in black off 24 metres. In green is Eliza Griffin off 20. And in yellow, our back marker here is Emma Philippe, who will run off 15. We're in the starters' hands, heat 1 of the women's 400. Our back marker, Philippe, got a great start, and you can see in these circular sprints how important that start has been throughout the day. It's been pivotal to these 400-metre heats, and our back markers and our front markers have been doing all the damage. The middle range has been in all sorts of trouble. So as we turn our attention back to the track, we can see it's compacting up the green of Eliza Griffin, the yellow of Emma Philippe, and the black of Angie Ross, all very tightly bunched, chasing the two front runners, Emily Parker and India Hooton. So for the moment, the yellow sash of Emma Philippe looks to be closing in, and she's being challenged on the outside by Angie Ross, trying to get in on the action as well. Parker and Hooton out in front, and coming through late is the yellow of Philippe and also Angie Ross in black. So a very tight finish here. It's going to be one that goes right to the tape. Number 8 now falling away in Emily Parker, allowing Angie Ross to ease up alongside the yellow sash of Emma Philippe. Those two will take automatic qualifying through to the final. And if anything, perhaps Ross left a little bit up the sleeve in the final stages, although the position each of the ladies has adopted suggests most of them left it all out there on the track. That was heat number 1 of the women's 400. Bradley Scott, our winner, was Emma Philippe. Let's get her thoughts once she gets her breath. This is a torturous event, isn't it, mate? The 400, the lactic's very high. She's just composing herself. When you're ready.
You can see how much it's hurting Emma here, but I have no doubt she'll be ready for that final. You backed off a little bit at the end. Did you know that you had that one in the bag?
I thought I did, and then Angie came down my outside. I was a bit concerned, but nah, it was a good race. All the girls ran really well, so happy.
And your background obviously has been pole vault for a couple of years now. You're doing more of the track running 400s, 800s. Why did you make the transition?
I don't know. At the end of the day, your heart's got to be in it, and I think I got to that point with pole vault. So yeah, I always love my running, so I thought I'd give it a crack again, and no regrets. So.
Well, you're definitely showing it out there. What would it mean to take away the first prize here in the 400?
Oh, it'd be amazing. I think it'd be hard, but I don't know. One of us has got to do it, so we'll see.
Well, Emma Philippe, well done. Great effort. Go and recover and get ready for that final.
Thank you.
Well done, Emma. Congratulations on a great run. She looked poised under pressure from Angie Ross late, both through to the final later on today. A quick announcement. The Skins is coming up. It's a fun event, 6 start. We chip one off for 3 rounds, get down to 3, and then in the final, it's every man or woman for themselves. The women's Skins will be in red, Brittany Scott off 0. In white, Catherine Sparrow off 1. In blue, Virginia Stassison wearing off a mark of 5 metres. In yellow, Ella Italiano Schmidt will run off 5. And in green, Zane O'Meara will also run off that 5 metre mark with our favourite Louise Sawyer running off 10. Trying to get her back for a win in the 300. I think the handicap is there. In the men's skin event, in red, Michael Cochran will run off 0. Ryan Camille, ever the competitor, will run off 1. In blue will be Kevin Britton off 2 metres. Elaine Dutton in yellow off 4. MJ Jansen van Rensburg off 4. And Michael Tomic, the man who's looking for a competition anywhere, anytime, any place, is up at it again. He'll run off 6 metres. Our heat here is down to 5 competitors. Couldn't see the back markers, but they're there. Caitlin Wilson, give us a wave, Caitlin. Nice headgear, looking good to go. She runs off 0. Summer Walters runs in white just in front of her. We then move into the blue strip of Tiana Merritt, who's won everything before her this weekend. Give us another wave, Tiana. And she's ready to go once more. The black is Lydia Davies. And then our front marker for this heat number 2 is, of course, number 7, Gemma Fairclough. We are with Mike Holmes, heat number 2. Caitlin Wilson, so strong last year. She was incredible, and she's back at it again. She is chasing Summer Walters. Tiana Merritt, who's won so much here this weekend. Has she got any energy left to give? Lydia Davis in black, and our leader, Gemma Fairclough, down the back straight, wears orange. So number 7, look at how smooth she is still moving. Tiana Merritt, what an immaculate technique she brings to the racing track. She's been so competitive throughout the weekend, but she's got her work cut out now because the white sash of Summer Walters wants to get in on the action. A little bit further back, we can still see Caitlin Wilson with work to do, but she finished like a storm last year and closed late. She's a very strong finisher. Out in front, Gemma Fairclough continues to lead. The blue vest now starting to waver a little bit. Tiana Merritt maybe showing some fatigue from a big day of racing, but her spirit remains strong. Summer Walters is coming, but the blue comes again. Tiana Merritt, she's going to find a little bit more again. She's under threat from the white sash of Summer Walters and holding off number 7 in Gemma Fairclough. And then a little bit further back to the black of Lydia Davies. Well, in the end, Gemma Fairclough held her off, but I think it was because Tiana Merritt realised she'd done enough to get through. I reckon she saved a bit there, Brad. What were your thoughts?
Yes, it was one of those races that still anyone's race with 50 metres to go, but you could see the fatigue in the ladies' legs, and it's one of those ones where can they back up for that final? Now, if we could please grab the winner.
While she's grabbing her breath, if you do need a massage, girls, Kumbana Physio. Sean and the team are here. Free physiotherapy services from some of Bunbury's finest. Over to you, Bradley.
That was a tough race. I can see it in your face now. You look knackered. What was going through that mind?
Just run and don't die. Just make it to the finish line.
You did that, and you won. Have you got more to give in that final?
I hope so. I'm going to go and have a sleep and try and get my legs to work again.
Perfect sounding recovery there. What would it mean to win this 400?
Oh, man. It would be awesome. I haven't won a 400 yet. Keep making finals, but not able to finish it, so.
Well, today's your chance. You're in the final. You just got to recover, get those legs ready, have that sleep, and good luck for that final.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bradley. Great job as always. Our last heat is all set to go. And we have 4 starters here. The yellow sash is Sarah Hines. She's running off 19 metres. Keely Waters, give us a wave. Keely is in green. In black, just ahead of her, is Sharon Davis. She's back. And number 8 is Emma Brooke. So Sarah Hines off 19. Keely Waters off 22. Sharon Davis 25. And number 8, Emma Brooke, runs off 32. We're in the starters' hands. Very even start across these four ladies, and two will automatically go through to the final. One, or two, I should say, will then get qualified as non-automatic. So straight out the blocks at a rate of knots was the yellow sash of Sarah Hines. The question is, has she started too fast? Because she's rounded them all up in quick time as she zooms past our front marker in Emma Brooke. Sharon Davis, as ever, composed. Keely Waters starting to build. And Waters looks strong as she rounds the back, and she comes around the bend with 200 to run, chasing hard. Sharon Davis and Emma Brooke just ahead, and our leader continues to be Sarah Hines by a margin of 3 metres from a fast closing Sharon Davis. And Davis in black comes strongly. The yellow figure, perhaps, of Sarah Hines committing a little bit too much too soon, because Waters is coming now as well. As the pressure mounts, Davis is clear. Hines is tightening. Waters is coming. And a battle royale between Waters and Hines for the last automatic qualifying spot. They're coming again over Davis. What a finish. It's a blanket at the tape. Well, what do you say about that? I thought it was yellow, black, and then green. And that was Champagne Athletics. Keely Waters almost came up onto the shoulder of Sarah Hines, which in turn caused her to resist. And resist she did all the way back to the front of the race to take the W. You're with our winner. And well done to her, Sarah Hines with Brad Scott.
Sarah, look, from when I used to train with you, you were an 800, 1500 metre runner. You could see that in your legs there. You hit the lead so far back in that race. The ladies came back at you, but in the last 30 metres, you went again, snuck through the middle, and won the heat. What was going through your mind?
I just really wanted to get into the final. That was basically it.
So now you're in the final. What happens now?
I'll just see how we go.
How do you recover for this?
Just go for a cool down. Just sit down in the shade a bit, yeah.
You have the speed in the legs now. You got more to give?
Hopefully, but we'll see how we go.
Well, with that fighting spirit, Sarah, I have no doubt you're going to do well in this final. Well done and good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, if you're on the live coverage, folks, don't look away. We're going to get a replay from the Lomax guys of yesterday's 70 metres. We got a chance to replay some of the finals from yesterday. So Bradley, with the Lomax guys, I believe we've got some highlights from yesterday's 70 metres. We've got the results over here, so we're good to go when the team are ready, so we can recap yesterday's final. And as you can see here, it was Colin Smith who got a great start in the green, but very late, Harrison Hunt and John Evans came very strongly, and the two stablemates from Adelaide took the win in 8:21, 8:23 from Colin Smith in 8:25. He did have his redemption today, of course, Colin Smith, when he took a great win in the Masters, and he looked fantastic in yellow. That's our podium yesterday. And what can we say about John Evans? He was a bit like the boss, Ross. He didn't look so good downwind, but when they ran into a block headwind later on, he came back and looked very strong in the semis. He's one to watch in the final. Of course, Harrison Hunt, an Australian representative in the relays, of course, won the Bay Sheffield gift. I love his relaxed speed, but does he have the strength? I've got question marks over that. Colin Smith, great run there yesterday, as we saw, ahead of Adam Moore, Adrian Pelzer and Ken Telfer in the final. Let's recap the women's as well, guys, if we can get our viewers all around the world and Australia to watch this one. This was a cracker. We had a great field. We had Moochie, Wilson, Cruttenden, Sullivan, Dwyer and Merritt. And you see them in the blocks there getting ready for the race yesterday. The wind was straight into their face. We didn't know how that was going to favour and whom would be the most beneficiary of that prevailing breeze. The answer soon came. As we can see, a very even start from all the girls. And as the race panned out in the middle, Eliza Wilson in blue was just too classy. And no matter what Celeste Mucci did, it was a metre gap, and it seemed to hold. She looked very strong, and she took the win in 8.89 from Celeste Mucci, who's been a great addition to the lineup, very willing to compete. Taylor Cruttenden, Sheehan O'Sullivan, Julia Dwyer, and Tiana Merritt. So that was our 70-metre dashes yesterday. It was a great final, and we need, down at the start line, we need Louise Sawyer, Zane O'Meara, Ella Italiano-Schmidt, Virginia Stassison, Catherine Sparrow, and Brittany Scott. And then in the boys, we need Michael Cochran, Ryan Camille, Kevin Britton, Elaine Dutton, MJ Jansen van Rensburg, and Michael Tomic. They're your finalists. Thank you to the guys from Lomax doing a great job just recapping those 70-metre sprints yesterday. They were very, very good finals, very high quality, and showed some of the form that we've seen reiterated here today in terms of our athletes.
And we can't forget the team at Totally Sound, Raf, for making you sound so good and making everyone else put up with my voice. But the team's working together in Lomax Media and Totally Sound have done an absolutely fantastic job today and continue to do so for the next hour or so when we see these athletes really put something out in this track.
Yeah, and I mean, look, a lot of places around the world, I think, especially over east, they forget just how much money the resources here from Western Australia contribute to the Australian economy. We're starting to get our own bit more of a fair share of that GST, but the region down here, just as an indication, a $2 billion development coming up near here in the near future in terms of mining and resources. Huge infrastructure works, massive mining and resources boom in the area. Some of the biggest corporates in the world in the resource sector based down here in Bunbury in the southwest.
Yeah, there's so much being put into this region, but it's well worth it because anyone that's from this region knows how important it is to support what's going on here. We have resources coming out of everywhere. It doesn't matter what you really want, but the produce we create is second to none in this region. And if you haven't been to the southwest of WA, now's your opportunity. It's perfect weather, and there's an event like this happening next year, February 29, March 1. It's all going again. If you want to race.
We haven't even touched on the beaches there either, mate. And the beaches are world class. You'll see blues that you'll rarely see anywhere in the world. Certainly no PMS for the colours that you see out here in the beautiful oceans around us here in the Bunbury Geographe region. Okay, back to the track. And the way the skin system works, ladies and gentlemen, is we start with 6 competitors and they have a 2-minute cycle. The athletes have to sprint the 100 and then get back to the start within 2 minutes. If they're last across the tape in the first heat, out they go. We can ditch one more in the second. In the third, one more gets shoved out. And then the last round, the 3 of them race for the big bickies head-to-head off their handicap markers. It was brutal last year, wasn't it, seeing the lactate build. And who other than Peter Bowl showed his ability for lactic tolerance. Peter Bowl, the Olympian in the 800, and we know how much calibre he had. He just was attractively casual through the early rounds, did enough, and then when it was time to show the afterburners he gave us.
Oh, he did, and that shows the middle distance running coming out. you know, I tend to go that way, but when you're looking at an event like this, someone like Louise Sawyer, I think is probably the biggest chance here because she can back up. She's a 400, 800 metre runner. She knows what it needs to be. She knows what needs to be done for an event like this.
Yeah, we love Brad. He's got that middle distance bias. I'm a long distance man myself, and half the people here are sprinters, so we each have our favourite event. But certainly it all adds to the theatre of what's been a magnificent 2019 Bunbury Geographe gift. Thank you once more to our major sponsor, WesTrac. We're in the starters' hands. Over to you, Mike. Often racing, and the suspense will build through these rounds. The question is, who's going to miss the boat? And it's getting it to be a bit of a blanket coming late. Ooh, I reckon it might be Louise Sawyer. Unfortunately, the heat came very late. Blue has been eliminated. Unfortunately, Virginia Stassisen, Louise Sawyer got there by a centimetre. Centimetre perfect, as Dennis Cometti would say at Brad Scott. What was Louise's thoughts there? Did she get a little bit of anxious moment there?
So, Lou, you done enough. What was going through your mind?
Save myself, just bloody save myself.
Have you got more to give?
Yes. I'm an 800 runner. What do you expect?
I know. I've been saying middle distance runners are good at this sort of stuff, so we can expect more. Are we going to see that next year?
Maybe, Brad. I'm just trying to reserve my energy.
Bradley, she's basically polite. If there wasn't a microphone in your hand, she would have been a little bit more direct, mate. That was a polite way of saying, nick off and let me focus. But, mate, great insights. She did just enough. And in 2 minutes, the gun goes again. There's no respite. It's like a pressure cooker. The visual, I always use the example of when you watch Star Wars and they're stuck in that rubbish tip and it's all compacting in and you think they're going to get squashed. It's a little bit like that. The lactic acid just keeps on building, and anything that will stop the pressure from building is what will help the athletes to stay engaged. Wherever you are watching around the world, let us know in the comments section below. We'd love to hear how far this broadcast is reaching around the world and where you are watching from. Give us your comments on some of your favourite highlights, and also let us know who you think will take out the men's and women's 120-metre finals later today. We're back in the starters' hands. One more to go in this second round. Five in, four to remain. Scott, Sparrow, Italiano, Schmidt, O'Meara and Sawyer. At your field, the white sash of Catherine Sparrow asserting herself, as is Sawyer. She didn't want to muck around in this one, and the yellow sash falls back, and she concedes. Ella Italiano Schmidt, give her a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. She is the next to be eliminated. And so, Sawyer, she said, no talk, I'm all business. Louise Sawyer.
Catherine.
And she was good, Catherine Sparrow. And what were her thoughts there, Brad? She was our winner.
You're looking good still, Catherine. You've gone 2 out of 2. You're through to the next round. How do you recover in 2 minutes?
Try not to talk.
Well, sorry, you can't help that right now. You're forced to talk. You're a 400 hurdler, so doing this is a walk in the park, right?
I wouldn't say walk in the park. It's more the blocks that take it out of you each time, but just trying to work on that active recovery. Walk straight away, like no stopping, no bending over. So yeah, just trying to get through the last couple.
Well, come on then. Well, good luck, ladies. A few more races to go.
Have a look at him go, ladies and gentlemen. Give a round of applause for my co-compare, Bradley Scott, doing it in style out there on the track. Great insights, mate. Doing a great job. And we've got 4 left. Brittany Scott, Catherine Sparrow, Zane O'Meara, and Louise Sawyer. If you're a betting man, Brad, where's your money?
You know where my money is.
All right. He loves his middle distance runners. He's got his money on Sawyer. We've got one more round with elimination, and then the last 3 will go head-to-head for the money. It's like musical lanes without the music. One of them's going to get chopped. Scott, Sparrow, O'Meara and Sawyer. Sawyer asserting herself. Perhaps Bradley Scott right. The white of Catherine Sparrow, strong as well. The green of Zane O'Meara. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to Brittany Scott. Let's give her a round of applause. Great job, Brittany Scott from the UWA Athletics Club. Let's get a word from the one you haven't chatted to yet, Zane O'Meara. Is she foxing?
Zane,
or is she tiring?
You don't have a choice here. You're the last one left that I haven't spoken to. How are you feeling?
I'm pretty tired, to be honest.
Really? I wouldn't have guessed it. You've got one left in the legs. That's all you've got to do. That's all you've got to think about. Are you just going to give this everything?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you catch the girls?
I don't know. I'm pretty tired, but we'll see. I'll give it a crack.
That's all we like to see. Well, good luck, ladies, all 3 of you. When he gets the prize, come on, Luke.
Ladies and gentlemen, give these girls some applause as they head back. They're going to go one more time, and this time it's for the money.
Tell you now, lose focus. She gave me a death stare when I walked past her then.
Oh, she's alpha. She's got the focus. Yes. Well, this is such an incredible event to watch. It's got so many twists in the plot. And it's often the one who's been holding their cards back who shows them all in the final round. We saw that with Peter Bowl last year. Let's see who's going to take the win here. Back in the starters' hands. This one's for the post. 3 to go. White, Sparrow, green, O'Meara, and black Sawyer. Sawyer, our front marker, off 10. O'Meara from 5 and Sparrow from 1. Can she close the gap down? Let's see. The green of Zane O'Meara holding him and streaking clear. O'Meara did have more up her sleeve. She takes the win from Sparrow and Sawyer. Well, there she was, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. She showed very little. And then she dominated late. Let's hear from our winner, Zane O'Meara.
She foxed it.
Oh, isn't it a great event? Brad Scott, you're with our winner.
All you have to do is not be last. That's all you have to do through the whole thing. And then the last one, whatever you have. Is that what's gone through your mind? Just don't be last, don't be last?
Yeah, I was trying to conserve as much energy as possible because I was pretty tired from the mile, so still got the lactic in my legs.
And obviously I helped with your recovery, walking alongside you before the last race. Were you like, just shut up, Brad, just let me do my thing?
Sort of, but it must have helped because look at the outcome.
It's a great outcome, and obviously being a miler, you've got the endurance in your legs. Do you think that's what this event's more fixed around, is more your middle distance and milers, because you get to have a short recovery, but it's only a 120-metre sprint. Which event do you think it favours, a sprinter or a middle distance runner?
Hard question, because you need some speed to be keeping up with the sprinters, but definitely the endurance side helps, being able to do the hundreds over and over.
Well, Zane, you had the speed, you had the endurance. Congratulations, you are the Skins champion.
Thank you very much.
Well, Bradley Scott, a Paralympian, Australian soccer team, and also athlete whisperer. He's just getting everybody focused. And, mate, how quickly, you said Louise Sawyer all the way, and then all of a sudden you were claiming credit for Zane O'Meara's victory. No one does it better than Bradley Scott. All right, the boys are getting set to go. Bradley, did you hear what I just said there? Did you know you did that? You said how much you backed Louise Sawyer, and then as soon as Zane won, you claimed credit for your talking to her. And is that positive bias for your own intervention out there, mate?
Hey, look, I have the microphone. I can say what I want, right?
Good on you, mate. You're doing a great job. The boys, mate, who's your money on here? We got Michael Cochran, Ryan Camille, who I think's a fantastic athlete. I love his poise. Kevin Britton, Elaine Dutton, MJ Jansen, Van Rensburg, who's really a middle distance runner. So's Elaine Dutton. Michael Tomic, do you think it favours Dutton, perhaps?
Look, Elaine Dutton, we know he's an 800-metre state champion, so he's got the speed in his legs over that distance, the speed endurance. MJ is good, but your man on the end, he was in it last year. His hammies weren't in good shape, and he made it almost to the end last year. Do you think he's got the job done here?
Mate, I just love watching him run. Michael Tomic, he loves fast cars and lactic acid, mate. He's a man who lives life on the edge, and he comes down here to Bunbury, and he just puts on a show. One thing you'll guarantee about Michael Tomic is he will not go home with any energy left in the tank. Michael, give us a wave, great man. There he is, and he flexes as so he might. He's the biggest man in the field. MJ Jansen, Van Rensburg in green, Elaine Dutton in yellow, Kevin Britton in blue, Ryan Camille is white, and Michael Cochran is red. Same again, one will go round one more in round 2, one more in round 3, and then our top 3 will race for the money. Also, if you've won prize money, folks, please grab it from the Runners Club now. We don't want a logjam at the end of the day. We need you to be with us to collect your money as soon as possible so that there's not a logjam of other people when they're collecting theirs for finals completed later in the day. We're in the starters' hands.
We're waiting for another athlete just to get his bib on there. I think it is Steve Stingemore, the great man, helping him out. Actually, yeah, that's not a bad idea. Get Steve Stingemore to put the bib on. Get him running in this. What do you need? What, 20 metres? Do you think?
So, finalists at stall, both Ryan Camille in white and Kevin Britton. Michael Cochran in red is our back marker. Elaine Dutton, a state champion. MJ Jansen, Van Rensburg won also. And Michael Tomic, fast cars and lactic acid.
Who's your pick, Raph?
I just think the precedent last year of the 800-metre runners indicates that potentially Dutton has a bit of an advantage the deeper it goes into this contest.
Wait, so you're agreeing with my theory?
you've used the theory universally across every distance. I'm using it across one with a proven precedent of being effective.
Mate, all
My
you've got to say
bias-
is you agree with me. That's fine.
Mine is a selective bias. Yours is a complete bias.
But let's just say we agree.
On this one, we agree, mate. And Tomic will not hold back. He'll go flat out 4 times. And he's out in front, the man in black. He's well clear. Big fella, you can shut it down now. You've got him covered. And it's the green of MJ, Jansen van Rensburg, who's going to be eliminated. At Dutton, Britton, Camille, the 2 stall finalists are through, and Michael Cochran. Chat with the, he's gone sideways. No, he's going to come straight back. There he is. He went straight to the front and did it easy.
Mate, you're looking better shape than you did last year in the same event.
Yeah, well, last year my hammy was fingered and now my back is.
It's working up the chain.
That's it, mate. We'll see how we go.
So what do you got left?
In the tank or runs?
Either way, what do you have left? That's what we want to know.
100%, mate.
You know you don't have to win every one of these. You just don't have to come last.
Yeah, but last time I tried to do that first round, I got knocked out, remember?
True. We'll see what happens. Good luck, mate.
Oh, it's a great event. And we've got 5 left. It's going to become 4. Michael Cochran, Ryan Camille, a stall finalist. Kevin Britton, a dual stall finalist. So Kevin in blue. He's straight back there, Kevin. He means business. Look at him, Kev. He's shaking it out. He's good to go, the great man. A 2-time stall finalist. He wants this. Look at his focus. I tell you what, Kevin Britton, he means business. Elaine Dutton in yellow. And then Michael Tomic, as we said, in black. They're back in the starters' hands. Mike Holmes is going to send them straight back to us. And one of them is going to leave. Okay, they're off. Cochran, Camille, Britton, Dutton and Tomic. And Tomic out strongly again. He's got a bit of pressure this time, though. And he looks good, Britton. He's right up there. Elaine working hard. Elaine Dutton at the tape. A little bit too little too late for the middle distance runner. Well done, Elaine Dutton in the yellow. Give him a round of applause. He was second in the mile early today. I tell you what, hey, Kev, if you ever thought you're the first one to try to run away from Brad Scott, mate, he knows what to do. He'll always bring you back.
No, the idea was there. He can come with me now, so to the start line.
Mate, you're looking good. You pulled up really early then in that race. You're just conserving it, ready for the next one?
Yeah, just stay moving because I know once I stop moving, that's it.
And you get back soon and just a bit of psychology for the other athletes?
Yeah, that's it. You've got to go back to the finish line, I think. So.
Well, good luck with it, eh? I might as well race with you now. I'm already up here.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Okay, 2 Victorians versus 2 West Australians. Hands up if you're going for the West Coast. Yes, so you should. The 2 Victorians, Camille and Britton, both look good. But Michael Tomic and Cochran look better, the West Australians, as so they do. Next time, another one's got to go. Who will it be? Britton looks focused, and it's either going to play to his advantage because he's just dialed in, or it's going to play to his disadvantage because he's just going to be tired out. But either way, we'll find out. The other athletes sauntering back, whereas Britton remaining in the pocket and keeping his focus, getting back in the blocks, going through his ritual. Seems very considered.
Hey, Raph, can I just say, you've jinxed my theory, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Both the middle distance boys are drinking their water and watching from the sidelines. So much for that theory. We're supposed to be the experts here, mate. Okay, Cochran, Camille, Britton and Tomic. They're back. A great start again from Britton. He does mean business. He's being chased by Camille and Cochrane. And for the moment, Tomic still out in front. Tomic tightening up a little bit now. And he's through again, Tomic. Cochrane's out. Camille and Britton 1 and 2. And Tomic lives to fight another day. The big man goes again. He's got a heart bigger than Far Lap. And quadriceps the same size. As he heads back, he's representing Western Australia. Please give a round of applause for Michael Cochrane, ladies and gentlemen. The hammy just tightening up in the red. Well done.
Hey, Ryan, so in the first one with the ladies going ahead before the gents, we've seen the athlete just chill at the back and then make a way through. You've only just scraped in each one of these. You got more in that tank for the last one?
Yeah, definitely. But save your best till last, so maybe half a second in this one.
And you're the one chasing down both the other blokes. Just from the start, go for it, give it everything?
Yeah, nothing left after this one, so hope the ambulance are ready at the end. It's going to be tough.
Mate, I think Tommy's going to beat you to it. So you definitely have to be the quickest. Maybe they've got enough space for both of you.
Yeah, well, possibly. I know that the crowd's on the WA side, but, you know, travel a long way, and I'm going to be controversial and say I barrack for Fremantle, so maybe half the crowd.
Oh,
maybe.
You beauty. Okay.
Good man. Well, Ryan, good luck with it, mate.
Any man who's with me as a long-suffering Fremantle supporter has my support. You are a great man. And sympathy, yeah, okay. Yeah, I must admit, I'm going to say it publicly, they got to get rid of Ross Lyon. I don't know why they signed him to such a long
contract. Why are you bringing football into this, Raph?
He's a systems coach, and I think the system's not working, so...
Hey, Raph, your man just said he needs a Royal Flying Doctor Service to come and help him out. The Ambo won't do enough for him. He can't fit in it.
Well, a bit of mind games, I suspect, there from Ryan Camille, and we'll find out as they get back into the blocks. Tomic, Britton and Camille. The West Australian black versus the two Victorians in white and blue. Another great start from Britton. He is not mucking around Camille with all the work to do, and Tomic trying to hold on. And I tell you what, he went from the gun in the first one. Kevin Britton will not be headed. Too easy at the tape for Britton. All class, Ryan Camille in second. He tried the mind games. And a big round of applause for the West Australian boy, Michael Tomic. Well, he tried everything, and in the end, he even threw the mind games, but it wasn't enough. Britton was just all class, every round a winner. And a great result for the boy from Victoria, a two-time Stall gift finalist.
Hey, Kevin, mate, we'll give you a minute. But while you're down there, are you okay? You look like you're in a little bit of pain.
That hurts. Hurts a lot.
Is this the hardest race you've ever done?
Yeah, I entered the 4 and I said, no, I'm not doing that. If I can get the 400 across 4 separate races, I'll do that instead, I think.
And the skins is not for anyone because you've got to back up time and time again. And looking at the intensity of all three of you guys in your faces, you can see you're putting it in. How does the recovery look now? What do you do?
Now, there's a bar just there, so I'm off.
The Eden Boomers bar, mate. Go ahead. I think they're starting drinks for $5, so I'm sure someone will shout you a drink. Well done, mate. Thoroughly deserved Skins champion.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having us too from Victoria. Thanks.
Fantastic. Well done, Ryan Camille. Also very gallant, and a big round of applause for Michael Tomic. Give us a wave, boys. You guys were fantastic. Appreciate your hard labour out there on the track. Next up, the back markers. In black, Taylor Sharp. In green, Evan Jarvis. In yellow, Connor Loranga Boyle. In blue, Calvin Borowski. In white, Harrison Hunt. And in red, Sasha, the big show Zoya, will go again off 0. And the female back markers, our front mark of the back markers will be Sian O'Sullivan off 6. Jackie Lord will go from 5. Amy Tolkien from 5. Kiara Speechley from 4.5. Jazva Kang from 3.5. And Taylor Cruttenden, whose father is a worker at WesTrac, will be our back marker off 0. So all of our back markers, we have to get you out in a few moments' time for the back marker sprint. So the men will go first. They should be down shortly with Mike Holmes, and the first man onto the track, none other than Sasha, the big show Zoya. He'll put on another good effort, no doubt. He was sweating on making his way through to the final, a true competitor. But in the end, it was Josh, the Ross boss, in 13.02 who got the last non-automatic qualifier. Sasha, 13.06, just missed the boat. He'll be back out here in the back markers 100. We'll get that underway in 5 minutes, folks. I'm Raf Bohr. We're here at the 2019 WesTrac Bunbury Geographe gift. It's been a pleasure having you here with us. Stay tuned. The biggest races, the $14,000 purse in the 120 metres, will be underway in just over an hour's time. Before that, the final of the 400 and the back markers 120. Thank you to our sponsors, MGM Bulk, Tyre Power, Retrovision, Southern Ports, the Shire of Dardanup, the Shire of Capel, Alcoa. Of course, Pearson Tini and Sons, the City of Bunbury, WesTrac, APM for their great support, the CCR Group, Shire of Dardanup, such great produce out there, some beautiful farmland. City and Regional Fuels, always great supporters as they were last year. Go West, Bunbury City Toyota, of course they were big supporters of our events earlier today. Got the ball rolling. Prime Supplies Bunbury, they do a great job. Kumbana Physio, keeping all our athletes on track throughout the day. And Sean and the team are your local Bunbury physiotherapy experts. Work Clobber, kitting us out, mate, and doing a nice job in these nice active shirts.
Really brings out my freckles.
Yep. GWN7, of course, our media partners, and they are joined as media partners by the Southwest Times, who've done a lot of lead-up stories of this one. The West Australian, of course, a great supporter of the event also, and Quality Lighthouse Resort this year, a sponsor. They hosted us for the Q&A on Friday. Of course, Little Athletics Bunbury. Little Athletics is the great way for your children to start in the great sport of athletics. Athletics WA, the Stall family, Cube, who sponsored our miles, and what miles they were. Ramsden, you got to love the way he does the job. Sarah Billings had only run 1:1500. I thought that with a seed time of 4:33, that maybe, you know, that she might be under threat from Bernadette Williams, but I think it was just that she was relatively untested, and she showed a lot of class, and she was well clear 4 to 5 seconds at the tape, and she held off very comfortably Bernadette Williams, our state champion. Commercial Realty, the Vucolit Group, thank you again to the Vucolit Group. We want to also thank Perkins and the Malatesta Group for their sponsoring all your hot mix needs. They are the go-tos. Okay, enough talk. Let's get back to business. Let's introduce our field, ladies and gentlemen. Our black sash in the male back markers coming off 6 metres is Taylor Sharp. Taylor, give us a wave. He runs from lane 6. Evan Jarvis, last year's winner, will run from lane 5. Connor Laranga Boyle will run in yellow off 5 metres. In blue, Calvin Borowski will run off 4 metres. In white, Harrison Hunt, so poised and so efficient, the Australian representative. And then Sasha the Show Zoya will run as our back marker. Here he is off 0. Can he turn the cards, take home a victory? You would not rule him out.
Yeah, I honestly think this one's between himself and Harrison Hunt. I think Harrison Hunt showed his quality over the last 2 days. He knows how to run into this headwind. But Sasha, we know what a performer he is. He loves a good show. And he's definitely going to do it here for the crowd today.
Well, here we go. We will find out in a few moments. Evan Jarvis, a proven winner here as last year's champion. He won't go home with $14,000 this year, but he will go home having left everything on the track as he always does. Consummate professional is Evan Jarvis. Laranga Boyle, Borowski, Hunt and Sharp round out the field.
If you're here and your mates are at home and you know they can get down here, tell them now. Get down here, still free entry. We've got some big events ahead. Obviously, we have the back markers now. We have the 120 and the 400 metres still to come. Some quality athletes still to race. Plenty still on offer here at the Bunbury Geographe gift. So if you're at home in the Bunbury area watching the live stream, jump in your car, drive down, get down here and experience this live because it's like nothing else.
All righty, Mike's ready. Let's go. It's track time, ladies and gentlemen. The back markers 120. Sharp in black, then Jarvis, Loranga Boyle, Borowski, Hunt, and Zoya. And Zoya is right up on top of it here. He's got a challenge from Hunt, but Zoya's going to do it, ladies and gentlemen, the big show. Sasha Zoya takes the win from Harrison Hunt. And ladies and gentlemen, at 16 years of age, you can see how this young man rises to the occasion. He's done the double at the Bay Sheffield. He went away to France last week, if you don't mind, and broke the French record in the pole vault. World age group record for the hurdles. Is there anything this man can't do? That's why we call him the show, Sasha Zoya. And he's already in the grandstand, talking with the VIPs as only he can. If he did a victory jig, this would go global around the world. The boy's got the complete package, and he's with Bradley Scott now at the finish. Let's get the thoughts from our winner, Sasha Zoya. Bradley?
Raph, you've caught him the Z-Man. You've caught him the big show. Sash, you put it on again, mate. How did it feel taking out the back markers?
Oh, yeah, it was awesome. Definitely the crowd helps a lot. Crowd always does, so big thank you to the crowd. Cheers for, being out here, coming out here, watching some elite racing. But yeah, it was a hard race, some of the quickest people in the gift, so definitely hard.
And now that you've won this, mate, what does it mean? Obviously, we try to come back next year and take out the 120. You've taken the back markers out, but it doesn't have the purse of that glorious Bunbury Geographe gift, the 14 grand. Next year, we'll be back, try to take the top prize.
I'll be here next year, the year after next, the year after next, and then the year after next, until I can take out that Bunbury gift. So if the crowd's here, I'm here, and Bunbury's here, I'm here.
Sash, mate, you're an entertainer. Thank you so much for being a part of this amazing event, and we can't wait to see you back here next year.
Thank you very much. Cheers, everyone.
There is no doubt about it. Sasha Zoya is the second most flamboyant man here. And you know who's the first, Tommy Dillon? It is you, great man, our chairman, and Sasha Zoya. Great synergies. Okay, let's get straight to our presentations there for that one. And we will get our finishing position. So our back markers stay close. We're going to do our presentation for the back markers now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in third place there in the back markers sprint, we had Evan Jarvis. Last year's winner, Evan, got third. Up onto the stage for you, Evan. Yeah, back on the podium, mate, for the back markers. In second, Harrison Hunt, the Australian relay team member and a winner of the Bay Chef. And, of course, a two-time winner of the Bay Chef and our favourite man here at the moment, Sasha Zoya, takes the top step of the back markers, 120. Our back markers, great effort from those guys. Australian representatives, past winners, some of the fastest men in the country. Harrison Hunt, give us a wave, mate. You were stellar this year. It's been great having you here, mate. And we wish you well representing our country. You did a fantastic job throughout the weekend. You can sit back now and watch your stablemates try to do the business and take the money back to Adelaide. Okay. Next up, we got the girls' back markers, and we're going to get straight into things. Off 6 metres in black, Sian O'Sullivan. In green, Jackie Lord off 5 metres. In yellow, off 5 metres also, is Amy Tolkien. Off 4.5, Kiara Speechley. In white, off 3.5, is Yazva Kang. And as we mentioned earlier, her dad is an employee of our major sponsor, WesTrac. A big round of applause for Taylor Cruttenden. That's your field in the women's back markers. We're in the starters' hands. O'Sullivan closest to us from Lord, Tolkien, Speechley, and then Kang, who's got a great start in white, running beautifully, being pursued by Cruttenden, who's not going to get there. It's going to be all white. Jasvir Kang is going to take the victory here. She's going to hold on for a margin of around 1 second from a pursuing Cruttenden, and then Speechley, Tolkien, Lord, and O'Sullivan all tightly packed behind her. But a great start. She's got that elastic power out of the blocks, and Yazva Kang has always started well throughout today's proceedings. And she not only started well there, she finished off the job and put the icing on the cake. She's with you now, Brad Scott, as you chat with our winner of the back markers 120, Yazvir Kang.
Yazvir, what a great race. I know you right now you don't want to have this interview, but being a winner, sorry you don't get a choice. Take us through that race.
I was exhausted. I just wanted to run and get it over with.
You definitely got it over with, and you were in front by the time you crossed that line. How does it feel winning the back markers?
Feels good. Yeah.
It's been a long weekend for the competitors doing what they love in athletics. How is it coming down here to Bunbury and being a part of this gift?
Really good. My in-laws are from Bunbury, so I've had really good support all day.
Absolutely brilliant. We'll enjoy it. Congratulations, and enjoy what Bunbury has to offer.
Thank you.
Well done to all those girls. We're going to go straight into the presentations. So stay close, girls. We'll get our presentations underway. Okay, white, green, red was the finishing order. Okay, so in third place in the back markers 120, a big round of applause for the local girl, Taylor Cruttenden. Taylor, well done. In second place in the green sash, Jackie Lord. And our winner, great start, definitive finish of 3.5 metres. A big round of applause for Yazva Kang, the winner of our back markers 120. That's our podium. Congratulations to all the girls. Okay, we tick off number 44 and 45 on our event schedule wherever you are in the world, the last four of the big four. First up with the men's 400 and the women's 400, and then the men's and women's 120 with 14,000 on the post in one of Australia's richest gift events here in the beautiful city of Bunbury. If you've just joined us, I'm Raf Bohr. I am here with Bradley Scott. We are calling all the action. Our first 400-metre final is coming up in a few moments' time, and the field list has been just passed over to us. It will be Fraser Brown off 40 metres, Matthew Consolis off 30 metres, Liam Hutton will run off 28 metres, Lewis Evans-Thompson will run from 25, Cooper Anderton will run off 21, and then Jace Collingridge, the former state 800-metre champion, runs from 15. Ceedham Pusey off 9. And our West Australian 400-metre champion, Adam Kopp, the imposing figure, will run from scratch. That's your field in the men's 400. We'll get that underway very shortly in about 15 minutes' time. So grab yourself a quick drink, a quick snack, and then join us for the final 40 minutes, or the final 30 minutes, where all the big finals take place. It's your final chance for a break. Our back markers, as we just saw, won by Sasha, the show Zoya, and he's got a fair bit of energy about him, doesn't he?
Oh, he does, mate. He's one of those athletes that no matter where he is, he'll put on a show. He does everything. He does every event possible in athletics, and there is pretty much nothing he cannot do.
Mm. Yep, I think, like we both discussed, mate, there's the potential that he could be one of the world's best athletes. I mean, you put him in a decathlon in a few years, if he focused on the throws a little bit, the way his neuromuscular system adapts to different events, he's got the power. He just needs the time on the dance floor in terms of practicing the skill elements. And, you know, for me, the decathlon is one of the most marketable sports in the world, perhaps more so than the pole vault, because the decathlon is almost like you're a superhero. You're like the world's best athlete. Like if you've got the ability to do 10 events well, that means you pretty much could have been playing in the NBA, you could have played AFL, you're doing whatever you want to do. You're a complete athlete. And he brings that sort of caliber to the table.
We look at someone like Ashton Eaton from the US. He's retired now. It was the world record holder in the decathlon, but I think it was about 3 or 4 of the events in the decathlon. He could have held his own in those events individually at an Olympic Games.
Yep, and Zoya has that sort of class. Just a case of making the choice, and obviously he'll have to specialise in the near future, and the hurdles and the pole vault looking like, and the sprints looking like the best events at the moment for him. But you can see that calibre, 16 years of age, 10.6 for the 100, French record for the hurdles, world age group record for the hurdles, jumping 5:30 on the street last night. he's got the complete skill set. Okay, let's enough talk about that. Let's also shout out the great efforts of our elimination, the skins event. I thought that was fantastic. Really enjoyed seeing those athletes just go back round after round, showcase their personality. The poise of Britain too much in the end.
Yeah, the skins race is one of those that you think about it, you're like, look, I could probably do that. Then when you're in it, you realise how tough an event it actually is, because although you only have to make sure you don't lose each race, that's harder than it sounds.
It's like musical chairs with lactic acid and pain. You know what I mean? When you lose a game of musical chairs as a kid, you're frustrated as heck, but you're not suffering much. Whereas for these guys in the skins, they're going flat out and then being told, no, you miss out, you know, to the grandstands for you. So it is a ruthless game, the skins game. And last year we saw Peter Boyle take the victory. This year, Britain, he was so composed. It was almost like in a ritual. He actually even had chance to go through his little religious preparation every time he went through a round. He was straight back. He didn't even really want to talk to you. And he knew the business needed to be done, and he did a beautiful job of getting that consistently, going through that same ritual round after round.
He did. He did a great job. He was there. He meant business. Now, you know what I would like to see, Raf? Imagine if we made the skins race a top race for next year. Imagine if that was worth 14 grand. Do you reckon we'd have many athletes enter?
Oh, mate, that would be fantastic to watch. A significant form of purgatory to compete in, but great for us as spectators. But you know, if you look at what I really liked also, you know, Ryan Camille, he was on the receiving end round after round, and he still had one more card to play. He tried a bit of the old mental mind games. I love that. I thought that was really impressive. He tried just to, he probably knew physically and biomechanically he was under a fair bit of pressure with the mark that he had. So he tried to throw the mental barb just to throw off his opposition, and I like that. Ever the competitor, and that's why he's a former finalist at the Stall Gift. But Britain's been there twice, and he's all class. He did the job.
Well, that's what this is all about. It's about a bit of entertainment here at the Bunbury Geographe Gift. It's immersing the community in an amazing sport as athletics. And the great thing about this is you are literally on the track. We look at the crowd here, still a great crowd. I have no doubt some people are still going to come down here with the 400 and the 120 finals still to come. And if you're watching it on the live stream back home, now's a great time to send a text to someone else. Let them know that you're about to watch some of Australia's best athletes take it out in the 120 and the 400.
Yeah, well, it won't hit them, that reality that they won 14,000 until they cross the line and we call out the winner, and you'll see the real human emotion that sport brings to the table. And this is community athletics in the sense that there's everybody who's in the race has a chance to win. The handicap format allows that to be the person who's bringing their A game to the table at the right time and the right place can get that big check. And you can see the raw emotion last year from the Curtin stable upon Evan Jarvis and also Kiara Dingius taking the title. Mate, I'm very excited to see what Josh Ross can deliver. He was just through from the semis. In the semis, he didn't get through automatically, but if it was another metre, he would have been our fastest qualifier. The big man, Josh the Boss Ross, is an imposing and powerful man. And let's see what he can deliver to us in the final. And of course, Celeste Mucci, very similar in the women. She maybe has one more trick to come out of her pack of cards.
Well, when you're looking at Josh Ross, it's an analogy that gets overused, but he's like a fine wine. He gets better with age, I think. Really watching him unfold throughout this competition in the heats, as you said, probably was lucky to make it through. Semis showed more, and I have no doubt he will have more to offer for this final. And Celeste Mucci, she's been so good for this whole competition because the Friday night she went down to Little Athletics, took the kids for a clinic along with other athletes, then was also a part of a Q&A. And then she's here being a part of this and showing what she has to offer. She's a phenomenal athlete, but just also a really good, humble athlete to be a good role model for those coming up through the sport.
She's the consummate professional, is Celeste Mucci. Okay, folks, I'm Raf Bohr. This is the great man, Brad Scott, with me here. We've had a great day, a full day. We've got a 5-minute break, so tune out for a little bit. Grab yourselves your final drinks because you won't want to leave your seat when we come back in 5 minutes. We've got the final of the 400 metres for men and women, and then we'll go straight into the 120-metre final for both men and women with $14,000 on the tape. We look forward to joining you again in 5 minutes for the finale of what has been a fantastic 2019 WesTrac Bunbury Geographe Gift. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the finale, our final 4 events here at the 2019 WesTrac Bunbury Geographe Gift. First up will be the final of the men's 400 metres. In number 8, our front marker will be Fraser Brown from 40 metres. Number 7, Matthew Consolis, one to watch, runs from 30. He's been very, very good all day. In the black, Liam Hutton runs from 28. In green, Lewis Evans Thompson from 25. In yellow, Cooper Anderton from 21, been very visible throughout the carnival. One more hurrah for Cooper Anderton. Former state 800 metre champion Jace Collingridge of 15. Seaton Pusey, aggressive and strong, runs in white off 9. And our West Australian state 400 metre champion Adam Kopp will run from scratch. Ladies and gentlemen, that's your field in the 400 metre final. The final crescendo of a big week end of athletics here in Bunbury about to get underway. The final 30 minutes of power featuring West Australia and Australia's best. Of course, this final is brought to us by the Piacentini family, and this is an event which carries great prestige at the carnival. Out in front, Brown, Consolis, Hutton, Evans Thompson, everybody holding the stagger for the moment. A little bit further back, Jace Collingridge doing some damage down the back straight in the blue sash. And perhaps this time Seaton Pusey with his work cut out to get up to Jace Collingridge. Collingridge looks good in blue. Well, this is going to be interesting. Fraser Brown is going to be challenged by the black of Liam Hutton and Jace Collingridge. Oh, here comes Pusey now. Well, this is going to be a big finish, ladies and gentlemen, as they come into the straight. Number 7, Matthew Consolis holding off a fast finishing Liam Hutton in the guts. The green comes through and a great victory. Lewis Evans Thompson and Jace Collingridge came from the clouds, and he found a gap that did not exist. He could have threaded a needle there in Lewis Evans Thompson. Oh, centimetre perfect, Bradley Scott. A gap just opened up as if it was an act of God. And he made every post a winner from there. Grab our winner. He will be ecstatic. The Piacentini and Sons family 400 metre final worth $3,000 at the post for Lewis Evans Thompson. And he's with Bradley Scott now. Brad, over to you.
Hey, Lewis, with 50 metres to go, it looked like you're going 4th place, mate. And then you found another gear. Where did that gap come from? Because I couldn't see it.
I don't know, there might have been a bit of pushing in there. Just saw it and went for it, and it's opened up.
You were hungry. You could tell you were hungry. And when you're getting ready for that, you've just smashed the heat out. You gave it everything. You ran well. What did you have left in the legs for that?
Nothing, just hunger to win it, really. That's all there was. Just had to run.
Mate, you must be so proud. You got your training partner, Liam Hutton, in there too. You just got inside him to pip him on the line. What does $3,000 mean?
Oh, just incredible. Yeah, dinner for the boys, I guess.
Well, Louis, enjoy it, mate. Congratulations. Go up there, get your sash and your nice $3,000 prize pool.
Thank you.
Well, let's get down to the finishing area. Our winner, a very, very happy, as so he should be, Lewis Evans Thompson. He was ahead of Jace Collingridge, and we'll just wait on our official confirmation of placings for 3rd. So all our athletes, if they can make their way to the presentation area, will get Colin Piacentini and the Piacentini family down at the finish line as well. Cole, thanks again for all your support this year. One of our major sponsors on the committee driving this event forward with all the committee at the Bunbury Geographe Gift. They do a fantastic job, and we'll get Colin to present our sash to the winner of the 400 metre final. We've got Kim out there. Kim, you're going to represent the family. Great man. Congratulations and well done. We appreciate your support once again. Okay, we'll get our official results and then we'll get straight underway with the presentation in just a few moments' time. Okay, so 7 should be 3rd, blue should be 2nd, and green should be 1st. This should be our order. So, ladies and gentlemen, he ran off 30 metres, and for a lot of the race, he looked like he was going to make every post a winner. Please give him a big round of applause. He finished third, Matthew Consolis.
A worthy reason for being late to the podium. He's got the extra one with him. Just jump on the podium, mate.
Well, lactic acid and fatigue doesn't stop you from having to fulfill your parenting duties. Okay, well done, Matthew. In second place, the former state 800-metre champion, Jace Collingridge. For a while down the back straight, I thought it could be his day, but it wasn't to be. That day, or this day, belongs to Lewis Evans Thompson, who takes out the title and $3,000 thanks to the Piacentini family, and the award is presented by Kim Piacentini of the Sash. And the prize money, $3,000 for first, $750, $250, $100, and then $50 for fifth, sixth, and seventh. An absolutely brilliant race from all the athletes there in a dramatic men's 400-metre final.
You can tell he hasn't won before.
Well done to our podium finishers there. As we turn our attention back to the track, we're going to introduce now, look at them, like they're caged in the gates, the girls ready to open up and show us their wares as they chase the title in the next event on the calendar, which is the Storr Family Women's 400-metre final. The same prize money on offer for the girls. Let's introduce them one by one. First up, Gemma Fairclough, our front marker. Next up, Sharon Davis, who runs off 25 metres. She's got the orange sash with number 9. Angie Ross, the West Australian and Australian Masters 400, 800 and 1500 metre champion, runs in black. She'll run off 24 metres. Keely Waters in green off 22. Eliza Griffin, so visible throughout the weekend, so gallant throughout the weekend, runs off 20 metres in yellow. In blue, Sarah Hines, great result from her in the heats earlier today. Has she recovered? Is she ready to go again? She smiles, which means she probably is. In white, Emma Philippe runs off 15. And last but not least, the little one that just looked like a little train that just keeps on going. Please give it up in red for Tiana Merritt. She runs off 13 metres. That's your field. They're all backed up. Look how tight they're spread. Bradley, a metre or two. 13 metres separating 8 girls. It's going to be extremely compact, and positioning going to be so important, and timing is everything. Fairclough in front from Davis, Ross, Waters, Griffin, Hines, Philippe. And our back marker is Merritt in the red. And they're banking up quickly. In fact, they're running over each other. Extremely tight as they head down the back stretch with 300 metres to run. Our front marker, Gemma Fairclough, leads by 5 from Ross. And behind her is Sharon Davis. And as they bank up, the fast mover is our back marker. And that's Tiana Merritt. She wants to get in on the action early. And at 200 metres to go, she's almost hit the front already. Well, how's this? As she saves her effort for one last rally. Can she do it one more time? This is incredible. She's gone to the front, and she looks like she's going to be making every post a winner once more. Unless a challenge comes late, Tiana Merritt has it all in front of her. And she's going to find a challenge comes from the yellow bib of Eliza Griffin. And Griffin's rallying now, trying to come at our leader. Tiana Merritt passed by Eliza Griffin. And Griffin's going to steal the tape. Congratulations. She takes the win from Emma Philippe. And after such a hectic schedule, Tiana Merritt will have to settle for third, but wasn't she gallant? She went from back marker to the front. She knows no other way than to put herself in the line for victory. And she's recovering now as so she might. It's been a mighty performance throughout the weekend. How many races is that now for Tiana Merritt? She's probably up to 7 or 8.
Yeah, she's probably done more running than everyone else this weekend. Absolutely brilliant job. Now, if you could please grab our winner when she's done congratulating everyone. Absolutely brilliant job. Excuse me. I know you've won the race and all, but can we talk to you for 2 minutes? Yeah. Okay, so take me through it. You're in the yellow vest, so obviously you have some athletes behind you. Tiana Merritt went out like crazy and was almost in the lead coming around that bend. How often do we see the red pass everyone else, but then get passed again? What was your strategy?
Fast start, that's so important in the 400. Especially me being a middle distance runner, really struggle with those starts. So just went fast and tried to see how long I could keep it going, and yeah.
And that home straight, it's the toughest part of the race. We're getting a bit of a headwind now. Yeah. What kind of a fight was that?
Hard, you just got to use your arms, and yeah, it was good.
And you've won $3,000. That's a lot of money. What does that mean?
Well, I'll give a little credit to my sister who wants AirPods. She wanted some of them, so hopefully I get some of that for her. But yeah, I'm happy.
Absolutely brilliant. Well, enjoy the moment. Enjoy getting up on that top step, collecting your sash and the $3,000 check. Well done, and go and enjoy the moment.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bradley. As we call forward representatives from the Store family, the major sponsors of that event. And in third place in the red sash, she was gallant and she was so visible throughout this weekend. Please give a huge round of applause to our third place finisher, Tiana Merritt. In second place in white was Emma Philippi. And your winner in the yellow slash, she ran off 20 metres and she'll collect a green sash from the Store family and a cheque for $3,000. Please give it up for Eliza Griffin.
Could we also please ask for Julian Stall and the rest of the family right now to come up for a photo with our 3 top places?
Thank you to the Stall family for their great support once again this year. Thank you, Julian.
There's an army.
Well done, ladies. Let's call forward our finalists to the finish line, please. To the finish line, all our finalists from the 120 men's to the finish line, please. We're going to do a formal introduction. Get you to meet our sponsors from WesTrac, our major partners. So Jesse Cordoma, potentially the favourite. Assad Hassini, so strong, but I thought he tightened up a bit late into the headwind in his last semi. John Evans, he was very good. He came again in the semi after looking a little bit flat in the heats, getting better as the day goes on. In blue, Dean Scarf. In white, Liam Gander. He was great. Maybe I worry about his last 15, 20 metres. And the man who I think we're all looking forward to seeing in red will be Joshua Ross. Now, of course, Sasha Zoya, you joined us last year. This year, you've been in action. You won the back markers just a minute earlier off scratch. This race here, it lines up for me as a race in 3 between Cordoma I think Evans, and I think Josh Ross. Where do you see this?
It's going to be a close one, but out of them all, I still see Asad Hassani. He has a great chance. You know, he's an explosive starter. He plays a rugby, so he's explosive. He has the capability of getting up there. I'd also like to see Josh Ross. You know, he's the man, he's the myth, he's also the legend. So I'd love to see him coming up and taking it away as them. So they're my two favourites, Asad and Josh Ross.
Well, there you have it. And, of course, we've got the athletes parading in front of us now, folks. Do not stand back. Get on the railing. Let's get behind these athletes. This is world-class athletics here in Bunbury. Dylan Panizza, he's down. He's all fired up. He's done a great job putting this event together. He can't wait to see the action. All our VIPs over there in the tent, get up against the railing. You don't want to miss this. No need to talk business now. It's all on the track as these athletes come down to get introduced to us. $14,000 on the post to the winner. Thanks to our major partner at WesTrac. A huge purse. So the City of Bunbury, we thank them for their great sponsorship and endorsement of this event. Indeed, WesTrac will be sponsoring the men's and the City of Bunbury will be sponsoring the women's. We're going to cross live to Bradley Scott on the inside.
Okay, Raph, because we know how amazing this event is going to be, if you would like, everyone can come and line up on the 400-metre track line, the big white line here, just to get a closer view of what's about to happen. So move up. Let's get you all closer to the action because this is going to be amazing.
Well, great to see right on top of the action our spectators. Bit like last night in the pole vault, mate. What was the feeling like last night for the athletes being right there at the top of the balcony, waving at people having a beer?
Oh, it was phenomenal. You know, you'd clear the bar, and kids, you're at the same height as the guys on the balcony. You can have a quick look over, give them a wink, give them a wave as you're crossing the bar. Having them right there, the experience was amazing, and yeah, the crowd was awesome.
Always putting on a show, mate. You got to love it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we thank our major partners, WesTrac, and they've done a fantastic job as our major supporter here. Let's introduce you, ladies and gentlemen, to our field. And the last man with the most swagger is So We Might. He's done it all in Australian athletics. Gifts, scratch races. Joshua Ross, last into the blocks. And he looks extremely confident. The great man is back. He was great in the semis. Can't wait to see what he'll do here in the final. Stalking his opposition like prey. And he's ready to go, the big fella. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, as we just get a formal introduction of our athletes to our major sponsor, WesTrac. Thank you to all the WesTrac family. We cannot be here without their support. Big round of applause for our major sponsor, WesTrac, ladies and gentlemen. First to go down to the start is perhaps our favourite. He runs off 9.5 metres. His qualifying time, 12.67. Was 0.3 quicker than anybody else in the field. He's the one to beat. Jesse Cordoma. Next up in the green sash, Asad Hassani. In the yellow, perhaps doing the double. He won the 70. Can he do it again in the 120? John Evans. He runs off 6.75. In the blue, Dean Scarf runs off 6.5. In white, Liam Gander off 4.75. And in red, the man that we call Josh, the boss, Ross, is coming back better than Johnny Farnham. He is back at the peak of his game. He's won the stall gift. He's won Australian titles at 100 and 200. He's turned back the clock, Sasha Zoya, and he looks in absolute showroom condition. He's chiseled, he's fast, and he's strong.
Yeah, absolutely. He's lean, he's mean, and he's keen to win this gift. And I believe in him 100%. So let's get everyone in the crowd backing all these athletes as they come and they try and win the Bunbury Geographe gift.
Amazing that all corners of the country are represented here. Josh Ross from Victoria, Liam Gander from Queensland, Dean Scarf, New South Wales, John Evans, South Australia, Asad Hassani, the West Australian Hope, and Jesse Cordoma from South Australia. So coming from all corners of this great nation and converging in a collision course here, chasing the title of winner of the WesTrac Bunbury Geographe gift. We're in the starters' hands. We ask for you all to be very quiet. Shh. Okay, Brad, who's your money on?
Why do you put me in this position?
Because that's your job.
Look, I would love to see Josh Ross win, to be honest. The man who's been in the sport for so long, done so much for athletics here in Australia. I'd love to see him get over the rest of the field. Or obviously, you'd love to see anyone win this race, but I think if Josh Ross won this, it would be a very special story.
Cordoma for me and Sasha.
Asada Seni for me.
Here we go. We're in the starters' hands. The tension builds, $14,000 on the post. Cordoma, Hassini, Evans, Scarf, Gander and Ross. And for the moment, Cordoma looks like he's making every post a winner. He's still 2 or 3 metres clear. He's going to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, Jesse Cordoma streets away. Takes the win from Asad Hassini. And the boy from Adelaide is too strong and his stablemates salute him. John Evans won the 70. And today, Jesse Cordoma has made it a double. Their coach, of course, winner of the 1985 Store Gift. And the gift lines run deep in the stable. And they're going to take a bounty home to Adelaide, doubling up with a win in the 70 and the 120. There'll be a very happy stable celebrating on the trip back.
Yeah, mate.
Tonight. And you've got our winner, Asad Hassini, gallant in second, but Jesse Cordoma, he had a big lead out of the blocks, and it didn't look like they brought much of it back at all at the finish. You're with him now, Bradley.
Jesse, first thing, have you got enough space in your luggage to take the trophy home?
I did not. I never expected this to happen, so I'm not really prepared, but I'm sure I can work out something with the money.
Well, mate, it was a great race for yourself. Starting on the outside, from the gun, you just did not let anyone pass you. What was going through the mind?
Oh, just stay composed, just exactly what I've done in every other race, just try my best at the start being my strongest point of the race and then just finish strong as well. The conditions were lovely in the end, so couldn't have asked for a better day, and the atmosphere in the crowd is just wonderful. Yeah, it's beyond my expectations, so thank you.
And your team with yourself, obviously coming from SA, firstly, how did you find out about the gift, and what does it mean bringing the team along here to support you through it?
Oh, it's a lot of WA runners always come over to South Australia to run in the Bay Sheffield, so I believe it was Dylan Panizza may have contacted my coach Paul Young and said, hey, come to Bunbury, it's a great opportunity, a great gift, so we thought, why not, let's bring the squad over and see what we can do. So yeah, I guess that's where it all started, so just been training since then, and then obviously peaked at the right time, so yeah, couldn't be happier.
So it was all worth it in the end. Do you reckon it's worthwhile telling the other athletes from Eastern States, get down here, get to the southwestern corner of WA, be a part of this amazing event in 2020?
Yeah, for sure. This is, like I said, beyond my expectations, and it's great to hear that, there were more 55% more athletes this year, so it's only going to get larger and better, so for sure, definitely.
Last thing, $14,000. Where's that going?
Straight to my bank account at the moment. I'll have to think about it when I get back to Adelaide, but I'm just happy to actually win this gift. The money's obviously great, but that's not why I came here. It's it's for the sash and enjoy a trip with the boys. Couldn't have asked for anything better. So thank you.
Well, it's an absolutely brilliant weekend, mate. Well done by you. Now go up there, get on the top step, collect your sash and the trophy. Jesse Cordoma, well done, mate.
Now, Brad, while we've got you down there, could you just quickly grab a word from Joshua Ross? It was great to see the great man back at his best there today. What are his thoughts on the gift? It was great to have him join us here.
Josh, mate, you've done enough each time through to make that final. Did you think you had it in you?
I always think I have it in me. I mean, I wouldn't be competing or running if I didn't believe I could win every race. That's how I think. It's how I've always gone into every race my whole career. So you got to have that self-belief.
And it was evident, mate, with the way you carry yourself, obviously, throughout your whole career. You're now based in Perth. Now that you're down in Bunbury for this gift, what's your feel of the meet?
Oh, it's great. I mean, it's growing every year, so I've enjoyed the atmosphere and bringing the crowd in. So it's always good for the athletes.
And those legs, mate, haven't aged a bit. You're still running super fast. We'll see you here next year for the third edition of the Bunbury Geographe gift.
100%, mate. Age is just a number. That's all.
Exactly right. Josh Ross, mate, well done. Everyone, round of applause for an Australian superstar, Josh Ross.
Great to have him here. So the finishing order, blue, red, white, yellow, green, and black. So our winning time was 12.53. It was the fastest time we saw today. He ran 12.67 in the semis. In third place, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go straight to our presentation area, and we thank WesTrac and their representatives here today will present the sash to the winner of this event. In third place, finishing in a time of 12.87, he was first yesterday in the 70 metres. Please give it up for John Evans. Next up, the West Australian boy in a time of 12.81, Asad Hassini. And our winner of the 2019 WesTrac Bunbury Geographe gift in a time of 12.53 is Jesse Cordoma.
I think we should do sash training for all the athletes for next year.
There's not that many beauty pageants to practice that, is there? And you know what I mean? You spend a lot of time racing to get up there on top step, and I'm sure he'll really enjoy it. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, once more for John Evans, Asad Hassini, and Jesse Cordoma. I'll tell you what, over $20,000 going back to South Australia from the West Australian economy. I've staged a bit of a coup over here, the South Australian boys. I'm sure they'll be back. Well done to the boys. Of course, the climax is about to happen, ladies and gentlemen. The big one this year is the women's 120-metre final, and it is proudly brought to you by the city of Bunbury, the beautiful city, which we've been all enjoying this weekend. Let's get those girls down to meet our representatives from the city of Bunbury. First up, in the black sash, she'll be running off 8 metres. Please give a big Bunbury welcome to Taylor Phyllis. Next up, in the green, one to watch, runs off 7.5. Please give it up for Eliza Wilson. In yellow, also off 7.5. Very efficient through the weekend. Can she do it in the final? Sophie Watts. In blue, for many the favourite, she runs off 5.75. Alana Jukic. Our defending champion all the way from Leonora in the Goldfields of Western Australia. Please give it up for Chiara Rodingius. And last but not least, your Australian heptathlon champion, 4th in the Commonwealth Games. A big round of applause. Off scratch, Celeste Mucci. Sasha, all class. My favourite, Jukic, your thoughts?
I reckon Jukic as well has a good chance, but I would love to see the two heptathletes battle it out. Chiara Rodingius and Celeste Mucci. They're both incredible athletes, and I would love to see them, absolutely love to see them battle them out.
Over to you, Brad. I got the first one in case you forgot, mate.
Oh, now you remind me. How can you pick this, though? How?
Look, I think I've got a very strong suspicion Alana Jukic is going to be too good here. Sasha's a bit the same. Have you got different thoughts?
Look, I was going to say Alana too, but now I can't. So, look.
Well, we'll find out in less than a minute's time because they are down with Mike Holmes. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask for your quiet attention and full focus as these young ladies fight for $14,000 on the post. Evan Jarvis getting the best vantage point he can, last year's winner, seeing if his stablemate Chiara Rodingius can do it again. It is showtime. Ladies and gentlemen, you are at the 2019 WesTrac Bunbury Geographe Gift, our final event on the calendar. We're in the starters' hands. Phyllis, Wilson, Watts, Jukic, Rodingius and Mucci. And out beautifully in yellow is Sophie Watts. Jukic is coming now, but she's being challenged by Eliza Wilson. It's Wilson, ladies and gentlemen, who's stolen the march. Wilson takes the win from Jukic. Rodingius came very late and she came strong. Well, Eliza Wilson won for the annals. She's taken the victory. Eliza Wilson swamped by stablemates who celebrate. Jukic will have to be content with second. And what a one as she's embraced by Dylan Panizza. And the winner is with Bradley Scott now. And it is none other than Eliza Wilson.
Eliza, it's real. It's real. It's not a dream. It's real. You got, oh, what a race. What a race. All that training, all that hard work, so worth it. How does it feel to be the champion?
Shit, I don't know. Pretty good. Yeah.
Okay. No doubt you are. And obviously the man who's your other half, Dylan Panizza, is a big part of this gift. You've got the one over him now. He hasn't won it yet. You've won it. Are you going to hold that trophy over the mantelpiece on the bed?
More than likely. I mean, he puts in so much effort into putting this together, as does the rest of everyone else. So, yeah, I'm just happy to be able to run here. And to say I finally won a gift is friggin' amazing.
You could not put that better. Now, you know how... You know how amazing this region is. You spent some time down here. What makes the Southwest so special, especially having a gift like this?
It is such a unique part of the world, especially for a race because you're right next to the beach. It's good because it's local for us Perth people, so that's fantastic. And yeah, the fact that I do training sessions here and I've won today is even better.
I won't hold you any longer. Go and get up on that top step, collect your sash, and that $14,000 check.
Well, what a finish, Bradley Scott, to a great day of athletics. Can we just take a moment before we go through the presentations to thank all our sponsors, WesTrac, Pearson Teeny & Sons, the Government of Western Australia, Shire of Dardanup, Shire of Capel, and the City of Bunbury. We also want to thank Aristos, Waterfront, Bunbury, MGM Bulk, Tyre Power, Retrovision, Southern Ports. As we move through our list of sponsors, we want to thank the Stall family, the Bunbury Farmers Market, Willow Bridge Estate in the Ferguson Valley for their great wines for our VIPs, Your Turn events, also Prime West, Centrepoint Bunbury, City and Regional Fuels, Malatesta Group, APM, Australian Premix, Prime Supplies, Dardanup, Alcoa, Go West, Kumbana Physio, who've been looking after our athletes all weekend, Work Clobber, BCE Surveying and Spatial, Westpac, Perkins, Advanced Sandblasting, Wizard Pharmacies, Bunbury Flying School, and of course the Bunbury Geographe region. So much to offer as we've all seen throughout this weekend. My name's Raph Bohr. I've been with you all weekend with Brad Scott. A big round of applause for Bradley Scott for his great work, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Raph, thank you very much, mate, and thank you to everyone else. But we couldn't have done it without the team at Lomax and Totally Sound as well. Like, no one would hear us or see us if it wasn't for those two amazing businesses. They do so much. Dean and the team at Lomax Media, absolutely brilliant. Totally Sound, they make me sound better, which is quite hard. I don't know how they do it. But thank you to the team there as well.
Thank you very much to them. They've done a great job. Make sure you look back at all the highlights on their YouTube channel for the WesTrac Bunbury Geographe gift. Okay, folks, we have had a watch handed in, a DKNY watch. I don't know if it's real or imitation, but it's with us here. If you have lost a watch, we have it with us.
Would it suit me? Right?
Probably not, mate. No, probably not. Okay, so let's get underway with our presentations. Maybe a quick chat with Celeste Mucci before we get those presentations, Brad. One of the stars of the show this year. What has she made of her trip here to the southwest and the beautiful city of Bunbury?
Sorry, Celeste, I didn't mean to bail you up right now, but you've made it all the way through to the end. Unfortunately, you couldn't get the top prize, but was it still a weekend well worth it?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was happy to make the final because, you know, I had a tough heat coming in, and no, I'm very happy with how I ended up.
You should definitely be very happy. You're a seasoned athlete. You've been doing so well. Now, I know it's hard. It's early to say, but would you like to come back here next year for the 2020 gift?
I think so. I had such a great time, and hopefully they'll be a bit kinder to me next year. I'll be able to improve.
Well, I think you'll definitely improve with what we've seen from you so far. Now, just in regards to the little athletics training session you did on Friday night, I want to say a big thank you to yourself from the athletes because they learnt so much from yourself, Jen, Ryan, and all the other athletes. Absolutely amazing event. So thank you very much for everything you've done.
No worries. Thank you.
What a champ. Great to have her here with us. And we thank you, Celeste, for your great contribution to this year's event. Okay, back to our presentations, and thank you to the City of Bunbury and their representatives for their great support. Joe O'Day there as well from our organising committee. Thank you to all of them, Dylan, Colin, Tommy, our chairman, as well as all our stakeholders in the organising committee. That is Stephen Down, Jackie Coleman, Joe Gibellini, Paul Lever, Keith Yardley, Steve Stingemore, Doug Wen, and of course, as we mentioned, Joe O'Day. In terms of our officials, we had Roger Brown, Michael Holmes, Sharon Brown, Chris Trude, Vicky Birtles, Rachel Birtles, as well as a great effort from all of our team, including our handicappers and Lindsay Trude from Athletics WA as well. Big round of applause for them, please, folks, for their great efforts. Okay, in third place in the City of Bunbury 120-metre sprint, Sophie Watts. In second place, one of our favourites, she was just shaded for the victory. She was off 5.75 metres, Alana Jukic. And ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for your winner of the 2019 WesTrac Bunbury Geographe gift, Eliza Wilson. As they are presented with their awards, it brings to a climax and a conclusion an unbelievable 2 days of competition here at the WesTrac Bunbury Geographe gift. I'm Raph Bohr. It's been an absolute pleasure to call all the action alongside Brad Scott as we see the final images of the weekend. And fittingly, it's a robust celebration for our winner. And this event has continued to go from strength to strength this year. Just to wrap up proceedings, we saw a 55% growth in participation. We saw a lot of that competition come from across Australia. We saw buoyant fields featuring Olympians in the men's mile with Ryan Gregson being shaded by the Rockingham Rocket, Matt Ramsden. We also saw Sarah Billings take out the women's mile. It was an Adelaide show, unfortunately, for everybody else in the sprints, and that climaxed with a great victory in the finish. And finally, in the women's 100 metres Eliza Wilson, our final winner for the day. And they'll be the images that go around the country and the world as she celebrates a $14,000 win here at the $78,000 WesTrac Bunbury Geographe gift. As I said, it's been an absolute pleasure. We look forward to welcoming you back next year on the 29th of February and 1st of March for a bigger and better 2020 WesTrac Bunbury Geographe gift. Over and out from us. Thank you for tuning in wherever you are around the world. Let us know your feedback, what you'd like to see added, what you like best about this year's coverage, and we look forward to bringing you an even better production and better events in 2020.